your source for business, economy, and development insights that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
If Africans are not seeing the benefits in Western liberal democracy, what do they want? What kind of democratic system do Africans want? The problem, according to political scientists, is not the system but the practitioners, and the solution does not lie in twisting to indulge our undisciplined elites or shift grounds to accommodate a docile citizenry awaiting a benevolent dictator or an accidental messiah. Ironically, Nigeria has embraced Western economic prescriptions. We align ourselves, our economies, religion, medicine, sports, entertainment, and other values, institutions, and products after the West, but disagree with its democracy. And what exactly are the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, IMF, recommending for African economies that are unfavorable? What is detrimental in someone telling you to reduce your budget deficit? They are simply telling you to minimize your debts. Is anything wrong in redirecting subsidies from politically popular areas like petrol and pilgrimages to highly economic returns like agriculture and education? When they say that you should devalue your currency, they are only telling you to patronize inefficient state-owned enterprises. Is it not a way of raising needed capital, reducing cost and bureaucracy of governance for increased profitability? Moreover, you cannot blame the doctor or anti-malarials if you don't have the discipline to take the drugs as prescribed, diet appropriately, or clean up the mosquito-infested environment that caused the disease in the first place. Like the human body, the economics are complex, so that medicine that is not good for the heart may be injurious to the kidney. So while trying to lower inflation with higher interest rates, we should be careful not to discourage investments. So if Africans are not seeing any benefits in Western liberal democracy, the problem is not the system but the practitioners. And the solution does not lie in tweaking it to indulge our undisciplined elites or shift grounds to accommodate a melancholic citizenry awaiting a benefactor or accidental messiah. First, we should perish the idea that democracy is Western. It is not. It is universal. Like formal education cradled in the Middle East, which the Western world is leading today, Western democracy was conceived in ancient Greece, spread into Europe, and now propagated by America. Besides, democracy is both elastic in nature, in that it adjusts to the culture of the people it finds itself. Britain may be parliamentary, America presidential, while France is a combination of both, but there are variants across the globe. However, the fundamentals of free speech, citizen participation, human rights, free and fair elections are not compromised no matter the geography. And democracy has found a way to adapt itself to the people of Africa. So looking for Afro-democracy or an African democracy is fruitless and time-wasting. The problem we have in Africa is the discipline to abide by the constitution we wrote by ourselves and for ourselves. Even if we call democracy Western and choose to reject it, what alternatives are we proposing? Are we as well looking for alternatives to going cap in hand, asking for aid from Western donors or vaccines from them? And it is not only their democracy and economic realities we are trying to reinvent. Besides, democracy remains an experiment whose success depends on inputting the right parameters. Also, it is an abstract concept that even the most democratic of nations still aspire to attain. Unfortunately, the likes of President Paul Kagame of Rwanda are poor examples of what an African democracy should be. What is significant about Paul Kagame is the uniqueness of his political party, the Rwanda Patriotic Front, and the Rwanda electorate. How can a country that still bleeds from the infamous Tutsi-Hutu animosity that led to an unforgettable genocide consistently give its votes to someone who divides without asking for balance of power? An election which barred key opposition parties from participating for flimsy reasons of not gathering enough signatures is not democratic. And this is where Africa keeps missing it. Democracy is not about wanting young people willing to protest to listen to the president. It is about the president listening to the people. Democracy is the role of the people, not leadership, constantly tweaking how we vote or changing who we vote for. Rwanda may be doing so well economically relative to sub-Saharan countries. That is the only tip of the spear. Firstly, that is an exception, and no one builds a doctrine out of exceptions. What we don't see in Rwanda is that it is indebted to the tune of 76% of its GDP. So like its continental peers, she's at the mercy of the Western world, whose liberal democracy they are frowning at. Rwanda sports washes by hosting American basketball matches for Africa and volunteers to accommodate illegal migrants ejected from the United Kingdom. President Kagame has learnt this act to turn away the eyes of media from all the human rights abuses in Rwanda. The past 24 years, Rwandans have known no other president than Paul Kagame. He had been the de facto leader since 1994, when he served as vice president and minister of defense before kicking out President Pastor Bizimungu. Authoritarian rule will continue for another 5 years after winning another landslide election victory recently. Under Kagame, landlocked Rwanda has been experiencing guided political stability, economic growth, and declining poverty levels, the supposed dividends of democracy that is lacking in many African countries. There have been calls for different quarters in Africa to craft an indigenous democracy that suits its peculiarities. This is wrong and misleading. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has also called Africa's adoption of Western liberal democracy a mistake, and so canvassed for a democratic model that encompasses the African culture and tradition. What does this mean? I disagree with this notion. I beg to disagree, sir. It is not workable. We must consciously continue to protect and nurture our democracy in spite of ups and downs in the process. I am Bayo Olaoye.
One thing that worth being treasured and celebrated is having a family of intellect, especially a father full of wisdom to lead aright. On Saturday, April 20th, a heartwarming ceremony unfolded at Brookstone School Hall in Owode-Onirin, Ikorodu, Lagos, as the UK-based Nigerian Pa Michael Onafuye launched 3 inspirational books. The event not only marked the culmination of Pa Onafuye's literary endeavors but also served as a testament to his zeal for intellectual exploits, spiritual gifts, and guidance, as well as laid down legacies for his family. The books titled War Against Limitation, Maximizing Divine Mandates of God on Your Life, and God's Word of Assurance is Your Sure Word of Insurance, brought together family, friends, and religious leaders from within and outside the community.
In the midst of them, delivered me.
During the event, Dr. Ayo Onafuye, doctor of the celebrant, read an excerpt from one of the books highlighting the importance of maintaining faith during difficult times. His son, Dr. Tosin Onafuye, also delivered a keynote address pointing to his father's wisdom and spiritual leadership.
He is one that seeks to redeem the value of humanity through service and the production of service. Too often we hear preachers saying that we are here to serve humanity, but you look at their portfolio and it doesn't match up. But my father is one where his sermon is embedded in his daily practice. And Dad, I don't just say that because we are in front of people. Like I said, the MC has given a brief background about myself. I'm university, this university, that, but that is not possible without you. My dad has emphasized the importance of education. He's not a shepherd that declines or puts to sleep the importance of reading. He is one that even though he's not at a PhD level, when he speaks, the wisdom that comes from his well of understanding is above the certificate. Because the certificate, to an extent, will fetch you money, but the wisdom my dad will give you will help you navigate life.
My father, a devoted shepherd of our great parish, CCC, White City Parish in the UK, has dedicated his life to serving not only his congregation, but humanity as a whole. Through his unwavering faith and timeless efforts, he has used his spiritual intellect and charitable practices to touch countless lives, offering guidance, comfort and hope to those in need all around the world. His commitment to spreading the message of love, compassion and forgiveness has inspired me and my many siblings. So every beginning of each section offers you a Bible passage to tailor your prayer points to. So the passage from the prayer of praise is from Psalm 107 verse 8, and it says, "Oh, that men would praise the Lord for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men." So to start off, in my book, Living Above Limitations, I emphasize that choosing to rise above traumatic experiences and embracing the joy of praise is key to embodying the ideal spiritual life for genuine believers.
The ceremony also marked the launch of the first book by the author's youngest son, Temi Onofuye. Temi expressed gratitude to his family for their unwavering support throughout the writing process.
When I started writing, I never knew I would come this far. I mostly thank my dad for encouraging me to start writing in the first place. And I also thank my mother and my siblings for supporting me throughout my journey. I also thank God for guiding me when I'm writing a story, giving me the ideas. And I thank God again for giving me this opportunity to come up in front of all of you and speak my mind.
The president and CEO of Femi Wash Media Limited, a special guest at the event, commended Pa Onofuye for his dedication to his children's education, noting their achievements in academics and their commitment to following in their father's footsteps.
So you're a good example for every UK resident like you and I and some other people that are here to emulate, because you're a shiny example, you're a shiny light. I'm proud of you and I'm proud of your children. So for you to be able to conceive that idea, write the first book, the second book, the third book, and getting up to this one, I'm proud of you, sir. I'm very, very proud of you. It means you're a winner.
Speaking with SOUQ News, the Onofuyes and well-wishers shared their thoughts.
Focus, have faith, have the Spirit of God in you, do the will of God, do it good, do it right. When you do it right, you get it right. And when you have time for God, God will make this possible for you. Just have hope in Him. And whatever you believe in, focus on your belief, work on your belief, and don't just sit back. Strive in that belief. And one way or the other, God will pull you through. God will take you there to that destination.
We've seen him as somebody very unique. He's always different. Everything about him is always different. So we knew that God's grace is with him, and that's why. And that his dad being an author noticed in him that he had something in him. He loves writing as well, like just like his father. So he actually, encouraged him to start doing that. And if you read the book, it's all about what's happened to him. That's why that title comes in as, world around me. So that's why he is an author, the young author for today.
What mostly inspired me was my dad, my father. He became something that I could look upon and look forward to, and he's already a great example of what would happen if you started writing. So now every day he just encourages me to start and pursue my career that I want to achieve, which is writing.
To be fair, I saw him go through a few challenges, which hasn't always been easy, obviously, as his child. But at the same time, it was remarkable the way he came from those challenges and how he handled them, first of all, and then what he produced through those challenges. And that's always been something that has inspired me.
We've been for a few years, and since I've been with him, I really like him. I really enjoy him. Having him as my in-law. He was very quiet, jovial, then intelligent, then accommodative, and very spiritual. So I learned a lot of him from him. Even I told my niece that I feel jealous of him.
One thing I want to say mostly that I know about him is he's always learning. As he is always learning, he's always also teaching you. There is no day, even in church, that we're doing maybe a spiritual program, he will always want to bring something out that you, as an individual, as a youth, as a child of God, something to direct you back to God.
It is with great pleasure and excitement that I stand before you today as we gather to celebrate the launch of a remarkable literary work.
My name is Bayo Olaoye. In every government or institution, there is a corresponding invisible hand that remotely controls its affairs with immense influence over decision-making process or matters of interest. The Economic and Financial Crime Commission, EFCC, is a victim of this invisible hand. The head of the commission and possibly its inner caucus are not oblivious of its presence and interference, but may be unknown to other members of staff. By conferring the power to appoint the chairman of the commission on the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, lawmakers have unwittingly created an invisible hand for the EFCC. The invisible hand is the president, and by extension the presidency. The EFCC was delivered as a bond servant from inception, lacking authority and autonomy and courage to function effectively outside the grip and body language rhythm of its masters, the president. And since the head of the commission occupied the driver's seat, obeying all traffic regulations as beamed by the president, liberty is replaced with dependency. Under this circumstance, what courage can the commission's chairman muster to prosecute the president's loyalists without upsetting ego and sensibilities? This is the burden of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. Until the power to appoint the chairman of the commission is removed from the president, the head of the EFCC will continue to operate under dominance and influence of the president, doing his bid and covertly yielding to his whims and caprices without ethical courage to act otherwise. No matter how committed and sincerely intentional the chairman of the FCC may be, his drive for efficiency is weakened by presidential interference. This finds expression in the crux of allusions to EFCC selected war against financial crime and money laundering in the country. The public must recognize that the president is first and foremost a politician who came to power on the ticket of his political party. He has his loyalists and those who supported the process of his ascension to power. Besides, politicians affiliate some of these stalwarts permeate both the critical public and private sector. Evidently, circumstances that led to the Sack of all past chairmen of EFCC could be linked to an invisible hand of the president. To avoid this route, EFCC handles high-profile cases deemed to have ties with the president with caution, classifying them as persons with blue blood in their veins. This is the trouble with the FCC and why it is unable to effectively wage war against financial crime and money laundering. Most ex-governors, ministers, and other political and business bigwigs that have been prosecuted and convicted till date are those with either weak link or falling out of favor with the president. EFCC now tread with caution, without discretionary initiative, constraining itself mainly to petitions received from the public, as against initiating executing investigations on suspected individuals and organizations, particularly those that are prone to financial crimes and money laundering. The ministries, agencies, departments of government, legislature, judiciary, and the organized private sector are all black spots. The Nigerian environment is fraught with financial crime and money laundering, particularly the political space. Yet, the FCC pretends not to know. Politics is a big industry and quick source of unearned income, where people become multimillionaires or billionaires overnight just by participating in politics or serving in the executive, legislature, or the judiciary. To rid the country of illicit wealth and growing corruption, Nigeria must review the process leading to the appointment and removal of the EFCC chairman in order to insulate the office from the influence and covert control of the president. Besides, the EFCC must wake up from its slumber. This is Bayo Olaoye.
Lagos came alive with a dazzling fusion of music and fashion as the all-white group made its triumphant return for its 8th edition. Fashion designer A.O. Afrique chose the iconic Freedom Park for the event with the theme Groove Meets Fashion. People flocked to the park from outside the country and different walks of life, adorned in pristine white ensembles, creating a breathtaking visual spectacle.
Person from Ghana na Ghanaian abi, person from Togo na Togolese abi, person from Zambia na wetin, person from Mali ko Malian score, Naira Mali ni. I am person from Holland na wetin, Hollandia you got.
It was a radiant spectacle that transformed Freedom Park into a vibrant atmosphere of music, style, and culture. The event delivered an unforgettable experience for attendees. The display of lights and visuals created a magical ambience that complemented the music and fashion perfectly. Attendees showcased their unique interpretations of the all-white dress code with a touch of Ashoke, Ankara fabrics, and more. From minimalist chic to bold avant-garde, the fashion statements were as diverse as the crowd itself.
The whole fashion scene and the African attire is that, apart from the fact that Africa has taken over the world in entertainment, I believe that it's going to rule the fashion industry world global wide.
Beyond the music and fashion, the event also showcased A.O. Afrique's latest designs, a blend of Ashoke, with a mixture of trendy Gen Z style and a variety of local brands. Pop-up shops and stalls offered attendees the opportunity to discover and purchase unique pieces in tie and dye and batik and Ankara fabrics.
One of the things I tried to do for him, and he knows that, I'll buy his design and give it to people in the US to wear. And we don't cherish what we have. You go to a church, you go to a mall, and you are dressed up, and they come to you and say, look, where did you get this? That's how we've been marketing it. And it's really a good success for him. And I know the story is this.
Oh, I've been waiting for ya. I've been wanting, I've been praying for ya. Hey, where will you find me, my love? Don't be scared, baby, because I'm loyal. See, where will you come? Find me, baby, I'm not lost. I don't want to wait for long. I know they get waiting room and status. I can show you no pop. If you want to know, baby, you're lost. I don't want to wait for long. I know they get waiting room and status.
Oh, so good. This night has been a pleasant one. What has been the high point for you, and why? What do you think this night has been able to achieve that perhaps other editions of the All White Group did not attend to?
To me, every moment is high. Every moment is a high point. You don't enjoy an event in 5 minutes. You see it or two, and then you can now feel it. So I walked in, the beginning is good. I walked in, the models are good. That's fine. I will just say that the next edition, maybe we'll have more models. Maybe we'll have more. Maybe we'll have some other designers come join in. So the runway will not be his own designs alone. We'll have other designers come. Maybe we'll have something that we can bring in some international press to see what's new. So I think it will. Knowing Agbo is a crazy guy. Knowing him, I know he's going to sit down. He's going to call me like tomorrow and next and say, so yeah, start writing. What do you think? And how do we do it? So next year I hope to see a bigger, better, way. So to me, it keeps getting better every year. So that's what I say.
Tonight it's all about AO designs, even as celebrate African fashion, African music.
6 or 7 years into All White Group, we added fashion into it, where we showcase through runway at every event. So this gives us courage because our designs are unique. It gives us courage, it gives us inspiration and motivation to do this year in, year out. And it has helped the brand, and it has, changed the lifestyle of so many people. And I am happy to see that our designs are appreciated, welcome, and then turned into a dressing style of so many people. Just like worshiping. I thank you, everybody. I thank you, our fans, for believing in us, for keeping into the little things we do, and also for helping us grow. Thank you very much.
As the event drew to a close, Star Kids, one of the up and rising dance groups comprising children and teenagers, gave an energetic dance performance, with the crowd dancing to their favorite tunes. This created a sense of unity, and it was truly inspiring.
I'm coming here for the very first time, and I'm wowed by what I saw here today. And for those who are unable to make it, they missed greatly. And let me follow the words of Donald Trump. They missed greatly.
That's a good one. The all-white groove was once again proved to be more than just a party. It was a cultural phenomenon that brought together people from all walks of life to celebrate music, fashion, and the vibrant spirit of Lagos. Lavina Emma, reporting for SOUQ News Television.
A short break right now and return. We'll do that with you. Stay here. Welcome right back. Someone had to ask me a few seconds ago if I wanted coffee. Maybe I want that coffee before we jump right into the headlines of the day. Welcome back from your short break. So, engage with us, talk to us, chat with us, chat at us, however you feel. It doesn't have to be all friendly, right? Just say what's on your mind. Remember, it's with the hashtag SBL. We'll start from Kenya this morning. Business Daily. US rates cuts brings cheer to Kenyan top investors. US rate cut brings cheer to Kenyan top investors. So NSC is eyeing a boost from improved foreign inflows as well as lowering of bank borrowing costs to the benefit of private sector. Non-tax revenue from parastatals posts biggest increase. Non-tax revenue from parastatals posts biggest increase. They're talking about cash generated by the government of Kenya from non-tax sources, such as fees, as well as for services, and the way it's mopping up all the surplus money from parastatals, more than fourfold in the first 2 months of this year. This is a report from the National Treasury, according to the new data that just came out. Banks face mandatory climate risk disclosures. Banks face mandatory climate risk disclosures. So banks will be required to make public their climate-related targets. I've been wondering all morning why this is this is so banks and climate-related targets. Anyway, so they're expected to make public their climate-related targets. One of which is annual green loans that has been given out to both individuals and to private companies as well as public companies, and the percentage of these loan books that are screened for sustainability and the performance that these targets aim to bring to the fore. Banks and climate change targets. Okay. Standoff as investors seek higher returns from CUK bond deals. This is going on by demanding the premium, according to investors that have indicated that they remain wary of government's fiscal shortfalls. Now, these have been amplified by the recent rejection, of course, of the Finance Bill 2024. This has gone on for over 6 months, almost going on 7 months. And it brings a possible rollback of tax changes that is implemented by the same Finance Act. This financial bill has been posing a problem for Kenya and is one of the things that is on the bad side of Ruto as they go to quell this without it bringing all the problems that it's coming with. The best model is to manage, this is a quote, by the way, from one of the top Business Daily analysts. The best model is to manage national resource revenue through a sovereign wealth fund that comes with several advantages. So the best model, like it says, is to manage their resources through specific sovereign wealth funds that come with several advantages. First is it will, should I say, how do I put this? It allows one to save money for future generations. And we're talking the government here for the public, for the masses. And secondly, one has to have a tool to help manage adverse impacts on the macro economy. Wow. Okay. On to business day in South Africa. Reserve Bank eases into rate cuts. Reserve Bank eases into rate cuts. Kangayago says there are still risks with central banks moving carefully due to this risk. And the South African Bank Reserve lowered its main lending rate to 8% from 8.25% as predicted by a day after data showed headline inflation fell just 4.5%. So the decline, which again is in the middle of the central bank's target range, is something they're looking forward to because it will amplify their profits. Rands hit 19-month high rate cuts. There's been a lot of cuts on the show today, and it's such a good thing. Reminds me of on Monday when it was 3 or 4 loans in Bangladesh from billions of dollars across board from Germany, from the IMF, from World Bank. So Rand hit 19-month high rate cuts. Yes, the Rand firmed to its strongest level in 19 months, talking from early last year to this year, and it's holding on to gains notched up overnight after the US Federal Reserve sent ripples through emerging markets currencies with an unexpected, half a percentage point rate cuts. So once US sends its rate cuts, everyone goes running for both positive and negative. SABC seeks state funds households levy. So the SABC is pushing for a major overhaul of its funding model, which is something people should look out for, especially both old and new media houses, because SABC has been here for a while and doing a lot of profits. So they are proposing to replace the TV license system with a household levy and additional funding from the states. This is in order to deal with broadcasters' financial crisis. I wonder how that was slipped in there. SABC's existing model relies basically, like used to be for everyone else, relies on advertising and sponsorship. These are no-brainers. That can never change. You can only add to that. And it goes to say about 15% of these massive operations are funded through mandatory TV licenses, which is a given, but more than 75% of households do not pay the license fee. There you go. Now, this is forcing the public broadcaster to join a host of other state-owned companies seeking state cash injections, investments, wherever the money is at, you have it in a bag, in boxes, bring it in and invest. A good way to throw your money in, actually. Road accidents fund deficit nears 24 billion rand. Road accident fund deficit nears 24 billion rand. So the Auditor General's office raised serious concerns at the Parliament over 2 days ago. I think it was on Wednesday, Tuesday or Wednesday, over financial statements of the Road Accident Fund, RAF. It's a fund that is being applied for the people, which remains in the red, which is why he's talking, and it has an accumulated deficit of 23.9 billion rands. He also told them that the RAF's financial reporting standards has maintained its adverse audit opinion about it for a while, which is one of the reasons why he is advising them that this is long overdue. Still on Business Day, South Africa, regulatory hurdles hinder investments. Regulatory hurdles hinders investments. Remgro CEO Gianni Durand has flagged the regulatory cost of doing deals as a deterrent to doing business and attracting international investment. A deterrent, strong word, keyword. He goes on to say that if the merger of the group's fiber assets in the city of Vernatel with those of Vodacom had gone ahead 18 months ago, and the group will already have spent between 3 to 4 billion rand of capex to roll out connectivity in areas of SA where it is needed. And we're talking about this because 3 billion to 4 billion rands is a lot of money, especially when you're dealing with telecoms. Bytes reports strong first half. Bytes, BYTES, reports strong first half. So their shares in Bytes Technology Group shot up almost a tenth on Thursday yesterday as the company reported a strong trading performance in the first half. This is good news. And this boosted by demand for cloud computing, for cybersecurity, and artificial intelligence. These three are top-notch right now. Of course, cloud computing has been around for a minute and people have been tapping in there, but cybersecurity and artificial intelligence are big right now, and it's what is upping their gain. MPs query public works record. MPs query public work records. Discovery home loans take off. Now, this is of interest, always of interest to me, especially when you talk about estates and housing. So it targets 3 billion rand profits. That's what Discovery is targeting. Now, Discovery Bank's new home loan product took off with data showing that clients have switched more than 650 million rands off their mortgages. Switch straight up. Now, Discovery is the holding company of Discovery Bank. So this kind of like, let's leave this. So Discovery is not the bank, it's the holding company. And in its year to year on end June, this past June results, it says that the lender's home loan product had met expectations, with clients having disbursed about 776 million rands worth of loans in the pipeline ahead. With the vast majority of clients switching banks due to this advantage that Discovery is handing out, while just 103 million rands of this is made up of new loans for the switch. Let us take a short break again. When we return, it will be Asia and probably the UK. Stay here with us.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed on Market Insights. Will provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market rulings, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 350 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you're quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But In all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Welcome back. It's still SOUQ Business Landscape, where we look at headlines, business headlines from business publications from across the world. So we jump right onto, this is the second half, of course, to Asia this time, while looking at Business Post in India. Okay. On income tax disparity, government employees enjoy benefits while private sector gets none. Government employees enjoy benefits while private sector gets none. World Bank pledges support for key reform initiatives. World Bank always here to support, right? They pledge support for key reform initiatives. TIB calls upon governments of host countries to help Bangladesh bring home stolen assets. TIB calls for governments of host countries to help Bangladesh bring home stolen assets. BB assures liquidity support for weak banks. The Bangladesh bank, that's akin equivalent to our central bank here, to their central bank, assures liquidity support for weak banks. And I guess liquidity support has to do with money support, and also seeing if there are ways there could be measures so they stay in business. NBFI's lending growth outpaces deposits. NBFI's lending growth outpaces deposits. Metro Rail to operate 7 days a week from Metro Rail to operate 7 days a week from today. So if you're starting today to operate 7 days a week, what were you doing before? I would assume that transportation, there are no off days for transportation, land, sea, air, bus, planes, trains, taxis. Well, anyway, it's good news for Bangladesh. Metro Rail to operate 7 days a week starting today. We're on to Business Standard. While leaving Business Post Bangladesh, on to Business Standard India. In export push, government steps in to raise container capacity. In export push, government steps in to raise container capacity. Goyal, who is their commerce minister out in India, announces purchase of second-hand vessels, and this is in view to help more export, to increase export capacity, so there's more added to the economy. They're reporting here on India. Indian markets muted after Fed rate cuts. There it goes again. It was on the news. It was on the publication, 2 publications past. Indian markets muted after Fed rate cuts. Strong hybrid car sale takes off in the up after tax waiver. This tax waiver is big for them. So e-car remains on flat trajectory. It's not going up, it's not coming down. But the rate cuts, I guess, has to have a way to affect positively as automakers react to this. Indian carriers, foreign rivals in dogfights over international routes. Competition across board. Indian carriers, foreign rivals in dogfights over international routes. So the battle lines in the air are being really staked out and drawn. as a few days ago, Indigo, right, signed the world's largest aircraft deal ever with Airbus, right, for, guess how many? A total sum of 500 aircrafts. Indigo and Airbus, 500. And when you look at just one aircraft alone, you could see in your mind's eye the capacity of this deal. Now, that closely shadowed Air India's order of 470 Boeing and Airbus planes. We're talking as far back as February. So Airbus 500 aircraft from Indigo, Boeing 470 from the government, and the fight is on in the air. So with 970 new aircraft orders that will be in the space, right? We're talking 3 months from February to now, and a price tag of $120 billion. We're looking at Indian carriers hoping to transform themselves into global players. That to be reckoned with. That's great. That's great news. That's the kind of fight that is healthy for businesses as well as individuals, right? India needs norms for domestic PEPs, says FATF. India needs norms for domestic PEPs, says FATF. So India needs to establish its due diligence on domestic politically exposed persons, PEP, politically exposed persons, which tightens checks on transactions involving gems and jewelry. Gems and jewelry is what this transaction, they need to tighten the checks on. And this protects the non-profit sector from terrorist abuse, which is one of the ways that terrorists are moving monies, besides laundering. Well, part of it, laundering, is via gems and jewelry. So this is something that is being touted by the Global Anti-Money Laundering Squad and the Terror Finding Body, which is FATF, Financial Action Task Force. This came on Thursday, and the warning is a stern one. They have their eyes on the gem and jewelry sector. Vodafone stock tanks after Supreme Court junks telco pleas to review AGR dues. Vodafone stock tanks after Supreme Court junks telco's plea to review AGR dues. Court has rejected curative petitions seeking a review of its 2019 judgments from a couple of years ago on adjusted gross revenues, that's AGR, which is payable by telecom firms. Across board, I think telecom firms have been not targeted is not the word, but they have a keen eye with a magnifying glass on them. It's been going on for a few years now. So here, the judgments had permitted the Department of Telecoms, DOT, to include all non-telecom revenue in their AGR. Include them all, no exemptions. Now, the petition had been put up by the telcos as a last legal resort to reduce their burden of 1.43 trillion rand in annual gross revenues. There you go again, AGR, 1.43 trillion, which was based on a subsequent judgment that came the following year, 2020. The first was in, and this came again in 2020. Of this, nearly 75% of that amount comprised interest, penalties, and interest on penalties, all lumped up. But to get to 1.43 trillion, that's quite a humongous sum. RBI curbs in IIFL finance gold loan biz lifted. RBI curbs on IIFL finance gold loan biz lifted. So the Reserve Bank of India, their own equivalent of central bank, has lifted its restrictions on IIFL Finance's gold loan business. Now, this is effective immediately. These limitations were placed in March 2024, and it has prevented various gold loan activities for the company and for its clients. IIFL Finance has pledged to uphold high compliance standards moving forward. So they're saying listen, we see you, we hear you, we agree, we're taking the warning, and we're going to stay in our place with your eyes on us, of course. Banks take securitization route to improve liquidity. Banks take securitization route to improve liquidity. So securitization can be an efficient funding avenue for banks, but without attracting incremental cash reserves ratio and statutory liquidity ratio requirements. This, oh Lord, Senior Director Crystal is coming at them and talking about this. CRISIL, CRISIL, is the Credit Rating Information Services of India private company, and he's putting out his wealth of information here, wealth of information in their sector. That listen, guys, let's do this. All right, we'll navigate away to times in the UK. Consumer confidence takes a tumble as households fear painful budgets. Consumer confidence takes tumble as households fear painful budgets. It's had, talking about this painful budget, it's had its biggest fall since mortgage routes. Glum Labour narrative is blamed for this, and Starmer talks of economic reality. Billionaire Paulson dismisses Wall Street worries over Trump's tariff proposals. Billionaire Paulson dismisses Wall Street worries over Trump's tariff proposals. TikTok shows why we need data privacy laws. You know, TikTok has been in the news for a while, and the last time on the show on Monday, 2 days ago, we were talking about how there was a question and answer in the Financial Times as well, and it's something I urge you to go take a look at. It breaks it down in question and answer mode, why TikTok is going through what it's going through right now. If there are people that will be interested in buying, why would they want to buy? Why do they have such a huge problem in the US and not in their home country? Just all that stuff. And here they're talking about why TikTok says why we need data privacy laws. John Thornhill did a very lovely article about this again on page 23 of the Financial Times UK. So go check it out. It's something to see, especially all the TikTokers that like to have fun there. Take a look at the business side of TikTok. S&P 500 hits record as investors share federal cuts. S&P 500 hits record as investors share federal cuts. Starmer row deepens. Starmer we talked about in the news past. It has the current ongoing road that is deepening as they go. Farage lets reform go. Farage lets reform go. Rolls-Royce nuclear win. Rolls-Royce is always winning, of course. Come on. Nuclear win for Rolls-Royce. New Steinman's appeal. There's a new Steinman's appeal that's going on. Check all this. Sidebar news begins on the front page, takes you to page 3. India's hero eyes Europe. Who is India's hero? Catch it on page 2. New era for EU mergers. It's a new era. EU mergers are looking at the light. There's a light at the end of a tunnel and it's shining bright. Axel Springer pay outs. Axel Springer is doing payouts and everyone seems to be happy, especially when it's payday. Come on now. We all know how that feels, right? On to Gulf Times in Qatar. We're moving further down in Asia. Estithmar Holding lists first corporate sukuk in Qatari Riyals on London Stock Exchange. Estithmar Holding lists first corporate sukuk in Qatari Riyals on the London Stock Exchange. This is good news from Qatar to London. UCC Holding signs final agreement with Denmark's Cobod to purchase third generation of world's largest 3D printers in order to build sustainable schools in Qatar. I wonder how huge this would be. The world's largest 3D printers to build sustainable schools in Qatar. I would have loved to have heard Dr. Idahosa's view on this. He would have lost his mind. Right, Doc, I know you're somewhere watching. I would really love to hear you speak about this. So, the largest 3D printer to build sustainable schools in Qatar. So pioneering partnerships are looking forward to that to deliver record-breaking, eco-friendly educational facilities through their advanced 3D construction printing technology. And this is something that everyone is looking forward to. Of course, guys, it will not collapse. It's not how you see it. 3D printing. Read a page about it. It's not as bad as it sounds. It's actually a huge thing. Philippines seek Qatar backing to expand halal tourism sector. Again, Philippines seek Qatar backing to expand halal tourism sector. That's all, folks, for SOUQ Business Landscape. Remember, let's take this to the internet. Let's go away from SOUQ News Television for a second, 1 second, as we engage on these headlines. And of course, keep a second eye as our next show, Early Exchange, comes up at 8. My name is Hans Mba. I'll see you same time, 7 a.m. on Monday morning, and hopefully it's going to be a clement one and not drizzly like today. Have a beautiful rest of the morning. See you on Monday.
Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth report. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
My name is Veronica Nkechi Eze.
Charles Abana. My name is Professor Martins Emeje.
Professor Sylvester Odion Akaine.
Keep
watching SOUQ
News TV.
The best news channel online.
It's elevating, it's enlightening, it's educating.
Muhammad Ali found this route in Africa. Rumble in the jungle. I swear the king is humble. Jesse Jackson, O.J. Simpson, this is black history. Andrew Young visit Africa in the late 60s. Legend, Bob Marley make the light different. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X are big names. They fought for black Americans in the old days. We need same revolution in our own ways. Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Mr. Jay-Z, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre and Eddie Murphy. American prosperity ain't complete with African poverty. It's legendary Idris Abdul Karim, and you are on to SOUQ News. You don't touch that dial.
You are unable to understand why the Imo man, Imo woman, Bayelsa man, Bayelsa woman will blow air to chicken and chicken will cry. What is, you are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans are trooping to China to study this year. They are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The Global Center for Traditional Medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year. Because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners have partnered with Femi Walsh, owners of SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024 in Lagos. At the meeting, the Director General of the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, welcomed the guests, saying that there is need to positively change the narrative of natural medicine in Nigeria, and by extension, Africa. According to Professor Emeje, SOUQ News Television and the IL 104.9 has the capacity to showcase the tremendous studies, research work, and products coming out of Nigeria to the world.
So I believe your coming on board is also at a very critical period. So that, yes, you know, when we talked the other time, and you said that because of our activities, people will start saying they want to be DJ of that place. Let them come and do. Yes, it is better for us to be known, to be lucrative, to be functional, so that people will compete to come and be DG, than for us to be obliterated. Do you understand? Because no matter how you do DG, you have expiry date. You will go. But let the organization remain for the benefit of our nation. Thank you very much.
Professor Emeje, responding on behalf of the president of Femi Wash Media, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Wash, the vice president of Femi Wash Media, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, said, as Nigerians, we talk down on Nigeria a lot.
The beauty about what we're doing is that we also know that the end of Pulse television is coming close to an end, because the Gen Zs, they don't watch too much of television, they are on their cell phone. And so we adopt the over-the-top technology as a company to distribute our content, both in Africa, Asia, and America. Yesterday, I was still talking to a friend of mine, I met him in Toronto, who's giving us an inroad into the Caribbean, where our brothers are living, who were moved from this place. So we show to the world what we are capable of doing, and this will attract attention of the world to the agency. I said to Prof the other day that I know that very soon people will be struggling to become DG of the agency. Now there's no budget in it, that's why people are not struggling. But very soon budget will come to it. And then everybody can live in the center of good life. So it's a pleasure to partner with you and to see how to drive this vision in the next 4 years as Prof is still here.
Dr. Osamanze, in the presence of SOUQ News Television's Chief Responsibility Officer, Sam Orouje, Business Manager Shade Uwe, and Chooks John Rogers, appreciated the NNMDA management and staff for a wonderful meeting that has signaled the beginning of a beautiful relationship in times to come.
Over the past 20 years, the Banj has been a prominent figure in the African music scene and has been credited with helping to bring Afrobeat to the mainstream of global music. Now 43 years old, the Banj's latest album, released in August 16, 2024 to mark his 20th anniversary in the music industry, is a testament to his enduring legacy as a trailblazer in the Nigerian African music industry. Having dominated the scene in the early 2000s and 2010s, the Banj's smooth vocals now convey the tale of a gentleman entering middle age, yet still asserting his status as one of the entertainers who revolutionized Afrobeats. The new 13-song album featured carefully selected artists like Awilo, Akon, Wyclef Jean, and Youssou N'Dour, all pioneers of Afrobeats, reinforce this narrative. In today's News Talk, we are celebrating the evolution of the Banj as a Nigerian singer and entertainer, tracing his antecedents from Zaria in Nigeria to a global audience of fans. My name is Bayo Olaoye. Oladapo Daniel Oyebanjo, professionally named The Banj, was born on January 9, 1980 in Zaria, Nigeria. He studied at the Nigerian Military School and then went on to pursue a degree in mechanical engineering at the University of Lagos. After graduating with honors, he worked as an engineer for a few years before going to the United Kingdom to pursue music full-time. In 2004, the band officially began its music career under Blackbone Music, which was under the imprint of 419 Squad that was founded by JJC Skills, a veteran Nigerian hip-hop and music business mogul. Between 2004 and 2006, the band and another up-and-coming music talent, Don Jazzy, were managed by Ayo Shunaya under the R70 imprint. His first 3 music videos, which included Mobolowo, Tongolo and Tongolo Me Remix, were produced and directed by the R70 crew. Later that year, he signed a record and partnership deal with Don Jazzy to create the famous Mo Hits label, which launched him officially into the Nigerian music scene. His first single, Tongolo, was released in 2005 and was an instant hit in Nigeria. Since then, he has gone on to release numerous albums like Rundown 2006 and Entertainer 2008, and singles such as Why Me, Oliver Twist, Fall in Love, Emergency, Mr. Endowed, Igwe, Something for Something, and many more hits that has created a nostalgic era of the 2000s and early 2010s. In 2010, the band began collaborating with American artists like Snoop Dogg, and in 2011 signed a deal with Kanye West's GOOD Music label. That same year, the band scored a major hit with his single Oliver Twist, which topped a number of African charts and fared well in the United Kingdom and Europe as well. The Coco concert, which took place at HMV Apollo Hammersmith in London on the 29th of August 2011, was a highlight of the band's career. The event was hosted by comedian Eddie Caddy and featured stellar performances from the Mo Hits All-Stars, Don Jazzy, The Band, Wande Cole, Dr. Seed, The Prince, and K-Switch, alongside top music talent Tiwa Savage, KAS, Dot Star, and the surprise guest Kanye West. The event was capped off by West removing his chain and wearing it on the band. To music enthusiasts in that area, that was a huge deal, as Kanye West was one of the biggest artists in the world then. Kanye West's performance at the Coco concert signaled the start of a new era of collaboration with international artists from all over the world. Today, Nigerian acts are celebrated all over the world with international creative collaborations and business partnerships and distribution deals. In 2012, the partnership between the band and Don Jazzy ended as the pair split up. According to reports, the decision to part ways was agreed upon by the two former creative partners. The once thriving music duo, the band and Jazzy, faced increasing tensions within their Mo Hits Records partnership. Disagreements over business structure, alleged the band's dominance, and financial disparity, among others, contributed to the strain. The growing rift, coupled with the band's perceived absence during the crisis, ultimately led to the collapse of their successful partnership. The band, after dissolving its partnership with Don Jazzy, began working on a compilation album which will eventually come out with his new venture, DB Records, with the album The King's Men. The band teamed up with Akon on 2 songs in 2015 called Feeling, The Niaga, and Frosh. These songs were part of his EP called An Epic Journey, which he released on a series of music videos. The band music was becoming more like an urban hip-hop at the time. He released another album called King Don't Come in 2017. In 2024, the band marked its 20th year with the release of the entertainer The Squirrel, and still keeps a good relationship with Don Jazzy. The band has won numerous awards throughout his career, including Best African Act at MTV Europe Music Awards in 2006, Best International Act Africa at the BET Awards in 2011, Artist of the Year at the African Music Awards in 2014, Best Male Act at the MTV African Music Awards 2016, and several others. He was nominated for a Grammy Award in 2013 for his collaboration with Kanye West on the song All of the Nights. As far as history can tell, the Cocoa Master, the band, is still a master of the art and an undisputed leader of Afrobeat in the entire world. He has carved a niche for himself as an outstanding and renowned Nigerian singer and entertainer. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enuowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment. Parts of Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight to drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it appears that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy. advancing development.
All right. Hello, and glad you have been joining us on that program that sets the pace for your day. It's Friday. Yes, the program that sets the pace for your weekend, because today is Friday. Thank God it's Friday. That program where we focus on issues related to business, finance, and the economy. This is Early Exchange, and I'm always delighted to be your host. Femi Adele is my name. As you know, that our obligation on this program is to shape policy and advance development with our conversation. Yes, we'll be doing that today being Friday. And we're going to start our conversation revisiting the decision by the U.S. Federal Reserve to reduce interest rate by 0.5%, yes, by 50 basis point. You know, that anticipation has been there. So what will be the decision of the U.S. Central Bank? And the U.S. Central Bank yesterday made a bold move to reduce benchmark interest rate from 5.25% to 4.75%, which is by 50 basis points. This would be the first time in 4 years that the U.S. Federal Reserve went back on this kind of bold move. And we're going to look at the implication of this on the U.S. economy. Thereafter, we'll also look about the addiction to smartphones, as this has been concerns for parents, to examine when is the best time to introduce smartphones to kids. So for parents who are watching, this will be an opportunity for you to be part of this conversation. We'd like to have your input. And trust me, I would love to read your comments, subsequently in the course of this program. So go on all our social media platforms, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, to share your view. At what age would you introduce smartphones to your kids, and what will be the impact of that? We just want to examine that, the advantage, the disadvantage, the merit and the dismerit of introducing smartphones to kids. This has been of concerns to parents globally, and we're also going to examine this to wrap up our production for today. All right, let's set the ball rolling with news update. We switch over as usual to our newsroom, where Ike and I is standing by to take us around the world with the latest development. Stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the news at 8. I am Hans Mba. Nigeria's Minister of Finance, Wale Edun, announced that the country will record a monthly net inflow, records a monthly net inflow of $2.35 billion into its foreign reserves, significantly contributing to Naira stability in the foreign exchange markets. Speaking at Access Bank's annual corporate forum in Lagos, Edun highlighted that this influx has persisted throughout the first 7 months of 2024, boosting foreign exchange liquidity and increasing the country's gross reserves. Edun also revealed the government's commitment to increasing crude oil production to 2 million barrels per day by the end of 2024, alongside efforts to diversify exports, particularly in the service sector. He noted that a skilled population positions Nigeria to export services while government revenues are on the rise despite low tax-to-GDP ratios. The Central Bank of Nigeria recently reported foreign reserves reaching $34.66 billion by June 2024, signaling a growing investor interest. Coca-Cola Hellenic Bottling Company has announced plans to invest $1 billion in Nigeria over the next 5 years to expand its business operations. The company's CEO Zoran Bogdanovic revealed this during a meeting with President Tinubu, emphasizing Coca-Cola's long-term commitment to the Nigerian market. Since 2013, Coca-Cola has invested $1.5 billion in Nigeria, focusing on capacity expansion, supply chain development, and employee training. The company generates around 300 billion naira annually in Nigeria, returning 90 billion naira to the government. President Tinubu praised Coca-Cola for its partnership with Nigeria, creating over 3,000 jobs across 9 production facilities. He also stressed the importance of private sector investments in driving economic growth. Despite facing regulatory scrutiny from the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission earlier this year for misleading marketing practices, Coca-Cola's new investment is seen as a positive step in boosting Nigeria's business environment. The Nigerian Communications Commission has initiated steps to leverage the 6 GHz spectrum to enhance internet speed across the country. Speaking at a stakeholders forum on emerging technologies in Lagos, the NCC's Executive Vice Chairman, Dr. Aminu Maida, emphasized that the 6 GHz spectrum offers faster data rates and is essential for addressing growing for high-speed internet, especially as the current 5 GHz and 2.4 GHz bands face capacity limitations. The move aims to boost broadband connectivity in Nigeria with Wi-Fi 6 applications expected to revolutionize internet services in homes and enterprise environments. The 6 GHz band will also improve the handling of large data and provide more reliable, high-speed connections. However, telecom operators have appealed to the federal government for financial support to upgrade infrastructure and fully benefit from the new spectrum. Egypt plans to return its natural gas fields to normal production by summer 2025, according to Prime Minister Mustafa Madbouli. The move comes as the government works to settle arrears with production companies, which led to reduced output. Egypt faced power shortages due to high electricity demand for cooling systems during the summer, with the country relying on natural gas for most of its electricity generation. To prevent future shortages, Egypt has allocated $2.5 billion to ensure stable electricity supply and avoid further load-shedding power cuts. Additionally, Egypt aims to bring the first phase of an Egypt-Saudi power grid link online by mid-2025, enhancing its energy infrastructure. 5 months after launching its gold-backed currency, Zimbabwe's ZiG has lost nearly 80% of its value on the black market. This devaluation, driven by rising foreign currency demand due to grain imports, has raised concerns about the currency's long-term stability. To stabilize the ZiG, the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe injected $64 million into the foreign exchange market in September, following a $50 million intervention in July. However, local traders and economists remain skeptical about the currency's future. Economists cite a lack of public confidence in the ZiG, with many locals still favoring the US dollar for transactions. Some traders, like street hawkers and grocery sellers in Harare, refuse to accept the ZiG, stating it does not make financial sense to transact with an unstable currency. While the central bank insists it will continue interventions to support the currency, market experts warn that stronger government measures may be needed to restore confidence and encourage wider use of the ZiG. Thank you for staying tuned to SOUQ News Television. More engaging program will continue right after early exchange with Femi. I'm Hanson Ba. Stay here with us.
All right, many thanks, Hans, and the news crew for giving us the latest development across the globe, giving us the picture of what is trending as regards news. This is Early Exchange, where the big story lives. We'll take a moment now. When we return, we'll revisit the decision by the U.S. Federal Reserve to reduce benchmark interest rate from 5.25% to 4.75%. We'll look at the implication of that, and that will take place after this short break. Just stay with us.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insights that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more. SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, glad to know you're still there with us. And now to our big story for today, which is to revisit the decision made by the U.S. Federal Reserve as regards the benchmark interest rate. In its wisdom, the U.S. Apex Bank decided yesterday to reduce the benchmark interest rate by 50% basis points from 5.25% to 4.75%. And the question is, what would be the implication of this on the U.S. economy? What would be the implication of this on the cost of borrowing? And what are the concerns as the election is drawing near? And what would be the way also to address the concerns of investors who are also thinking of what would be the next move? That's going to be the thrust of our conversation. And joining us in shaping policy in this regard, we have Segun Shopiton, who is the principal partner, Woodridge and Scott Consulting. Segun, glad to have you join us. It's been a while and good to see you again.
Good to see you, Fede. Yeah, thanks for having me. It's been a while indeed.
Yeah, you know, it's looking like another reunion for us to shape policy this morning, and glad to know you're the right man for this kind of conversation. So let's go. A lot of analysts has described this decision by the U.S. Federal Reserve Bank, the Fed. Some has used the word bold, some describe it as aggressive. I would like to have your take on this decision. How will you describe this decision by the U.S. Federal Reserve to cut interest rate? This will be the first time in the last 4 years. So how will you describe it? I would like you to use a word for it and then give us your perspective as regards this decision.
Well, I mean, the word that I would use would be expected. I wouldn't necessarily call it bold, because it's not something that we haven't been anticipating, given the trend, the trend of economic indicators, both in the United States and indeed across other developing economies around the world, in Europe and in some parts of Asia. So, like you say, it's been 4 years since the last rate cut, and if you just juxtapose that with the recent global events in the last 4 years, you find that the correlation is COVID-19. Prior to COVID-19, the global economy was experiencing some sort of slowdown. There were a bit of concerns, with regards to growth and all of that. But COVID-19 really precipitated all of that, and everything came to a halt. On the back of trying to restart the economies around the world, there was a lot of fiscal incentives that were thrown around. Trillions and trillions of dollars in the United States, in Europe as well, in the United Kingdom, in the EU. Fiscal incentives were used to kickstart growth, right? And that resulted in inflationary pressures with the increase in money supply. Also, the breakdown of the logistic supply chains across the world also resulted in inflation in the United States and other parts of the world. And we saw all of that come to a head in 2022 and 2023, where we saw inflation reaching historic heights. In the United States, they hadn't seen inflation rates that had crossed into double digits in over 40 years. That happened. Similar patterns, across Europe and other parts of the world. Even in Nigeria, you could also claim, say that some of that we had a bit of a contagion of some of that here as well. So if you look at that trend and pattern and then find that, of course, the reaction to that, will be a continued hike in rates by the various central banks across the world, and the Fed was not any different. So we saw consistent rate hikes over the last 4 years. That has the economies then responded to all of that, in addition to other policy measures that saw inflation abate and again came under control. And in fact, we've seen inflation now come within the target band that was set by the Fed, which was around 4% or thereabouts. So at some point, you would expect that the Fed would have to react. Would have to react to this, and the rate cut was the obvious and expected reaction to these developments. Now, let's not forget that with most central banks, the use of these policy rates are a constant balancing act. So you are constantly finding yourself trying to stimulate growth on the one hand by cutting rates, and control inflation that will result from that growth by then reducing rates. So it's almost like a cycle. And when you see significant rate hikes over a couple of decision cycles, what you expect to see, if that policy works, is that the target indicators will react, and then you would have to take the opposite stance. So it's not surprising to me that the Fed has cut rates. Maybe the percentage by which they have decided to do it may be a bit unusual. Usually you would not see the Fed going higher than 25 basis points. They've done 50 basis points, and that may be why some people are describing this as bold. But I think that they've decided that it's time to push growth aggressively. So that would be my initial thoughts about this. I think that this has been something that has been coming. So for me, it was expected.
All right, globally, when it comes to the issue of tightening up the economy, it's done with the spirit of seeing how to manage inflation. And you've seen that you've seen that in the last 4 years, talking about the US template, just like some other countries as well. Now, the intention to curtail inflation as we speak, or as according to statistics released in August, the inflation in the US, it's at 2%, 2.5% rather, and the target is actually 2%. Will you consider that to be a progressive mood in the bid to manage inflation in the US?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thanks for that correction, by the way. Yeah, absolutely. I think that cutting the rate, we've seen inflation coming down now within the target band that the Fed set, and once that happens, if you then don't intervene, you may find yourself going too slow and having the economy almost stalling as a result of a lack of growth and consumer activity. So with inflation being where it is now, it's absolutely critical that rates are brought down. Now, what impact will that have? Clearly, consumer spending will be the biggest beneficiary of this, because when you cut rates, when the Fed cuts rates, lending rates, consumer lending rates will go down. Cost of credit cards will go down significantly. Cost of getting car loans will go down. Cost of mortgages will go down. And with those reduction in rates, consumers would absolutely take full advantage of that, and you see a lot of people getting very bullish with their spending part, buying things. There are things maybe that people have been unable to do in the last 2, 3, 4 years. They're all going to come out now, and it's like, oh wow, it's time to go out and play. This increase in consumer spending will result in higher consumption within the US economy. Now, by the same token, businesses will also enjoy the same rate cuts in lending rates, which means that they would have access to more funds to drive projects, to drive investments in production, increasing their production capacity. You would see investment flows looking for opportunities, because with those rate cuts, what that also means is that return on investments for large investors, institutional investors, will take a hit, and investors will be looking for more outlets. So two things that are likely to happen with that is that you're going to see a lot of funds flowing into businesses where the opportunities for greater returns will happen. And then you're going to see potentially capital flows out of the US economy into other parts of the world, especially emerging markets, where the rates may be higher and opportunities for higher returns are better. We'll see a lot of all of this play out over the next 6 months, 1 year, maybe 2 years. And then the cycle would have to be repeated again, because what you'll then see is this is likely to again begin to drive inflationary pressures, and the Fed will eventually get to a point where they would have to hike rates again. So it's just this continuous cycle, ups and downs, the highs and the lows. So that's where we are. Of course, all of this would have an impact on the global economy. What you would also likely see from this, talking about how this will affect the rest of the world, is the other central banks are going to take a cue from this. And let's not forget that the same major macro indicators that are informing this decision by the Fed are, basically mirroring itself across other parts of the world. So you are seeing inflation rates really, really coming down in the UK. You are seeing inflation rates coming down significantly in the EU. So you're going to have the Bank of England and the ECB, the European Central Bank, also towing the same line of having rate cuts. I'm sure in the next couple of weeks, we'll be seeing similar patterns around the world, and even into Asia. The likes of the Bank of China, probably also follow the same pattern.
All right, Shagun, you're almost answering 4 questions in one take. It shows you're prepared for this, but I would love us to slow down a little bit for our viewers to, to understand the perspective to this. Now, let's start with the cost of borrowing for investors now. Well, let's look at the angle of investors who have been waiting for this decision on the part of the US Apex Bank. What will be the implication of this decision on the cost of borrowing, and how do you think this should be of interest to investors who are looking at borrowing, and also in the interest of businesses across the US market?
Yeah, so automatically, any economy in the world, once the Fed cuts rates, once the central bank cuts rates, what immediately happens is that because the central bank is basically like the lender of last resort for other financial players in all economies around the world, what you find is the borrowing rates will go down. The cost at which financial service providers can access funds will reduce, which means they can then in turn reduce lending rates to people that are going to borrow from them. So you will see cost of borrowing going down significantly, which would have all of those effects that I'd mentioned earlier. You would see this then triggering access to credits from both the consumer side and the business side of things. But you would also see that as the cost of borrowing is going down, returns on investment, returns on some types of government securities would also be going down, which will then, create the effect where investments are looking for viable alternatives, to this. So in terms of the effect on the cost of borrowing, you will see cost of borrowing going down, and you would actually we're going to witness a lot of uptick in investment flows, a lot of uptick in consumer spending, a lot of uptick in consumer credits, activity, and all of that. Because of course, if the monies are cheaper, people are encouraged to go after those monies and think of what they can do with the opportunity of having access to cheaper funds.
All right, now let's look at the political side to this, which has to do with the timing of this decision. In the last 4 years, the US Apex Bank hasn't reduced interest rates, which is strategically to be able to curtail inflation. But just few, weeks to election, the election is coming up in November. Let's look at the timing of this decision, as some analysts has reason to question the timing. Just like one of the gladiators, Donald Trump, in his word, described this to be political, the move to take this decision at this time. What do you make of the timing and the implication of this decision at this time when you just have a few weeks to election, or a few months to election? The election is taking place in November. Now, if you are to look at the words of Donald Trump describing this as political, or is it a case of not looking at the messenger, but looking at the message here? What will be your take on the timing of this decision?
I think that, as far as I know, the U.S. Federal Reserve and most central banks in developed economies and developed societies, advanced democracies around the world, are independent. Most of their decisions are typically driven by economic indicators, by loads and loads of data. Before they come to this decision, they've looked at a number of variables across different sectors of the economy. They've looked at unemployment, they've looked at inflation, they've looked at the Purchasing Managers Index, they've looked at a number of other things that speak to whether the economy is overheating or underperforming, and what they need to do to drive that. It's rarely ever political. So the timing is incidental, in my opinion. I don't see this as being political in any way. And of course, Donald Trump is a bit of an enigma and somebody who is not afraid to just say whatever comes to his mind. In fact, the joke is usually that Donald Trump would have done better in African politics, because it's that kind of things that you hear African politicians say. If you hear this kind of thing coming from a politician in Nigeria, for example, then you wouldn't be surprised, and there might even be some credence to it, but not in the United States. I don't think so. I think that Donald Trump is simply playing to the gallery because he knows that whoever wins these elections will benefit from the economic activity that is going to follow this decision. In fact, it can be argued, and I would imagine that is why he's saying this, so that because the elections is still in November, you are likely to see an economic uptick. You are likely to see a growth in the economic activity. A lot of the indicators are going to be going positive, which can significantly impact the performance of the Democratic Party. So Kamala Harris is likely to have some sort of collateral benefit from this decision. And I would imagine that is why Donald Trump is saying this, because they are the incumbents. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are the incumbents. So if the economy begins to do well before the elections, the chances are that people are going to look at that and say, oh, this is great. We want to see more of this. We'd like to see this continue, and therefore vote more for the Democratic Party, or for Kamala Harris in particular. So maybe that's why Trump is saying this. But to the best of my knowledge, and as far as I know, the Fed does not get involved in politics. They're independent of government activities. Politicians don't influence their decisions to any significant level. Of course, there would always be those little attempts, to influence things anywhere in the world. Human beings remain human beings, but I think that Donald Trump is just being Donald Trump in saying all of this. He's just said something controversial that people are going to put in the headlines the following day.
All right, interesting. I quite agree with you, because these are moves that are, predicted by statistics and figures, not just political nation. All right. Now, let's look at all the sites now. Let's consider bankers or banks who are involved in these. I love the fact that you're familiar with the banking operations. Now, when you reduce benchmark interest rate by 50 basis points, what kind of adjustment are you expecting from the banks who are involved in these, and what will be the implication for them as regards this new decision made by the U.S. Federal Reserve?
I think it's a good thing. I think the banks will be happy, not necessarily because they will benefit directly from the rate cuts, but because as a result of the rate cuts, they have access to credit cheaper, and their business activities are definitely going to be ramped up. So the banks are basically going to be smiling to the bank, to use that figurative expression, and the pun intended. The banks are going to be smiling to the bank because you are going to see, as we said earlier, a lot of uptake in consumer borrowing now, and where are people going to be borrowing from if not from the banks? So invariably interest income. We should see interest income, margins on interest taking a significant growth, experiencing significant growth for the banks. And of course, that means that everybody will be happy. Consumers will be happy because they're getting access to more cheaper funds, but the banks would also be happy because more consumers are borrowing. When the rates are high, when the Fed hikes the rates because they're trying to curtail inflation, what that does is that people stay away. People try to control what they do. People defer investment decisions. People defer projects. They have to wait it out and see what will happen, in subsequent years. So at this time, it's a time for boom for everybody, and the banking industry is going to be the beginning point of that boom. They are the ones that are going to be right at the heart of it, taking the monies from the Fed, and other sources, and spreading across to consumers and businesses that will be looking at projects that they can begin to embark upon as a result of this opportunity created by the lower rates available in the market. So banks are definitely going to be beneficiaries of this, and they're going to be pretty happy with the outcomes that will come from this.
Right, let's paint the picture from the angle of an average consumer in the US now. If inflation is being kept at 2.5%, even though the target is 2%, and then you have benchmark interest rate being reduced now, would you say, looking at the impacts of that on prices of goods and services, would you say it's a good time for consumers to celebrate and perhaps be anticipating a relief?
Yeah, in the last 2 years or thereabouts, it's been a case of hues and cries and tales of woes from people in the United States, other parts of the world as well, but in particular in the United States, for those of us who have friends, family, you would recall how they've been complaining. Cost of things have really, really skyrocketed. Some things doubled in prices. Water, ordinary bottled water, for example, went crazy. So cost of living has been high, and they have actually called it a cost of living crisis as well. So with this rate cut, you are definitely going to see first inflation has been coming down. You are definitely going to see prices follow as a result of this reduction in inflation. However, the challenge with this is as the prices are coming down and people are, happy celebrating that things are cheaper, they're going to buy more. And what that will eventually do is that it will create inflationary pressures in itself. It's going to heat up the economy. It's just a matter of time. So the celebrations may only be for a while. We will definitely see as people are buying more and more, demand, just the simple forces of demand and supply are likely to then begin to push prices up a bit. It might be marginal in the first instance because even though demand would increase as a result of more access to consumer credit, credit cards and all of that, supply is also likely to experience an uptick because businesses would also have access to credit, would also be expanding their production lines, would also be trying to meet, the demand that is coming from this lower interest rate. So you would see a balance for a while. I wouldn't want to put a time frame to it, but you will definitely see that for a while prices would come down, will stabilize, and then the normal, forces of economic pressures and economic principles are going to kick in before you then begin to see a reversal in all of this. So for now, yes, it's a time for people in the US to celebrate.
Right. Now that the Fed has started this cutting spree, would you expect it to toll the path in months to come to further, reduce the benchmark interest rate, maybe to about 4% before the end of the year? Do you expect or anticipate another cut soon or in a few months to come or before the end of the year? Do you anticipate that? As some has also anticipated that yes, since the Fed has started this on this note, there's also that indication to continue in this light. What would be your thought on this?
Well, before the Fed decided to take this, as some people would call it, bold decision, especially with the quantum of the reduction, it's because they feel that inflation is under control now. There's a possibility that we might see it even, go a bit further down below the 2.5% that it is at the moment. So I think that the next interest rate decision by the Fed will likely be a hold. I would not see. I would be surprised to see them reduce further. I think we'll probably see a hold decision because what you want to do in a situation like this is to observe, is to check what impact your decision has had on the major indicators, is to look at what the data is saying before you then decide whether we can still go a bit further down to push growth even more. Of course, the danger with that is that if you do that, then you are going to tamper with the balance of money supply, and you may trigger inflation again. So it's always a delicate balancing act. I would be very surprised to see the Fed cut rates again. I would expect that they would hold at the next decision, and if they cut at all, it's going to be by a far smaller percentage. Because what you don't want to do is to reduce rates to the point where money supply grows out of control, and then you create the situation where too much money is chasing far few goods, and then you create a demand pull inflation effect, and you upend and unsettle the balance that you currently have. So I don't expect to see a further cut, but if it happens at all, probably by a very, very small number of percentage points.
All right, let's look at what may likely play out in the international market. You're aware that the international market is largely dollarized. So let's look at the impact of this decision on oil and other commodities that are priced in dollars. Now that the Fed has decided to reduce this benchmark interest rate, do you foresee any impact on the prices of oil and other commodities that are priced in dollars?
Absolutely. I think with this reduction, we're likely to see an increase in oil prices. We're likely to see an increase in the value of gold. Monies are going to take flight from the U.S. economy. Investors will take flight from the U.S. economy. Traders are going to look for other investment outlets, and gold and oil will be destinations which will push the value of those commodities up. Also, with this rate reduction, the dollar is going to be slightly weaker against other major currencies. You are going to see demand for the dollar dropping, and therefore the value of the dollar also dropping as compared with other currencies. So you are going to see an increase in the value of other investment channels in other parts internationally, gold, oil in particular. So it won't be surprising to see. Let's not forget that oil has taken a beating. Crude oil has taken a beating in the last 6 months or thereabouts. The trend has been downwards. And that's in spite of the instability in the Middle East, in spite of the ongoing Ukraine-Russia war. One would have thought that those events are continuing to be there, would have had an upward push effect on the prices of crude oil. But that hasn't been the case. But with this, when you add this new factor to the equation, then you are likely to see oil prices begin to recover from where we've seen them in the last few weeks. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Brent and the WTI go back to the $80 region in the coming weeks. But it remains to be seen. But definitely, you are definitely going to see the oil prices recover a bit on the back of this rate cuts.
All right, we're not done yet. We're still looking at the decision by the Federal Reserve Bank, which is considered the largest central bank in the world when it comes to assets. The decision to reduce benchmark rate. We'll take a moment now. We'll still have our guests with us, but we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll continue our conversation with SOUQ Exclusive. All you just have to do is stay with us.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advice.
Comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities for farmers.
US has taken the step to say with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians.
Not with our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society.
2, wealth for the people.
Russia, China.
In that economy will generally take a beating. Investors will definitely look for alternative, higher yielding investment outlets, and capital will flow out of the United States. Capital will flow out of the United States and flow into Europe, into Latin America, and into parts of Africa. Europe, especially the Eastern Europe bloc, the Eastern bloc of Europe, we'll see, because quite a number of economies in those places are still regarded as emerging markets. There are a lot of emerging markets in Latin America, Brazil, Argentina, Chile. These markets are markets where investors typically turn to when they're looking for higher returns that are still safe enough. People will turn to the poorer cousins in Europe, so to speak. Markets like Turkey, maybe Portugal, would also benefit from these flows. And those markets need to pay attention and perhaps tailor policies that would attract those capital flows, bearing in mind that it is still a competition for that money. The money that is going out of the US looking for greener pasture, so to speak, will have to decide where to go. So I think that those economies will need to pay attention and begin to draft or put together policy initiatives that will ensure that they get a fair share of the capital flows that are going to be moving around as a result of this decision. Let's not forget that typically other CBNs, other central banks are going to follow suit, and more capital will still move looking for greener pastures. So it is time for these markets to position themselves to ensure that they benefit from this. And of course, that includes Nigeria as well.
All right, before we get to what may play out in Africa and also the lessons for Nigeria as regards the approach to tackling inflation that's been done by the US, I want us to look at the impact of this decision also on the global stock market. You're aware that the volatility being experienced in that market in recent times is because of speculations about the decision by the Fed whether to cut or when to cut interest rate. And now that the Fed has taken this decision, what do you think might likely be the ripple effect of these on the global stock market in few days or in few months?
Yeah, in the coming weeks, we're going to see positive, we're going to see a bit of a bullish run in the global stock markets, those alternative places where these monies are going to go. A lot of money will flow into all of these different exchanges. Maybe in England, the London Stock Exchange, Japan, they go to Japan, go to maybe even China, and of course the different markets in Europe, in Germany, and all of that. The markets across the world will definitely see some benefit as a result of this. However, I think that because typically markets are also about sentiments, there may be concerns about what will happen with other CBNs, and the markets may begin to, in anticipation of those decisions that are going to come, also begin to adjust. So you may see a momentary positive effect of this on the markets around the world. So if you're watching the news, if you're watching other, on your station and other international stations, and you see the different exchanges, you are likely to see the green ticker more than the red ticker at this time over the coming weeks. But that will probably change as the markets then begin to prepare for what will happen with the other central banks around Europe and other parts of the world.
All right, now let's come back to our climb now, which is Africa. Then by extension, we'll talk about Nigeria. You're aware that post-COVID, most central banks now, they decided to tighten up the economy with the spirit or the motive to manage inflation, to manage high inflation. Looking at the peculiarity in Africa battling with double-digit inflation, they've also adopted the same templates. If you look at the examples in Nigeria, Ghana, and the rest of them, unlike what is playing out in the US, UK, Canada, and the rest of them who are dealing with single-digit inflation, here in Africa, most African countries are battling with double-digit inflation. They are using the same approach of tightening up the economy, increasing benchmark interest rates. Why those who have single digits are getting results will seem not to be, the opposite seem to be playing out in Africa. Can you talk to us about the peculiarities in the African space? And do you subscribe to the fact that Africa needs to create its own peculiar template or approach to managing inflation rather than copying the example in the US when it comes to the issue of monetary policy, the issue of benchmark rates? What's your take or your observation in this regard? We are dealing with double digits, they are dealing with single, they are getting results. The inflation is getting reduced, but here it's getting higher, double digit, Does Africa need to come up with a separate template to approaching the management or containing its inflation? And what will be the lesson for Nigeria in all this?
Absolutely. I think that you are absolutely 100% spot on the fact that the inflation phenomenon in Africa appears to be different. And it tends to respond differently to the policy, the typical policy measures that are used to manage inflation in other parts of the world. And the reason is not really far-fetched. We do have, so in other parts of the world, if you see inflation, the primary reason would be money supply. It would be the fact that there's too much money chasing too few goods, as we were taught in secondary school. Anybody that did economics in secondary school will remember that definition of inflation, and that applies all across the world. But there are other mitigating factors and other things that tend to throw a bit of spanner in that works and makes it a bit more complicated than that with Africa. One of those issues, what you find that is typical across the African continent, is that we've got very significant infrastructure deficits. We've got significant swaths of space that are either ungoverned or undergoverned, that are not provided with. And, by governance, we mean, the provision of the basic amenities that make people, pursue their daily livelihood successfully. Roads, provision of water, provision of healthcare, education, schools, all of those things. Those things are in serious deficit across the African continent and including Nigeria. So what that, especially when you then drill that down to infrastructure, roads, transportation of goods and services across those spaces, rail, or again for transportation of goods and services, viable connections around the continent, across the different countries and regions in the continent, through air travel, for example. These things are still stunted across the African continent and creates logistic dislocations that then throws in additional variables in what drives inflation. So typically, money, the control of money is what you use to speak to the inflation question. But in Africa, access to goods and services is also a problem. Inability of goods to arrive at markets, in the same condition that they left to the production centers, is a problem. So by that, supply is seriously curtailed. All of this plays a role in ensuring that the inflation we do see across the continent is not just driven by money, and therefore, you can't just reduce it or affect it by reducing rates. So that's the challenge that we have. So, and that's why you see that central banks across Africa would increase rates the way they do in the US. As soon as you see what will happen with this rate cut, you'll see an immediate impact on economic indicators. It's immediate. The lagging effects in these economies, because those economies are efficient, lagging effect is usually very, very short. We're talking weeks in some cases rather than months. So you see an immediate impact. If you reduce rates on the African continent and including Nigeria, you don't even see a reaction in the markets and economic indicators for months in some cases, right? And then apart from the infrastructure deficit, you've also got the problem of corruption, which throws a significant dislocation into the allocation of resources. So when you talk about, for example, the drill down effects in economics, the trickle down effects, calculation of spending from government and right down to the bottom of the pyramid, these monies get missing in translation. So the economic impact, the growth that they should drive, tends not to happen, and that affects the structural balance of those economies. So when you see inflation, it's not just because money supply is too high. It's also because goods are not arriving in markets. It's also because, as a result of that, demand is significantly outstripping supply, as has been the case in Nigeria. So we need to develop new policy models to address inflation on the African continent. I would say yes. I would say that we need to acknowledge that it's not just a money supply and a monetary policy problem. There's a fiscal policy problem, and there's a government structure problem as well. That we then have to develop models on how to respond. What are the things that we need to throw at the inflation question when inflation is going out of control, beyond just increasing rates or reducing rates, as the case may be? It's a long road ahead, and I think that we need to think out of the box as a continent to begin to deal with these issues.
Right. Still talking about the inflation rate in Nigeria, according to statistics released by the Bureau of Statistics in August, now the inflation rate in Nigeria decreased to 32.15%. Do you think this will embolden the CBN to further cut rate in Nigeria? Maybe as an example of what is playing out in the US, even though the results are different. But given the fact that the last figure released in August has shown that inflation, there's a decline in inflation now, it's reducing. We now have it to be at 32.15%. Do you foresee, or would you advise the central bank this time around to embark on this cutting spree if that will make any impact?
Look, like we just said, inflation in Nigeria is a different animal entirely. The things that are driving inflation they're complex. So it would be premature, in my opinion, for the CBN to begin to think about rate cuts now, even though we would like to see rate cuts. Because of the impact that has on manufacturing, the real sector, consumer borrowing and all of that. But before we start talking about that, we've got to make sure that the reductions that we're seeing are actually a response to policy. If you want to change policy, you've got to be sure that it's because the policy is working. Let's not forget that a major component, a major driver of core inflation, of inflation in Nigeria, is food inflation. And let's not forget that we're in harvest season at the moment. We're in the month of September. So harvests have started late July, August, running into September and parts of October. With harvest will come greater supply of food to markets, and therefore prices will come down. So I think that analysts are generally agree that this is what we're witnessing, rather than necessarily a response to the rate hikes by the CBN. And one of the things that you would use to know that this is what is happening is you look at money supply. If money supply had been reducing significantly, you would say, oh, the rate hikes are working. It's reducing liquidity in the markets, and therefore inflation is responding accordingly. But money supply has remained alarmingly high. We're still trending very close to the 100 trillion naira mark for money supply. So is it time to reduce rates? I don't think so. And I don't think that the CBN will do that. I think what we may see, because we now have had 2 successive months of reduction in inflation rates, we may see the CBN, the next monetary policy committee meeting, which will happen next week, we may see the CBN take a hold position for the first time in almost 2 years. But for them to go all the way to reduce rates, I would be very surprised to see that. I think what we're likely to see is either a moderate hike still, because money supply is still very high, and all of the other data that would that the CBN would use to make that decision are still not very positive, or we'll see a hold. But to say that a reduction will start happening in Nigeria at the moment, I very, very much doubt it.
Now, how do you feel? There are those who argue that it seems that economic theories in Nigeria seems to defy results, just like, unlike in every other clime. And how do you feel when you hear this kind of statement? And also the fact that we're given the impression that inflation has reduced to 32.15% in August, and that's the figure we're banking on as we speak. But in reality, there's hunger in the land. There's food inflation here and there. An average Nigerian might not understand this disparity. So how do you explain, or how do you react to this kind of position when people say economic theories seem to be defining results in Nigeria, and then the inflation rate on paper is different from the reality? How do you think an average Nigerian will understand this disparity, or how will you address it?
This is a very complex. The question you ask sounds simple, but it's very complicated. And I say that because the issues that are involved in that conversation of how the Nigerian economic space responds to, typical economic theory, the issues involved are multifaceted, and it's why people say these things. For example, one of the problems we have is inadequacy of data. The Nigeria Bureau of Statistics in the last 10 to 15 years have improved tremendously. We're in a far better place than we were 15 years ago. When I was in the banking industry, a pretty while back, data wasn't what it is today. It simply wasn't there. You have to, either your financial control department or your strategy department would have to really pretty much produce the numbers by yourself, because, the data was simply not available nationally from one single pool, But in spite of that improvement, what you find is that the methodology that is being used by the NBS is still a bit questionable. So inflation, at the moment, a lot of economic experts will tell you that the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, and the basket of goods and services that are used to compute inflation in Nigeria needs to be updated. That there are too many things that are missing in that basket, which then, result in a situation where the numbers that you see don't feel real. And that's what you're talking about. So to the average Nigerian, you're hearing inflation is 32%, but you know that the price of egg has increased by well over 100% in 1 year. That the price of rice has gone up by more than almost 100% in a year. It's come down a little now, but yet inflation, which is supposed to be that 32%, is supposed to say that the prices of goods and services have increased over the last 1 year by 32%. But the average man on the street doesn't feel that. It's one of the reasons that people have adduced to this is that the data is not really correct. That if you adjusted this data appropriately, our inflation in Nigeria today is not 32%. And policymakers would have been reacting differently if they were looking in black and white at the reality. So that is one factor. Another factor why people would say that Nigerian economy, doesn't really respond to economic theory. I don't agree. I think that economic theory is economic theory. All economists respond to economic theory. It's just that we are misapplying the theories because we are not diagnosing the problem appropriately and accurately. One of the dislocations that we have with the Nigerian economic structure is corruption. It's not a conversation that we can shy away from. It's the fact that those economic theories, for example, if you talk about the interplay between government spending and how that percolates into investment, how that drives consumer spending, how that goes down the ladder, to the man on the street and the bottom of the pyramid, that whole entire chain is disrupted continuously and significantly by corruption. So the economy does not behave the way it should behave given the activities of government. And therefore, economic theory will not apply because the economy is not acting the way it's supposed to act based on the factors that appear to be on ground. So until we speak to the corruption question and how we can factor that into our economic policy making, we will always continue to feel as if there's a disconnect between economic theory in other parts of the world and economic theory in Nigeria. And there are a number of other factors that you can bring in, but I think these two are a major one. The fact that data may not be as accurate as it ought to be, and the fact that there are dislocations, in economic policy, and in government action, in policy execution, and all of that is creating a structural imbalance in the economy. So I think that's what we're experiencing until we begin to. So our economic policy makers need to factor these things into the equation when we begin to look at how to get Nigeria out of where we are in terms of what's happening to the economy.
All right, let's wrap up this conversation with this now. I'm going to put you on the spot again. Of course, you've been in the spot in the last 1 hour. Now, perhaps I'm going to turn you to a seer, a prophet, but I wouldn't want you to attach a timeline to this. And my question is, do you think there will be a time Nigeria will experience single-digit inflation? I'm not asking you to attach a timeline to it because I know that will be difficult. But what I'm asking in this light is the fact that for you to talk about some of the critical things you would expect the CBN in terms of monetary policy to do for us to get to that where inflation is properly managed, and if possible, Nigeria will experience a single-digit inflation. I know it's possible. It could be a toll order, it could be an equivalent tax. I know it's possible. But I'm not asking you to attach a time frame to it. But what I'm saying is, what are some of the critical things you would expect the CBN to do so that we get the result the Fed is also getting in the US? Don't you think it's possible?
It's absolutely possible, but it's going to be hard. And, let's not forget that the data actually says that it's possible. So recently as 2013, if memory serves me right, we were a single-digit inflation. I think we're around 8% or 9%. 2013. This is 2024, 11 years later, and we are now doing more than 3 times that. We're on 32%. So the same way that we climbed to 32%, we can go back down. What are the things that need to happen? Number one, fiscal discipline. Absolutely critical. We've got to get a rein on government spending, and not just government spending, but to ensure that government spending is productive. It's a major problem. The fact that we see trillion naira budgets year in, year out, but the trickle-down effect of those trillions of naira simply do not happen. They don't connect with development on ground. So our growth, so we say we have 3%, 3.19, or what was the number, the last number, for GDP growth. But in truth, it's not an inclusive type of growth because all of that are just numbers in the air. So we've got to have a situation where government spending and the fiscal discipline of government is tightened and government spending is more efficient. That's significant. That's out of the purview of the CBN. That's something that the federal government itself would have to deal with. The second thing that needs to happen from the monetary policy side, 2 things. One, the CBN has got to get a hold of the exchange rates. There is no way that you are going to leave your exchange rate to market forces, to quote the CBN governor, willing buyer, willing seller price discovery as a policy, as an exchange rate management policy, and you will have single-digit inflation. It's just not going to happen. Nobody anywhere in the world, I make bold to say this, somebody should prove me wrong. No economy anywhere in the world use their exchange rate to market forces exclusively. You will always have to have interventions from government. You have to have government set a band, an acceptable band of exchange rate to say, between this rate and this rate, yes, this is good. If it goes below this, we must intervene. If it goes above this, we must intervene. The CBN needs to do this. We have to bring our exchange rate back below the 1,000 naira psychological level, if you like. Don't forget that this same 2013 that I referenced, when we had single-digit inflation, exchange rate was around 300 naira to the dollar. I think it was even 199, to the dollar. and think about where we are now and correlate that to inflation. Don't forget again that this is a heavily import-driven economy. We consume a lot of imported items. So whatever is happening to the exchange rate is going to reflect, with prices and with inflation. So if the CBN wants to see inflation come down, it's not just about hiking rates. It's about dealing with the exchange rates in ways beyond expecting interest rate hikes to moderate liquidity that will moderate demand for forex, because that's the economic theory. But we have to go beyond that and actually intervene and make sure that our exchange rate is within controllable, a controllable range, that would ensure that we achieve our economic goals and objectives. And then you can then begin to then talk about, money supply. What are the other things that we can do beyond hiking or reducing the MPR? What about dealing with the asymmetric corridor, using that as a way to help banks manage liquidity? What about, the loan deposit ratio, the cash reserve ratio? All of those instruments are available. What about issuing of different bonds, government instruments to mop up liquidity within the economy? What about trying to encourage inflows of money from diaspora that would also shore up our exchange rate using different instruments? For example, the $500 billion US denominated bond that was issued. It's not a bad idea. We should do a bit more of that. We should target it more.
All right,
to people outside, and all of that. So yeah, there's a lot that we can do to get back to where we are.
Segun, I the time, I know this can take you the whole day because this is what you do, this is your area of expertise, but we just have to leave this conversation here. And I must confess, it's always very engaging and interesting having this kind of conversation with you. So let's hope, as we all hope, as all we can do as Nigerians is to hope, even though some will say we don't need to pray, that the right decision has to be taken. So let's hope that the right decision will be taken and inflation, will get better in Nigeria, as you have suggested. Thank you so much, Segun Shopinto, for your time and your commitment. It's Friday, so I will say have time to enjoy your weekend as well.
There's still plenty of work ahead. Have a great weekend.
All right. We've been speaking with Segun Shopinto. We're looking at the decision by the Fed to increase to reduce benchmark interest rate, rather. That won't happen soon. It's a time to cut, not time to increase. All right, we'll go on a short break now. When we return, we'll continue our conversation. It's the early exchange where the big story lives. Stay with us.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarrel, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But In all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, glad to know you're still there with us. Earlier, we looked at the decision by the US Fed to reduce interest rates. And I asked the question earlier, which is the fact that at what age would you introduce smartphones to your kids? As a parent, and I asked that question earlier, and like I said, I would love to have your feedback. I would love to have your comments. There's been this concern globally for parents. What will be the impact of introducing smartphones to kids? And the question is, at what age will you consider it to be safe, to be ethical, to be right, to ensure that your kids have smartphones? What will be the advantage of that? What will be the disadvantage of that? What will be the merit and the demerit of that? What could be the possible positive impact of that, and the negativity that could also be attached to the use of smartphones by kids? That will be the thrust of our conversation now. And I'm being joined by my colleague Shade, who is also passionate about this conversation. Maybe I'm going to start by you telling us your own experience. Yes, Shade, glad to have you join us.
Yes, thank you very much, Femi.
Yeah, it's Friday. So let's look at how we can talk about this in a manner that it will look more interactive,
yes,
isn't it? Mm-hmm. Now, the concern globally for parents has been that at what age will I consider it to be safe, looking at the psychological impact, the emotional impact, even the financial impact, and, looking at the kind of addiction that also comes with the use of smartphones, what you call nomophobia, addiction to smartphones. Yes. But globally, there's been this research that parents are concerned, and they're asking that question. If you search on Google, you see questions like that: at what age can I introduce smartphones to my kids? So there's been that concern. How do you react to that?
Okay, basically there are different factors you need to consider when it comes to this topic. Now, maturity of the child, the necessity, the social context, and the family dynamics. So for instance, they have assignments in school. The kids are in school in Nigerian setting from 2 years old upwards. And then when they're 5 years old, they have assignments to do and they need the internet. So what happens when the child is at home and he has to do his assignment to submit the next day? What this means is that he needs access to the smartphone. But thankfully we have guidelines. We have apps that will, they have controls, parental controls on phones, which means that even though the child has access to the phone, he doesn't have access to certain sites. That's our concern as parents or as teachers, you understand. And then people think that children have access to phones just because they want to be on social media or they want to have access to social media. So for a certain age, probably say when you're under 14, you have parental guidelines. You have, apps that will, put a check on what you can do as a child. So it depends on the parents, it depends on the environment where the child is, because really we say that information can be gotten from the phones. Digital age, everybody needs a phone. So for me, I would say that when you are 5 years old, but it must be controlled.
All right.
Yes.
It's usually like not a one cap fits all
Yes.
thing, you know, because what could be, it's relative. If you're saying 5 years to some people, it could be 10 to some, it could be 11. I'm trying to look at what happened in my own situation while growing up.
Okay.
I never had access to phones. In fact, there were no smartphones.
So you in the digital age.
I could say maybe an hybrid, you know, because then there was this desktop kind of phones where, in fact, a point where we needed to make calls those days, you have to
Yes.
get to Niger office and the rest of that. You
True.
can't do that. There were no smartphones. You know, all those cable that you have to, you know, attach to your homes, and then you make what you call land phones and all that. But I never had access to phones until when I got to university, and I think that was the time GSM came into Nigeria. So mine could be very different from what we have now.
These
Children
days, yes.
now are expected to go to the internet, you know, to
Source for
research
information.
for
Yeah.
information. But let's situate it. Now in the US, there was a research that was done in the US by a media organization that 53% of kids in US, they never had access to smartphones until between the age of 11 and 12.
And 12, okay.
You know, now you could claim the US environment to be different from our own, but looking at the peculiarity of our environment and the kind of distractions that could occur with the use of
Smartphones, okay?
you can claim you're using smartphones for research and education, but it's also an open door for you to go to other social media platforms and all that, and even sites that are peculiar to not be healthy for kids. You talk about parental control. So
Yes.
let's establish that. When you have a smartphone, it's exclusive to you. So there are times or instances where your parents are not there to supervise or to control. How does that become a challenge for parents who want to ensure that control? For TV, for certain music or some certain movies, you have PG, parental
Yes.
control and all that, which is, you know, always legislated. So it means kids to watch that kind of movie, you have to have a parent supervising that kind of kid. But for mobile phones, sometimes these kids are in school and you're not there with them.
The teachers are there.
Okay.
Yes, the teachers are there. You know, in fact, I do know that most schools do not allow phones during the school hours, you know, and even if they do, it is controlled, you know. So, and then let's, you know, like you said, let's establish another scenario where these kids take the phones, you know, unapproved into the schools without the prying eyes of the parents and prying eyes, you know, of the teachers. What happens? I said first that maturity matters. Before you can give a child access to a phone, you should be able to know the psychological makeup. You should be able to know what that child is capable of doing. We do know that kids can be funny at some point, you know, but you know your child. Your teacher doesn't know your child best. You as a parent, to an extent, probably 80%, you will know your child, what he's capable of. If you know that your child, given a phone, would definitely go on sites that are not approved, you know, for him, then he doesn't have access at all. You don't give him access. You know, like we say here, you know, when you train a child, you train him with consequences. You know, I give you a phone, you do this, or you go contrary to my instructions, then you don't have access to that phone. And you know, culture plays a big role for us here in Nigeria. We know how it is. You don't come here and say, oh, I have the, because I am a citizen of a certain country, or because I'm a child, I have certain rights, you know, that's not within, you know, the holds of my parents, you know, it's not within the purview of my parents, like we have over there. You understand? So basically, it is the maturity of the child. And then it is a necessity. I said that before. Kids should have phones. It comes down to you limiting the access. You control the timing. If you know that your child is going to be maybe a truant with the access phone, you give him the access only when you're available. And then you can monitor.
Let me give you a picture of what a friend of mine did recently, you know, because we're having this kind of conversation, you know, as parents, that what would be the impact of introducing smart kids?
Yes.
I mean, smartphones to kids. You know what he did? He decided not to buy what you call smartphones. Okay. You know, these regular phones, what in local parlance is called palasa. Okay. So that was what he decided to buy for them. So they wouldn't have access to internet or the social media platforms. So all they could do is to send text messages and also make phone calls. Now, why he did that was to make it easier for him to be able to reach them, or for them to be able to reach the parents.
I think that's the staple in most homes. They have a phone, probably landline.
But do you consider that to be, you know, do you know how it feels? You know, let's also address the issue of social impact of this, the status thing. When you have a particular kind of phone, I don't want to mention a name,
A brand.
if a brand, a phone that's in vogue, it's like a status thing. It makes you feel it's adding glam to your identity. Do you know how it feels when your phone is missing? You feel like your world is collapsing because that's where your network is, your contacts, and
age. So everything is there in your phone. Yes.
So, but with the point I'm trying to make is, if that is attached to the use of smartphones, wouldn't that also be a challenge for kids when you're trying to regulate? They feel, okay, you're trying to not make them feel like they are peers who have access to kids, rather than you're trying to instill into, sense of responsibility into them. Some might even feel, okay, you are depriving them of their right or the kind of wealth they should enjoy. For parents, okay, I can afford it, I can buy it, but they are not also looking at the implication on the children. So how will you help your kids to understand that you're doing this in their own interest compared to other kids who have access to it? Then you also talk about the issue of maturity. Maturity is not a function of age, but sometimes age plays a role. For some kids, their maturity, maybe when between the age of 5 and 7, that could start. For some, maybe when they get to 10. Like the research will make reference to in the US, that most kids in the US, they didn't have access to smartphones until age 11 and 12. That's about 53% of the population. Here in Nigeria, we might be struggling with the data. We might not have the right data to be able to back up this kind of conversation. But if you make a reference from that, would you say it's easier for parents to actually convince their kids that, yes, they are doing this in their own interest?
Yes. The family dynamics is a major factor, on this issue of access to phones for kids. I know my child. I know what works in my family. In fact, there are actually families that do not have smartphones. You understand? So it's not a function of a child says, because my peers have a phone, I am supposed to have a phone, or I must have a phone because my peers have a phone. No, it's my home. I'm the parent. I should know better. I set down my rules. I know what works for you. I know what is good for you at every point in time. And then I provide the phone for you, and I make you understand the do's and the don'ts. And I tell people, children are human beings. You will speak to them. You're not going to dump, your perceptions on what's on the damages that a smartphone can cause, on their psyche. No, you would have a discussion with them. You relate with them like you're relating with an adult, and then they get to understand why you were saying, look, I'm giving you 2 hours to access this phone. Yes, you could go on social media, on some social sites, but you could not do this, you could not do that. X-rated adverts, you're not allowed to watch. You understand? So it's a family dynamic. It's your home. You set the rules. You know what you want. You make them understand. And then this is not foolproof because, there are some kids that you would tell them everything in this world. The peer pressure is there. The influence is there from other kids, and then they get to interact with other people in the outside world. So you do your best as a parent, give them the phone, hoping that, they would, adhere to what the knowledge and the discipline you have instilled in them.
I'm sure some parents will still not agree with you, given the fact that, the kind of psychological, let's look at the negativity that comes with it, or the other side to it, in terms of the exposure to cyberbullying, the exposure to X-rated content and all that. Now, how do you help your kids? Now, you are painting a picture that smartphones should be handed over to kids. Let's say we've handed over smartphones to them now, and then that will also increase the tendency to exposure to what we call cyberbullying. So if that happens, which is about a psychological, emotional age, which has nothing to do with age now, how do you help your kids to overcome this kind of attraction or distraction that could come maybe as a result of the exposure to the internet? You can't have access to the internet without using smartphones.
True.
So how do you help them to prepare or build them for that kind of exposure, the kind of psychological, emotional trauma that might come as a result of using the smartphone, having access to the internet, which increases the tendency.
I always say that awareness is key.
Yeah.
Knowledge is key. You have a child, you want to have that discussion. Parent to child discussion. You have it every day. You don't have to wait for anything to happen, anything negative or negative stories to happen before you sit your child down. Look, we're adults. And then we know that, hypothetically speaking, we know what can happen in future. We can predict. With data, we can predict certain scenarios that can happen. So we are saying that if we give you a phone, these are the possible things that could come up, and then we'll prepare the child, in case such things happen. You understand? So for me saying that I give my child a phone, Femi, life happens sometimes. With all the guidelines that we put, with all the control apps that we have, with all the limiting screen time that we have, life would happen in some cases. But what we can do as parents, is to mitigate those things, to reduce it. We're not saying it's not going to happen one day where they're going to have access to certain sites that even we as adults would not want to look at. But what we do as parents is to teach them so that we can limit, the things, the issues, the negative issues, the vices that we know that can happen when you have unauthorized access to smartphones.
All right, Shadi, I must confess you're doing well. We're not done yet,
yes,
but we just need to go on a short break. Let's see if that will give us opportunity to be able to take comments from our viewers. So as a parent, you're watching, we'd like to have your comments. What's your take on the introduction of smartphones to kids? At what age will you consider it to be very healthy, to be very suitable for kids to have access to smartphones? I'd love to have your comments. All you just have to do is to go on all our social media platforms, Facebook, X, just search for SOUQ News TV. Just put your comment there. And before we wrap up the program, I would love to take your comments. And so we'll do that after this break. Just stay with us.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, Mr. Early Exchange, I'm glad to know you're still there with us. We're still looking at what age will you consider it to be suitable to introduce smartphones to kids due to smartphone addictions, what you call nomophobia. And this has been concerns for parents globally because they're looking at what age will parents introduce smartphones to kids. They're looking at the negative impact, the positive impact, and what should be done to ensure that kids are prepared for this kind of narrative. I still have Shadi here with me, having this kind of discussion with me. Shadi, glad to know you're still here with us. All right, it's a great one. Now, let's look at another side to this, which is the fact that these will help kids to have access to the right data, statistics, information needed for education. Let's look at the education, the positive side to it now. How do we ensure that it's also not given for distractions? As much as you will say, okay, these kids need access to internet to be able to do their homework, assignments, to do research, projects, and some other things. We're in the digital age where the smartphone is another library, it's a school on its own, which is a form of positivity. But how do we ensure that it also gives room to what we call it brings what we call sense of focus, avoid distraction, and the readiness of the mind for these kids to be able to withstand the distraction that also come with smartphones? Talk to us.
Okay, so you would have to lead by example.
Yeah.
As an adult, you would, when you have access, when you have your phone, your kids, copy whatever you do. If you are the type who would, be on the phone all day watching various stuff, that you wouldn't even want your kids to watch. They know these things, so you would have to practice, positive,
as adults, even adults are struggling with that. Now we're talking about kids.
You see, these are sacrifices that we make as adults. When you have kids with you or around you or within your, your vicinity, you become responsible for them. So it's not about what you think, you are entitled to watch. It's about the message you're going to pass across to the kids watching you. So you need positive conversations, communications, with the children. You have to teach them online safety. It's like I said before, it's a discussion. You make them know, because you're not always going to be there when they have access to that phone. So what do? And then like we said about the controls, the guidelines, there's something you can do. You can connect your own phone with their phone, I think on a Gmail app or something like that. And then you can actually, control what they watch.
And they
what they have access to. So
and even
there's so many. There's so yes.
That can be installed on,
that can be installed on the phone.
That will prevent them going to unwanted sites and things like that.
And now the question would be, how do you stop them from seeing stuff on phones of other kids? Because you have only the priority over your child. You do not have that control over another child.
I think it's also important.
You understand?
Yeah.
So, you're teaching somebody the right way at home. They go outside there, to the outside world, and they have access to things that, you have cut off from their life, on 100%. So how do you combat that? So that's another great discussion that you should have maybe some other time.
No, it's also, I agree with you. It's important because you prepare them for the tax side, because this they will grow up, have their own space, have their own apartment, if possible, get to university. And that's what happens when some kids, when they are grown now, what they didn't enjoy while growing up now, they now go wise when they have access to it. Maybe they're in the university.
I agree.
Maybe someone who has not been staying alone now, you're in the university, you have the opportunity to stay alone.
That's why we say that, you expose them early.
But yeah, that's why the education is good, and it has to come at a very early age. At this time they're with you, you educate them, you inform them, and also prepare them for the tax side, because they will get to the larger world where these things are like norm, and then they need to prepare emotionally, psychologically for this kind of narrative, so that when they get there, they know what to do. I agree with you. It's like you're asking so much from parents, but there's nothing so much for parents. It's as parents, you're expected at that role to provide that supervisory function.
Yes.
And I am very sure by the time parents do that, it's easier for kids to be able to
that parents too need education on stuff like this.
Yeah, sure. That's why. Which is part of why we're having this conversation.
Yes, parents do need education.
But looking at this development, do you think it's been necessary to legislate this? Maybe we can have a policy in this regard, maybe a bill being sponsored in this regard, or a law or intervention of the state or the government as regards policy guiding the use of or the introduction of smartphone to kids.
That discussion would be with the phone makers. You understand? If they want to have a policy to say, what, there will be a certain type of phone for kids. It has data and all that you need, but then it's only for educational basis. You understand?
Yeah.
So I'm not a phone maker, so I don't know how
it's
that
possible.
can work. I know that's one of the things.
You're selling a business idea.
Yes, to say, look, this type of phone or this type of tab, this is what it allows. For this age grade, maybe from 4 years to 6 years, or from 4 years to 10 years. This is the only, and then you will show as a parent that nothing else, that you do not approve is going to come on that phone. I don't know how possible.
Even the regular phone can be configured.
We know that's configured. Yeah, we know that nothing is impossible.
Yeah, nothing is possible.
Yeah,
What I'm trying to say is to see maybe a bill sponsored in this regard, but let's
talk about the phone that I buy for my own child.
But if that will happen,
that's my business as a parent. That's my business.
So it's more.
Except maybe they want to have a policy, for with the schools. But I think that I'm in control of what happens in my house. The government has no right to what happens in my house, within the confines of my household, that I pay rent for.
All right, let's talk about the role of teachers now, talk about school owners, the impact they're going to have on these. Would you expect the kind of orientation that also help kids to understand the devices associated with the use of smartphones to also be something that could be introduced to them while in school? They give them that education, lectures, and counseling as regards what might like
I mean, basically, for let's say 120 days in a year, your kids are with their teachers for nothing
they
less
see as role models.
nothing
most
less
of the
than 6 hours or 7 hours. So believe you me, they are shaping your children. If you don't shape them, your teachers are the ones shaping your kids more, because they are basically with them every other day. So the first port of call is, yes, the parents, well, but the teachers, the bulk of the work falls on them. And then if we don't appreciate them as teachers, if we don't even understand that they need the education, the awareness, that goes into the positive usage of smartphones for kids, then whatever we do at home is not going to be a success.
Great. All right. I think we just have to leave this conversation here. But as we wrap up, what would be your advice to parents? For some who don't have the right knowledge to educate, it's one thing for most parents, some of them, don't let me use the word most, some do not even know how the smartphone works. For some, I'm not saying all, maybe for those who are not digitally exposed. So what would be your advice or piece of advice to parents like that, and parents generally, as regards the concern to the introduction of smartphones to kids?
Okay, so for the parents, they need to be aware, they need to be educated. With education, with the right knowledge, right access to knowledge as a parent, your kids will turn out well. Because in a case where, in this sort of digital age where it's the child that is teaching the parent, there's going to be a problem.
All right. Shadi, I must thank you for your time.
Thank you very much,
on this development. No doubt you are gradually becoming a consultant now.
Oh, really? You have to get paid for that.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. It's Friday. Want to believe you're going to have a nice weekend.
We're busy though. We're busy anyway.
You're looking at it anyway. All right, what a way to wrap up our conversation today. We've been talking about the proper age to introduce smartphones to kids. Earlier, we started by looking at the decision of the U.S. Federal Reserve to cut interest rate from 5.25% to 4.75%, and the implication of that on the U.S. economy for consumers and also for business entities. Thereafter, we talked about the issues related to smartphones, and my take is, as parents, let's ensure that we supervise our kids. There might not be absolutely a particular age related to, it's relative depending on the level of maturity or the emotional maturity of your kids, but ensure that you prepare them for the other side, which might be emotional, psychological, that also has to come with the use of smartphones. There's been a concern globally, but let's hope that this concern will be handled as more parents educate themselves even on the use of these smartphones and do the right thing. And hopefully our kids will be safe when it comes to the issue of using smartphones. This is going to be our offering for today, and also our offering for this week. It's Friday. For those who missed the earlier conversation, you can do a catch-up on our YouTube channel. Just search at SOUQ News TV. There you'll find us. And don't forget, Market Insight comes up at 11. I remain Femi Ayodele. Thanks for watching. Enjoy your weekend.
like to be established that. So it's another opportunity for us to look at issues related to business, finance, and economy.
Yes, it was really, really extremely powerful just to help you start to inspire you to have.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafo, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Obalende. And in fact, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse, that's what So I was born in that little place, and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had it here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We needed that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with Scholars Bus, which was virtually provided for free. When Scholars Bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well, and so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends. Okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and do a battle with you. That I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were our brothers' keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line. you know. So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokumbo, Okekpopo, you know. So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji, you know. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay, so those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them, we still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. You know, we help out. Because, I mean, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, you know, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school, but some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Yeah. Okay. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers, and a lot of the time I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published, and I liked it. Okay, you open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafo, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafo. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, you know, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, you know, they just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what called me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University and studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing, and I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group, because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at Jekirandu Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew and grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Lintas advertising. When I walked into Lintas, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. Then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Lintas. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Lintas. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Lintas. And Lintas and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. So that was my life. From Lintas, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akodusi left Admark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies, because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Lintas, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surrey, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann, got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking, and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call, He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, look, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no. He just wants to talk to you. So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, my name is this. And I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, she, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks. It's very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check. Okay? I mean, we have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be. You know, so in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, you know, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. I mean, people are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity. Yeah, and I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. I mean, thanks to our mobile news. I mean, we talk to people in any village in Nigeria, and suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted in news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bank? I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank who will come into the bank and get properly served, who will come into the bank and feel like human, who will come into the bank feel important, because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay? So that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits, okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, tell them, give them all the facts and figures. Okay. They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%, blah, 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 blah. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so much. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must still say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. I mean, in the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far as. I mean, maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there'll be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks, so people can spread out and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system and we are still growing. Now, the bank for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring and the governor of Central Bank will come shaking because you had the power, bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do. And it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them, and you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of our redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. What Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this space. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it with people who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. We all know simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, president said so, president said, even things that the president did not say, president said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do, and he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother's carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go around Obalende, Igoshere, Bamboshe, Oshodi, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold and make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Igoshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up till where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to, to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you are reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university, did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igboshere Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear buba and shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, I mean, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, you know, even when his dress is khaki and khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long tie, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, you know, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, you know, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, I mean, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too unconsciously will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. He doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that, and the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates, staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. They took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern young families, most if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out by the time they can wear, I mean, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, where did they, aren't their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Primarily the female. Even the guys wearing what they, things they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, I mean, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. To talk to your children. No. We should never be scared to talk to them. Because they are not going to take us over. They are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. They're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right. Because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. No, don't spoil the children. Give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. In those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling. Okay, you still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. Families are growing, society is expanding, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and all that. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course I work. There's this thing that keeps on saying, I mean, if all you can do is work for 30-40 minutes a day, okay, and then of course I'm an avid fan of football up to today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth report. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
It's the weekend already, and it gets even much more interesting, ladies and gentlemen. And we're here once again to talk about the markets and how it does affect you and I, and of course to jointly shape ideas that would essentially be of immense benefit to us economically, as it were. My name is David Chiedu. Once again, welcome to Market Insight here on SOUQ News Television, where all things business, markets, development, and economics come to the fore and are discussed. Today on the program, we're talking about the current inflationary figures. We're unpacking our current inflation rate decline, ladies and gentlemen, discussing the key drivers and, of course, the implications overarchingly for Nigeria's economy. As I said earlier, it's the weekend and it gets really interesting, when it's the weekend. And so we're going to do our best possible to make sure that you have a swell time today on the program. But before we get any further to the conversation, we're going to take a very quick look at what the trading week has been on the floor of the exchange group. Now, as of Thursday, September 19, 2024, the end of the trading session on the exchange group, that's the NGX, a total of 456,983,315 shares in 9,848 deals, corresponding to a market value of 6,527,187,015 naira 83 kobo were traded. Compared with the previous NGX trading day, talking about Wednesday, September 18, Thursday's data showed a 26% improvement in volume and a 14% decline in turnover, but a 2% improvement in deals. As it stands, the current market capitalization of the Nigerian Stock Exchange is 56.3 trillion naira. Now, in the aggregate, however, 119 NGX listed equities participated in trading, ending with 25 gainers and 27 losers. McNichols led the gainers with a 10% share price appreciation, closing at 1 naira 65 kobo per share, followed by Associated Bus Company going up 10% positively, as well as University Press going up 9.95%, and the positive that is as well, and Fitson Healthcare going up positive 9.85%. On the other hand, the losing side, that is, Honeywell Flour Mill came out last with an end-of-day price depreciation of 9.98% at 4 naira 87 kobo per share, followed by FBN Holdings going down a negative 9.88%. UPDC went down a negative 9.74%, and Secure Electronic Technology went down a negative 8.82%. Japan Gold and Ventures recorded the highest volume of 107 million traded shares, followed by UAC of Nigeria going down, at 57.9 million, Fidelity Bank at 48.7 million, and Honeywell Flour Mill at 26.1 million. Now, regarding the performance of the NGX market indices, the benchmark NGX All-Share Index paired 227.17 points to close at 98,003.75, representing a 1-week gain of 1.33%, a 4-week gain of 2.27%, and an overall year-to-date gain of 31.07%. Now, other remarkable indices that performed were the NGX Top 30 Index, including the NGX Mainboard Index, the Pension Index, the Industrial Index, the Oil and Gas Index, and the Consumer Goods Index, closing at a negative 0.26%, a 1-week gain of plus 1.41%, as well as a year-to-date gain of a positive 40.3%. And that's what it looked like on the floor of the NGX for this week, ending September 19, 2024. We'll take a very short break. When we come back, we get straight to the conversation this morning on Market Insight. Join us. Welcome back to Market Insight. We're still talking about the current inflation rate decline and getting an understanding of what it does mean for all of us collectively. Now, according to the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, inflation decreased to 32.15% in August of 2024 from 33.40% the previous month of July, as prices of tomatoes, pepper, yam, and other food products dropped. Food inflation also declined to 37.52% in August, down from 39.53% in July. Now, some analysts have predicted that headline inflation would slow further in August. Now, a survey of major cities in Nigeria carried out by Business Day in August reported that the average prices of key staples were declining, easing the burden on cash-strapped Nigerians who had been dealing with accelerating inflation since last year. Now, this comes much to the delight of many, with hopes of more relief in the coming days. Now, for clearer context, however, let's give you a sense of some of these prices, these price variations in the market. A price of a big basket of tomatoes dropped 58% in Lagos from an average of 120,000 naira to 50,000 naira in August. Now, in major markets in the southeast, specifically in Onitsha, the same tomato baskets cost between 60,000 naira and 75,000 naira at markets such as Ochanja and Ose. Now, in the FCT, Wuse and Dede markets specifically, prices roamed between 45,000 and 60,000 naira. Now, in these same markets across these regions, a 50-kilogram bag of white gari sold for an average of 65,000 naira as against 75,000 naira in July, while the average price of a small bucket dropped by 42.5% to 2,300 naira from 4,000 naira, which it was sold for in July. Now, a small bucket of Irish potatoes sold for 4,000 naira from an average of 12,000 naira for some months ago, dropping by 66%, beg your pardon, during this period in Lagos. Now, also, a small basket of habanero pepper, the ones we know as atarodo, dropped to an average of 13,000 naira in August, as against 35,000 naira at the peak of the price surge in May to June, indicating a 63% drop. Now, similarly, the price of a bag of chili peppers reduced from 120,000 naira to 60,000 naira in July, while a small bucket sold for 8,000 naira from 3,500 naira. Now, to get a more up close and personal report of market trends, our correspondent Amaka Opara visited local markets in the Lagos metropolis, and she tells us more in this report.
Nigeria inflation rate has declined to 32.15% for 2 consecutive months in August 2024, despite the hike in the price of petrol. Now, this fall is attributed to the decline in the rate of the increase in the average price of this commodity. That's not it. Now, food inflation rate has also decreased to 2.37% as compared to the previous month, which was July, at about 2.47%. Now, we are here at Idom Market to check the pulse of the market, to find out the reaction of the market and make meaning of this information. Join me as I venture into the market to get details from both the buyers and the sellers.
Inflation rate is a normal thing in countries affair, but this time around it's very, the astronomical nature of it is what is giving people concern, and we pray that God should let it come down, especially on foodstuffs. We are dealing in foodstuffs, and we thank God that the prices are coming down. These are the season for the foodstuffs to come down. The subsidy is still there. So, and now people are not getting fuel as they're supposed to. If the fuel started to flow now, there will be a little bit of difference. The price the vehicles, the trucks are carrying or buying the petrol or the diesel will be better. And now, for somebody like me now to go to the north now, the cost of transportation for me is higher. But if the started could come down now, it will be better, because the cost of transportation determines what I will put on the cost price that I made it there.
But food is cheap now, but petrol is still high.
What happens this? For now, we are having a little harvesting period. And this harvesting, when it's much there now, they will raise the price. But nobody will like to shortage. People that have last year's harvest that still remain will be able to push it out before the new ones come out. So that's why it is dropping now. But if the insecurity now is a little bit on the lower side, people will be more people will be going to buy. And coming back here, it will be cheaper. But if people are still scared, nobody will go there to buy. And the people that will take the risk will put high price. So that's what is happening. The edibles now, like tomato, pepper, and so on, are coming down now. And we pray for them to come down more. I don't understand. But goods like beans supposed to have been going down a little by little now. But because of the rainfall, excess rainfall in the north now is affecting. And we believe as the time goes, maybe between now and October, November, we'll be having cheaper beans. But what happens in Maiduguri and in the environs now is what is giving us concern, because that flood will affect the affecting, and if it affects the affecting, it will snowball into the high cost again. So that's what's giving us concern now. We pray for good harvesting, but many things could jeopardize the effort of governments. The natural cost and the artificial cost. The artificial one is what we people caused. One is the insecurity, especially in the northwest. If the government can be able to tackle it sincerely and in time, it will all go well for Nigeria. It will be well for Nigeria. Because if there's this, if government can be able to tackle this insecurity, the people there will be able to plant more, and harvesting will be better. And if they were bringing this thing to Lagos or the southern part or any other part of the country, people that will be going there to buy, we have easy access to those areas, and the price will be dropping.
Okay, fine. Alhamdulillah.
How the price is on
the price, you know get hit. Everybody getting one price. You get out to buy them. You get them. Some places buy 10,000, some places buy 15,000. Some places buy 12 or 10. 27. That's a no price market. Like this is business now. You get 240, you get 300,000 a day. You hear me? You get 220, 300, 280 beans for beans, all the beans. No one a day, 140, 140, 140, no one, but I then beat them. No selling as note, every water. So you don't smell, but the new old one, 90 bad price, 220, 300, 280 for the beans, brown beans. And the old one white, and the old one odotu. You get 200, 220, 300, 280, even 290 a day. So you don't get one price. A trailer below that, like 20 people. Some people get 100 back, 50, 20, go jump together. Drive by the car and call Lagos. And I'm at the way I bring 2 trailer, I see the bring 2 trailer now. 1 trailer half, as the market move. If we don't move, go back to where to come. Alhamdulillah, eh?
How much like that now?
For money?
To bring 1 trailer.
And when again, only me and God know. I can tell you now, tell you do again inside, no.
How much to bring 1 trailer for a month?
If you check that now, 300,000 to 300 back, how much it be? How many million? More 30 million. Check out yourself. 300 times 30 or 300. So that big money, no small. And this market, don't tell you here. Most 55 years in this market. That is a bag, 20 naira, 1 bag. I say 1 bag. I say 1 bag, 15 naira. 20, 15 naira. Now I can be 300,000. Calculate 1967, what they here? I think it's the price this one.
Okay.
220. This one, 220. This one, 290. 300. This one, 150 for the bag.
So what will be your advice for government?
But the government will make it do good for us. Make it help us. How? Any road way for no help us, everybody, you know, even a farmer. Make it help us for farmer.
How government will help?
Now, good to know how going to whether it be there hard. I don't know how to do it, man. But I know my own. Government, you know what you do good, you know what you will make good.
So what do you need now?
Me, I need to make help us, everybody. If you say you go do, but I give it fertilizer. Make it bring fertilizer, everybody can do farmer. Everybody enter bush, do farm. Everything go cheap. Government can't take money, give you, no give you money cash like this. But they get the way to go help us. Or make a travel go to import market. Like rice now to cost 90,000 one bag. How better get 90,000?
Food, we all know, is an essential part of living. Here at Ido Market, we have felt the pulse of the sellers and we have seen the reaction of the market. However, the decline in this indication does not necessarily mean that the price is dropping, but rather that the rate of price increase is slowing down as compared to last month, July. I am Chemaka Opara reporting for SOUQ News Television.
Well, thank you very much, Chiamaka, for giving us that particular report. And I mean, with the varying degrees of or percentages of price drops across the board, it is still debatable as to whether or not the impact is being felt by all, at all, and if this particular trend will continue. Now, joining us in the conversation this morning on Market Insight to make sense of all of it all, and then some, we're being joined by Mr. Ilyashu Ishak. He is a farmer researcher and an agri-business development expert. Good morning, Ishak. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Right. We're going to start with getting your thoughts first off. Help us make some sense of these numbers. I mean, you've heard from some of the stakeholders who were spoken to, who were interviewed, as it were. Some of them talked about, the harvest season, talked about transportation. But, as the expert here, give us your thoughts on why you think we're seeing this now and the key drivers.
As it has already been reported, inflation has dropped for the month of August, and we are optimistic it will continue to drop in the coming months. But basically, this has been driven by the commencement of the harvest season, which made food product to be more available in the market, because the inflation was primarily being driven by food inflation itself, which contributed to, more than 40% of the total inflation that we have experienced. So, having commenced the harvest season, it is expected that prices of food commodity will continue to drop. And this is what we have been witnessing in the past years. Every year around this period, from August, September, October, when harvest season commences for the rainy season, we normally see drop in the prices of food commodity. But also other element or drivers are there, particularly the decrease in the price of diesel, which is being used in transporting food commodities from, the farm gate to market, and even cross cities and cross states. So the drop in the price of energy, not particularly PMS, but diesel, which is primarily used in transporting and conveying these food commodities, has also contributed to the decline in the price of food that we are witnessing, or that we have witnessed in the month of August, and we expect it will continue to go down in the coming months.
Now, I'm going to take you up very shortly on the different forms of energy which, we have available. You just mentioned diesel as opposed to PMS. So we're going to talk a little bit about the latter very shortly. But the question on the minds of many Nigerians, I reckon, will be what exactly would be the overall implication on economic outlook at present? And then how exactly and in what ways would it affect our pockets? And also, is it something we can consider as a quote-unquote sign of better things to come in the near future?
I believe so, because this is quite an indication that Nigerians will have affordable access to affordable food compared to what we have witnessed in the past months. The minimum wage the government have, increased the minimum wage to 70,000 from 30,000. That is more than 100% increase. So that will significantly help Nigerians when price of food items also decline. It means Nigerians will be able to have access to more food at an affordable price, and also it means enhancement in their purchasing power. And also there are other good indications that signifies, the improvement in the overall economy. With the energy sufficiency that the country is aiming to achieve. We have made a giant stride in achieving that, of course, even though there is still a lot of contention with respect to the price at which Nigerian will have access to this energy. But at least being able to achieve that food sufficiency, energy sufficiency in the country will enable the country to save more than $1.8 billion, $18 billion in importation of PMS into the country, PMS diesel and jet A1 fuel, which takes more than 40% of our total forex demands. So that will inevitably have a positive impact on the strength of our currency, which is the naira. And that will also means inflation to further decline. So I think I consider this to be a very good sign.
Now, to speak again more specifically about energy, AGO, there's that, which you've covered. But then again, another one I would refer to as quote unquote basic, which is, PMS. We've seen recent hikes, which, Nigerians aren't particularly happy about. But analysts have, hinted that these recent hikes across the board could, have devastating effects, if that's not an overreach, if you like. But basically, they're saying it could reverse the gains we're seeing with, inflationary pressures decreasing. What are your thoughts regarding that?
It may and it may not. Okay. Depending on how long it persisted. So even though I am very optimistic that the price of the PMS, which is the primary source of energy for Nigeria, will also drop in the coming months, if not weeks.
Why do you say so? Because if you look at the 1 second, please. If you look at what's going on right now in the downstream sector, there's a lot of uncertainty, both on the part of the regulators, the NNDPRA, the main state oil firm, talking about the NNPLC, as well as the private refiner, talking about Mr. Aliko Dangote and his establishment, as he were. There's too much going on in that space, and 1 minute we hear, oh, it's going to be at this rate, the next minute we hear it's going to be at this rate, and then of course we're getting feelers, as he were, that if we're going to buy the Dangote fuel as it were, we're not going to be buying it for any less than 1,000, for any less than say 800, for instance, which is more or less at par with what we're buying, from the current markets, as it were.
So even though I'm not an energy expert, but I can rightly affirm to you that whatever the outcome is with respect to what we are witnessing within the downstream sector of the Nigerian energy, downstream sector of our energy industry, still it will have a positive impact on the economy, because the reason for the high in the prices of the PMS that we have seen from Dangote and even from NNPC itself is due to the exchange rate of naira against the dollar, which is today at 1,665 naira to a dollar. If the rate of the dollar is to decline, it will have an adverse impact on the price of the PMS. And regardless whether Dangote's petrol is consumed locally or he exported, it will still earn Nigeria dollar. So it helps Nigeria to save the dollars it used in importing refined PMS and diesel, jet A1 fuel, and other crude oil product, or it helps in the country generating over 20 billion US dollar annually through the Dangote refinery if eventually he export his product out of Nigeria. So either way, it will help Nigeria in either saving our dollars that we spend in importing, or generating more dollar into the country, which will make dollar liquidity for generally forex liquidity in the country to increase. And by so doing, it will help the naira to get strengthened, which will inevitably crash the prices of commodities, not just food commodities, but all other commodities as well. And even so, we all understand that PMS is the primary oil product that energy means in Nigeria, but diesel is is the product that is used in conveying and transporting food commodities
because of the bigger vehicle.
Yes, absolutely. So even if PMS price will still be high, so far the diesel price will come down, it will still impact positively on the price of food commodities. And this we have witnessed since the commencement of the Dangote refinery. Since when Dangote started selling diesel in the country, we witnessed the sharp decline in the price of diesel. I mean, couple of months ago, I bought diesel at 1,600 per liter. And today we are buying 1,150, 1,200, even in far north, not to even talk about the south. So this is what will have more and direct impact on the prices of commodity beyond PMS. I am not ruling out that the price of PMS is not going to affect the price of food commodity as well. But all I'm saying is that diesel is what will primarily impact the prices of food prices, and this we have seen for several months, the decline in the prices of the diesel from what it were some month ago, selling at about 1,006, because I bought it in my own facility, so I know there was a time I bought a liter at about 1,600. But a couple of days ago, when we bought for our consumption, it was selling at 1,200 per liter. Even I will say not even from NNPC, from other private filling station.
Interesting. Very interesting stuff, and it sounds rather plausible considering the fact that the bulkier vehicles, the very articulated vehicles, if you want to put it that way, are the ones that convey these produce, as it were, from one point of the country to another. But let's also look at the different forms, if I should put it that way, of inflation, as it were. What we're seeing right now is the slowing down of the figures, talking about headline inflation or overall inflation, and then you have food inflation, which, as you mentioned, and rightly so, is the key driver of the former. Now, while we have these two going down, talking about headline inflation and food inflation going down, we have core inflation that didn't quite have the same trend. In fact, it went up to 27.58% from 27.47%. I mean, core inflation, as you were, is what takes account of the market with the exclusion of food and energy, the energy components or energy elements of the economy. So we saw that one going up. Why do you think this is? What are your thoughts?
Obviously, there are some reasons for that. The amount of money in circulation is actually contributing to that. And that is why the Central Bank of Nigeria is making effort to reduce the amount of money in circulation, and or rather the amount of money that is outside the banking vault, which is causing these inflation figures to continue going up. Also, if you look at the recent MPR report from CBN, from their last MPR, whereby the CBN increases MPR by 50 points to 26.75%. That also was to stem the inflation figures, was to address the inflation challenges. And I believe all this effort will, have already started yielding some positive result. And I'm very optimistic, as I have made mention earlier, that these figures will continue to drop. There is also an element of foreign exchange earnings. As I said, Nigeria, our harvest season for most of the commodities have just commenced, and Nigeria is a leading exporter of some of these commodities, which in return will generate foreign exchange for the country, and which will, support in strengthening the naira. So what I want Nigerians to understand is the current inflation rise that we are witnessing was significantly being driven by the increase in the exchange rate of the dollar, because Nigeria is an import country, not an export country, even though we are leading in the export of a number of commodities. But primarily, our economy is an import economy, because we import most of the thing we consume in the country, primarily energy. As we all know, before now, we import 100% of our energy demand in the country. Food also, and a lot of other commodities within the manufacturing industry. We import quite a lot of raw material, a lot of, something that a lot of Nigerians doesn't know is we are not just importing refined crude in form of PMS, diesel, or jet A1 fuel. We are also importing quite a number of other raw materials that are being used in producing most of the things that we use in the country. For instance, we import urea DAP for production of fertilizer. We import propylene for the production of plastic, and other rubber material. So we import quite a number of other products, not just what we know of PMS, diesel, or jet A1 fuel. And that is that is becoming a huge burden on the economy. So with this import substitution, Nigerians are expected to smile, because we will see further decline in the inflation figures, and which will be driven by increase in the value of the naira.
Now, I'm going to take you up on that, very shortly, but that will be after we take a very, very short break. You're still watching Market Insights here on SOUQ News Television, and we're talking about Nigeria's current inflation figures having gone down, albeit slightly, and wondering whether or not this is something we should collectively be excited about. Listen, personally, I would like to see a Nigeria in the near term, by the way. I'm not talking about, forever from now. I would like to see a Nigeria where the average low-income earner or middle to low-income earner can actually afford to comfortably eat 3 square meals and perhaps more. That's exactly where we are at. And you know what they say, wishes were horses. But then again, it is not impossible. But we'll take a short break. We'll come back and we have some more conversations on Market Insights. Join us shortly.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Welcome back to Market Insights, and we're still talking about the inflation figures and unpacking the details therein. The devil is in the detail, as they say. My name is David Shiadu, and we're still in the studio this morning with Mr. Ilyashu Ishak. He is a farmer, a researcher, and an agribusiness development expert. Has been sharing his thoughts with us on what's going on really truly as far as the economy is concerned vis-a-vis these inflation figures, talking about headline inflation and food inflation going down slightly. But I'm going to, go toward the direction of the CBN right now. Earlier you talked about, the efficacy, if you like, of the monetary policies by the CBN. Now, given the current inflationary numbers that we see, I'm wondering, as a layman right now, perhaps is it time, or maybe at this point, should the CBN look to perhaps adjust the monetary policy following what we're seeing right now? Would it be a smart move?
I think so, and I am strongly advocating for that. Even though we know that increasing interest rate, in a way, it's helped in stemming inflation. But what I think, what I will encourage CBN to understand is Nigeria is actually a very macro economy, meaning the biggest drivers of the economy are actually SMEs. So increasing the MPR with 50 basic points during the last MPR, I think, which have increased the interest rate to 26.75%, is really not supporting SMEs in the country, because it's making access to finance more difficult, more expensive, and also, I will say strangle a lot of businesses, because banks are now lending money at 30%, 31%, even 32%, so I think it's becoming quite difficult for entrepreneurs, SMEs, and by extension farmers, to have access to more finance for them to be able to produce more. So having gained, what we have gained this last month with the decline in the inflation figure, I want to encourage CBN to look into the issue of the MPR, to look into the issue of reducing the interest rate, so that SMEs and entrepreneurs can be encouraged to get access to finance. Let me give you an example with agricultural business owners like myself. It's becoming extremely difficult to break even, not to even talk about, generating good ROI on your business. Normally, commodity trading, or, agricultural commodity trading does not really have a lot of margin, because you buy and you want to sell to consumers. So the margin is really not something very, very significant, I will say. It's still encouraging. Of course, we are still in the business. So with interest rate at 30, 31 to 32%, it's becoming more difficult, not just for agribusiness owners, even for exporters, to have access to finance, to be able to source the raw material and to export it. So I want CBN not to be rational in making decision, but to be reasonable. Yeah, the rational thing is to increase MPR to stem inflation. But I think the reasonable thing is to balance, the need to stem inflation through increasing of interest rate, with also the need to, kind of provide financing to SMEs and entrepreneurs at a very affordable rate.
Okay, fantastic stuff. Now, earlier you had made reference to our current exchange rate, and a lot of people, stakeholders and otherwise, have more or less attributed what we see now, that is at play, to what happened a little over a year ago with the liberalization of, our FX, as it were, the liberalization of the FX market, as it were. So would you say that you share that sentiment and, say that, listen, if this had not been done, we perhaps might be in a better place? What are your thoughts?
I think it has it goes in two ways, I would say. I understand the need of, as you put it, liberalization of the forex market, but also we need to look inward as a country. I have mentioned earlier that Nigeria is basically an import economy, not an export economy. So definitely plotting currency in an import economy has never turned out well for any country. But I believe it's a good policy, but I would have wanted the government to look into increasing our local production and enhancing our export capability, while implementing or driving the liberalization of the forex market. So I don't want to discard the benefit of liberalization, but I also want to call on the government to look inward and, find ways of supporting local production, find way of supporting export capability of the country, basically in the areas that we have competitive advantage, such as agriculture and solid minerals. We have seen the dwindling in the revenue from the crude oil sales. It's even turning out not to be sustainable, with scientists predicting, crude oil, not going to be much available as it is right now. So I want to encourage the government to find a way of supporting the economy to enhance our local production, enhance our export capability, so as to take better advantage of the liberalization. But as it is now, it's honestly, I would say, impacted negatively on the economy. A year ago, a dollar was nowhere near to 1,000. Today, it's 1,650. I think somewhere in, February, we have seen dollar going up to 1,800. Which is something we have never experienced before. So it's really increasing, or rather, I would say, promoting further decline in the purchasing power of Nigerians. Because I want to repeat again, our economy is an import economy. So whatever we are importing is denominated in USD, and therefore its pricing will be denominated in USD, even though it will be converted to Naira. That will always bring out the price to be very high. That is what we're witnessing in the oil sector. I mean, if you compare what Dangote is selling his PMS in Nigeria, it's quite cheaper compared to what PMS is being sold in other countries. If you denominated it in USD, Dangote is selling as 55 cent, a liter. In other places, there is other place that is being sold at $1.2 per liter. But the reason why we are not seeing it, or why we are not buying it cheap still, is because it's denominated in USD, and when you convert the USD to Naira, it still gives you a very high price. So I understand the country is struggling with forex inflow, or rather forex liquidity, and such. The government made a decision that they can no longer support various economy with subsidized USD, which made everybody to source USD, from the I and E window. So that is what caused what we are seeing now. So like I said, I am not discarding the benefit of liberalization, because it allows the market to work based on the various market forces. But I want the government to provide the necessary support in supporting the local economy, so that the economy has what it takes to support the Naira, for the Naira to compete with the dollar. That is only when we can see appreciation in the value of the Naira, even though the value of the Naira will continue to go down.
Interesting stuff. Now, let's manage the expectations of Nigeria. We're closing because we're running out of time. But, to manage the expectations of Nigerians, let's do a little foreshadow over the next 3 to 6 months. We're talking Q4 of 2024, Q1 of 2025. Realistically speaking, in your view as a stakeholder, where do you see us, whether, as far as inflationary pressures are concerned, purchasing power is concerned, putting all these factors together, do you see Nigerians being better off over the next 2 quarters?
There is possibility, but something need to be done to achieve that. We have to build on the gains we have recorded so far. We thank God for a blissful season, even though we have experienced a number of flooding with this Maiduguri flood. My sympathy with the people of Maiduguri and the government of Maiduguri, and as NEMA, that's the Nigerian Emergency Management Agency, has warned that there could be flooding in other states. So we must build on the successes we have achieved so far. Government, both national and subnational, must make sure that we have not experienced what we have experienced in Maiduguri in other states, so as not to destroy, the harvest we are all looking forward to. And also, we must plan well to take advantage of the coming dry season, because if we are not able to take advantage of the dry season for us to be able to produce food during that period, we will reverse the gain we have recorded, because we will go back to what we experienced this year of buying a basket of tomato at 160,000 naira. So I think these are some of the things that government need to do. And also, I want to encourage government to, try and support farmers with access to affordable input. I'm not even advocating sole, I will say, subsidy to farmers, or, grant or loans, but rather government should make provision so that farmers can be able to have access to raw material at an affordable price. A couple of years ago, a bag of fertilizer were sold at 5,500 naira per bag. Today, a bag of fertilizer is more than 40,000 naira a bag due to so many market forces, the naira dollar crisis and other things. So government need to revisit the presidential fertilizer initiative, and see how it can remodel the program to be able to assist farmers with access to affordable farm inputs so that farmers can be able to produce more food so that we can be able to sustain the gains we have recorded. So I am very optimistic if we are able to sustain the gains, if we are able to take advantage of the dry season, if we are able to prevent reoccurrence of what we are experiencing in Maiduguri with respect to other states, so that more farmers will not be exposed to the danger of flooding, which will result in the destruction of their harvest. I think it is safe for us to say that Nigerians are likely to smile in the coming months.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you very much, Mr. Ilyashu Ishak, for joining us on the program this morning. It's been an absolute delight talking with you this morning. Mr. Ilyashu Ishak is a farmer, researcher, and of course an agribusiness development expert. He shared his thoughts with us, many of which I cannot continually, or rather at this point in time, I cannot adequately enumerate, but of course some valuable points he made, or some salient point he made with regards to what the federal government can do, what the CBN can do. With the former, him urging the former to support the economy FX-wise as he were, to increase local production, as well as enhance exporting capability. With the latter, he's also encouraged to err on the side of reasonability as opposed to what is the rational thing to do, as he were. So essentially rationality versus reasonability, where he also advised that they galvanize specific sectors, especially the agri sector, so that SMEs in that sector will be better off, which of course will have a trickle-down effect on the local economy or the final consumer, as he were. Of course, with regards to disasters and catastrophes, he's advised on early warning signals for these disasters, as he were, and of course also advised that farmers take advantage of the dry season to see how best it can be maximized and or optimized to better serve Nigerians and the wider economy. Of course, he said quite a lot, but of course, these recommendations would definitely come in handy, I reckon, if implemented. We thank him again for joining us on the program this morning. That's Market Insight. But before we go, let's take a quick look at what's happening on the FX market. So Monday saw a holiday, which saw nil activities. But on Tuesday, the Naira was trading to the US dollar at 1,575 Naira. On Wednesday, it was at 1,678 Naira, as well as Thursday with the same rate. And then today, being a Friday, it's trading to the dollar at 1,635 Naira. That's, of course, all on the official market, and that's what it looks like there. The currency market today, September 20, 2024. Many thanks again for joining us. To stay close to your device and follow SOUQ News across all social media platforms. To keep it late with us much later in the day for our major news bulletin at 3, but do join us at the top of the hour, 12, for the news updates. I am David Chiedu. Have a blissful weekend.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more. SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Ancient times, where clothing served practical purposes and showcased societal hierarchies. In ancient civilizations like Egypt, Greece, and Rome, clothing became a symbol of status. The revival era marked a shift towards fashion as a form of self-expression and the Industrial Revolution, which made stylish clothing accessible to a broader audience. The 20th century witnessed a rapid evolution, democratizing fashion and impacting people of all ages through cultural movements and influencing designers. In today's digital age, the influence of fashion has expanded further, connecting with fashion events, social media influencers, and celebrity showcase as they keep on transforming the industry, making trends more accessible globally. As contemporary fashion shows became viral, its origin can be traced back to the 1860s, when the innovative English fashion designer Charles Frederick Worth revolutionized the presentation of his creations in Paris by employing live models instead of traditional mannequins. This groundbreaking approach soon gained popularity, and by the early 90s, similar events called fashion parades had begun to emerge in cities like London, New York, and today all over the globe. Statistics revealed a significant rise in virtual events as innovative virtual fashion shows gained prominence, especially during times limiting physical gatherings. Although the fashion industry faces challenges such as rapidly shifting consumer preferences, sustainability and ethical concerns, intense competition, supply chain disruptions, and issues related to counterfeiting and intellectual property, all of which require strategic adaptation and innovation to navigate effectively. Opportunities abound, such as leveraging digital platforms for e-commerce expansion, tapping into emerging markets, fostering collaborations with influencers and celebrities for brand exposure, among others. In all, the fashion industry has become a universal language, shaping culture and influencing individuals across age groups. Aureolua James, SOUQ News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
To your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best a way to be creative.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government.
Hello there, here's the news update. I am Lavina Emma. The federal government is set to save more than 60% on diesel expenses after retrofitting train locomotives to run on a dual fuel system. The newly modified locomotives, which operate on a 70% liquefied natural gas and a 30% diesel mix, were test run along the Abuja-Kaduna rail corridor, marking a significant milestone in reducing transportation costs. The Minister of Transportation, Alkali, said that the demonstration by Amina J. Mohammed train station in Abuja, emphasizing that this development will lower operational costs and potentially make train fares more affordable for the public. Alkali explained that the locomotives ran solely on diesel before this retrofit, but the upgrade now integrates cleaner energy. Despite this success, a complete 100% conversion to LNG is technically unfeasible due to the locomotive's heavy-duty engine design. The government plans to expand the initiative across the national rail network, with the next step being regulatory reviews before seeking Federal Executive Council approval. Samuel Uko, the managing director of the Saddle Consortium, lauded the accomplishment, highlighting that this is the first LNG-powered locomotive in Africa. The managing director of Financial Derivatives Company Limited, Bismarck Rewane, has projected a 3.5% growth in Nigeria's economy by 2026, pushing the country's GDP to around $400 billion. Rewane, speaking at the Access Bank Customer Forum in Lagos, attributed this growth to key drivers like intervention funds, diaspora remittances, and improvements in exchange rate policies. He also forecasted an efficient foreign exchange auction system with unrestricted foreign reserves reaching $20 billion, alongside increases in total factor productivity and the trade balance. Rewane added that the monetary policy rate could drop to 20% to reduce bad loans, while inflation may fall to 22%, easing pressure on businesses. Despite these positive indicators, Rewane warned of a potential challenge, notably the Naira's depreciation, which could see it trade at 1,550 Naira per dollar in the parallel markets. He also predicted petrol prices stabilizing at 900 Naira per litre, driven by increased outputs from the Dangote refinery and modular refineries. While these trends signal progress, Rewane emphasized that the inflation and currency depreciation would continue to impact the economy, requiring ongoing policy adjustments. Nigeria's Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, has announced that the country's ongoing economic reforms are producing significant results, with a net flow of $16.45 billion into its foreign reserves in the first 7 months of 2024. Speaking at the Access Bank Annual Corporate Forum in Lagos, themed Nigeria's Economic Rebirth, Hopes and Implications, Edun highlighted improvements in macroeconomic stability, foreign exchange liquidity, and rising government revenues. He emphasized that reforms are bolstering Nigeria's economy, stabilizing exchange rates, and driving growth in key sectors such as oil and agriculture. As part of the government's strategy to combat food inflation and boost food security, Edun revealed plans to fund 360,000 farmers to cultivate 360,000 hectares of land by early 2025. Additionally, he projected that crude oil production will reach 2 million barrels per day by the end of 2024, providing a buffer for fiscal revenues. These efforts are aimed at accelerating Nigeria's path to industrialization and stabilizing food prices following a disappointing wet season harvest. Edun stressed the importance of agriculture in ensuring the nation's economic rebirth, with expectations yielding 1.4 million metric tons of maize, wheat, cassava, and other crops by early 2025. Asian markets continue to climb on Friday after the U.S. Federal Reserve raised interest cuts by 50 basis points. The Morgan Stanley Capital International MSCI Asia Pacific Index increased by 0.6%, reaching its highest point in 2 months, while Japan's Nikkei rose by 1.5%, gaining 3.5% for the week. The Bank of Japan kept its rate steady at 0.25%, but expressed optimism about the economy. The yen also gained strength, trading at 142 per dollar, though it was still down 1% for the week. Rising inflation in Japan has led to expectations of possible future rate hikes. In Europe, markets were expected to open lower, with Euro Stoxx 50 futures down by 0.3% and Financial Times Stock Exchange FTSE futures falling by 0.5%. Wall Street futures also dipped slightly after the S&P 500 hit a record high on Thursday. In China, the central bank decided not to change its lending rates, and the yuan strengthened to its highest level in 16 months. However, Chinese blue chip shares dropped by 0.5%. Meanwhile, commodity prices remain stable, with oil set for a second week of gains and gold near record highs. Oil prices have eased slightly on Friday, but are on track to close higher for the second consecutive week, buoyed by a recent cut in U.S. interest rates and a falling global stockpiles. The Brent crude oil futures were also trading at $73.76 a barrel, down by 12 cents, while U.S. WTI crude futures fell 15 cents to $71.80 a barrel. Despite Friday's dip, both benchmarks have gained significantly this week by 4.3% for Brent and 4.8% for West Texas Intermediate, after hitting near 3-year lows early this month. Analysts have also attributed the recent price recovery to the U.S. Federal Reserve's decision to cut interest rates by half percentage points, which typically encourages economic activity and boosts energy demand. However, there are concerns about the health of the U.S. labor markets. Additionally, a decline in the U.S. crude inventories to a 1-year low and ongoing tensions in the Middle East have further supported prices. Meanwhile, weak demand from China's slowing economy remains a concern as refinery output and industrial growth continue to decline. Thank you for staying tuned. More programs come up after the news updates. I am Lavina Emma.
Stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges, hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial. and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sectors' efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Giving copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
In life, the path to success is often windy and filled with obstacles. However, it's only those who exhibit courage to continue that are reckoned with. If there's one man who is armed with the sheer courage of a lion, the unusual foresight to spot new opportunities, Michael Adenuga makes the perfect reference. The name Mike Adenuga is synonymous with entrepreneurial excellence and tenacity. A self-made billionaire hailing from the heart of Africa, Adenuga's story is one that is laced with the threads of perseverance and ambition.
Today, I really feel excited.
Against all odds, Adenuga has risen to become one of the wealthiest individuals on the African continent. His knack for spotting business opportunities and the courage to seize them has led to the creation of a vast empire that spans telecommunications, oil, and real estate. But what truly sets Adenuga apart is not just his wealth, but the indomitable spirit that has propelled him to the pinnacle of success. His journey is a powerful narrative of a man who, despite the odds, has managed to carve out a niche for himself in some of the most competitive industries. From his humble beginnings to his rise as one of Africa's most influential business figures, Adenuga's story serves as a beacon of inspiration for aspiring entrepreneurs everywhere. Born on 29th of April 1953, Mike Adenuga's story begins in Ibadan, Nigeria, a vibrant city steeped in culture. Ibadan was the backdrop for Adenuga's early years. His father, a school teacher, and his mother, a businesswoman, were humble, hardworking individuals. Their influence on young Adenuga was profound, instilling in him the values of perseverance, integrity, and ambition. Adenuga's early education took place in Ibadan, a local school where he exhibited a sharp mind and a keen sense of curiosity. His parents, recognizing his potential, encouraged him to pursue his studies with diligence and tenacity. These formative years laid the groundwork for the Titan. Despite the modest means of his family, Adenuga was never deterred. He understood that the path to success was paved with perseverance and relentless work ethic. From an early age, he demonstrated a knack for entrepreneurship. His first ventures were modest, grounded, mirroring the reality of his circumstances. One of his earliest jobs was as a taxi driver. This experience was more than just a means to an end. It served as a classroom on wheels, offering lessons in humility, resilience, and the importance of understanding people from all walks of life. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit led him to explore the avenues. He started selling soft drinks, an endeavor that required long hours under the scorching Nigerian sun. This venture was not glamorous, but it was honest, and it was his. It was a testament to his commitment to hard work and his refusal to shy away from the gritty aspects of business. From taxi driving to selling soft drinks, Adenuga was no stranger to hard work. This commitment to labor, this willingness to roll up his sleeves and get his hands dirty, laid the foundation for the empire he would later build. His story is a powerful testament to the fact that success is not an accident. It is the result of hard work, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you're doing or learning to do. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. But it was his return to Nigeria that marked the start of his entrepreneurial journey. Adenuga dove into the world of business with a daring spirit and a keen eye for opportunity. He ventured into trading of lace materials and other commodities, a business that was booming at the time. His ventures were diverse and often bold, including the distribution of Coca-Cola within Nigeria. These early business pursuits were not without their challenges, but they provided Adenuga with invaluable experience and a taste of what was to come. However, the road to success is often marked with unexpected twists and turns. For Adenuga, one of these came in form of a military coup in 1983. This event shook the nation and its effect reverberated through the business landscape. It was a setback that would have derailed his ambitions, but Adenuga was not one to be easily deterred. In the face of adversity, he demonstrated tenacity. He weathered the storm, navigating through the tumultuous period with an unwavering determination. It was during this time that Adenuga began to lay the groundwork for what will become his future empire. He was building a foundation, brick by brick, on which he will erect a business dynasty that will span across several industries. Regarded as a titan in the telecom industry, Adenuga is the mastermind behind Globacom, Nigeria's second largest telecom operator. Under his visionary leadership, Globacom has grown exponentially, connect billions across West Africa and beyond. In the oil sector, Adenuga holds the majority ownership of Corn Oil, one of Nigeria's largest oil exploration companies. Corn Oil has been instrumental in shaping Nigeria's energy landscape, and its success is the testament to Adenuga's strategic acumen and drive for innovation. When it comes to wealth, Adenuga's net worth is nothing short of impressive. The billionaire businessman ranks high on the Forbes list of Africa's richest people, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Aliko Dangote. In 2003, Adenuga revolutionized Nigeria's telecom industry with the launch of Globacom. This was a pivotal moment, not just for Adenuga, but for the nation, as a whole. Before Globacom, Nigeria's telecoms industry was dominated by a single player, but Adenuga had the vision to democratize telecommunications, making it accessible and affordable for all. Globacom entered the market with a bang. The company was innovative, offering unprecedented services like per second billing, which was the first in Nigeria. This level of innovation was a game changer, challenging the monopoly of the existing telecoms giant and forcing competitors to step up their game. But Adenuga didn't stop there. He knew that to truly disrupt the industry, Globacom had to grow rapidly. The company embarked on massive network expansion projects, erecting thousands of kilometers of fiber optic cables across Nigeria and beyond. In less than a decade, Globacom has grown from a new entrant to a major player in the telecoms industry. Its services reached millions of Nigerians, even in the most remote corners of the country. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit didn't stop at telecoms. In fact, his business acumen was put to the test in a whole new arena where he took over Cornell, Nigeria's first indigenous oil company. Under Adenuga's leadership, Cornell expanded beyond its initial operations, becoming a front-runner in the Nigerian petroleum industries. It now boasts a strong presence not only in exploration and production but also in downstream operation, such as the marketing of refined petroleum products. Yet, Adenuga's ventures didn't stop here. With a keen eye for lucrative opportunities, he delved into the world of real estate, immersing a portfolio of properties that spanned the globe, from commercial buildings in Nigeria's bustling city centers to luxury residences in some of the world's most sought-after locations. Adenuga's property investments are as diverse as they are extensive. Banking, too, has felt the Adenuga's touch. He has been instrumental in shaping the industry, contributing to its growth and stability. His influence and investment has helped foster a banking sector that is robust, reliable, and ready to serve the needs of Nigeria's growing economy. But Adenuga's impact extends beyond the world of business. His philanthropic endeavors are a testament to his belief in giving back to the community.
Well, that's a special man to me. A very special person. That is a man that made my path, my ways very smooth. That's a God-sent person to me. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. is somebody that I will continue to thank, to appreciate, and to continue to pray God to help him, to give him long life and good health. Well, decades of our relationship, way back in the 80s, Rafi Ladipo was a nobody, but through the help of Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. and God's grace and blessing, I am what I am today. I owe it all to God and indeed Dr. Mike Adenuga, my second God. I'm close. I know him as a man that loves to assist his friends. Even if he's angry, he'll come back and call his friend. This is the way it is done. So for me, my knowing Dr. Adenuga Jr. has been a blessing.
Through the Mike Adenuga's Foundation, he has donated millions to causes closest to his heart, including education, health, and social welfare. He has funded scholarships, built schools, and supported hospitals, underscoring his commitment to improving lives and empowering future generations. In essence, Adenuga's business journey is not just about creating wealth, but also about creating value.
Several years back, the Nigerian League had no sponsor. And it took me less than 1 hour to get Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. understand that he needed to help our football to grow. I just called the then president of the league, the late SOUQ Exclusive. He met me at the National Stadium and was feeling very sad. And he said he was going back to Abuja. I asked him why. He said because he was not happy. Only yesterday he got the biggest disappointment of his life. That a company that had agreed to sponsor the league had reneged and they were no longer ready to sponsor the Nigerian league again, unless they cut the agreed amount, the initial agreed amount between the National League and their company, unless they cut it into two. And he asked, how will he now prosecute the league? I said, you can't prosecute the league. I'll get you a sponsor. Are you ready to go with Glow? He said he knows nobody in Glow. I said, I am Glow. And I quickly called the group CEO, Mr. Mohammed Jamil, and I asked him, wouldn't you want to sponsor the Nigerian League? He said they want to, but they don't know anybody on the Nigerian League. But, and I gave my phone to SOUQ Obaseki to speak with Jamil. The man who was going to Abuja, who was ready to fly to Abuja, changed his mind because of what he had. The Glow was ready to sponsor the league. And pay much more than the initial agreed amount they had with the other sponsor. That agreement took just 24 hours. And Dr. Mike Adenuga paid a sum of 610 million naira to sponsor the league. And of course, every year, there is always an increase of 10% recurring. So that was how the Nigerian League got sponsorship through Globacom. And to all of us as Nigerians, we need to thank Dr. Mike Adenuga.
His diversification and expansion strategies have not only multiplied his fortunes, but have also contributed significantly to Nigeria's economic development, job creation, and societal welfare. In the world of business, especially at the grand scale that Mike Adenuga operates, it is not so common to come face to face with challenges. His path to becoming a billionaire was not always smooth. He had his fair share of obstacles, some of which were marred by controversy. On such instance was the legal issues he faced in the early years of his telecoms venture, Globacom. There were disputes over licensing and allegations of non-compliance with industry regulations. The Nigerian government was not always his ally. At one point, he found himself in a standoff with regulatory bodies. But what makes Adenuga's story remarkable is not just the controversy he faced, but the resilience in the face of adversity. He didn't allow these obstacles to deter him. Instead, he used them as stepping stones, turning the negative into a positive. His legal troubles were not just an obstacle, they were a test of his character. He passed with flying colors. Adenuga fought to clear his name and to ensure that his business complied with unnecessary regulation. This commitment to integrity has been a cornerstone of his success. Despite the disputes with the Nigerian government, Adenuga never lost faith in his homeland. He continued to invest in Nigeria, creating jobs, contributing to the economy. Indeed, the path to success is never easy. It is filled with trials and tribulations. But as Adenuga's story shows, it is not the challenges that defines us, but how we respond to them. Through it all, Adenuga has remained steadfast. His success, a testament to his resilience. Mike Adenuga's story is one of determination, ambition, and unparalleled success. As we delve into the legacy he has built, we uncover a narrative of resilience and visionary leadership that has left an indelible mark not only in Nigeria but across the continent and the world. His journey from taxi driver to billionaire magnate continues to inspire a generation of entrepreneurs who dare to dream and strive for success against all odds. Adenuga's contribution to the Nigerian economy are monumental. His businesses, from telecoms to oil and gas, have created thousands of jobs, fueled economic growth, and contributed significantly to the country's GDP. His generous efforts too have transformed lives and communities, further cementing his legacy as a leader who not only builds businesses but also uplifts society. The respect for Adenuga is universal. From world leaders to business leaders, many acknowledged and admire his entrepreneurial acumen, his relentless drive, and his unwavering commitment to excellence. His name is synonymous with success, and his story is a testament to the power of vision, hard work, and tenacity. Mike Adenuga's story is a testament to the power of ambition. His journey from the humble beginning of taxi driving and petty trading paints a vivid picture of what tenacity can bring. He treaded the paths of uncertainty and risk, but his unyielding spirit guided him through the challenges. His ascent to the pinnacle of success, becoming one of Africa's wealthiest individuals, is an inspiration.
Adenuga likes singing one song. It's a miracle walking God. It's a miracle walking God. He's the Alpha and Omega. It's a miracle walking God. He loves him.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk, and when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Centreforce Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain, him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company.
He's a man who became a billionaire at an early age, and that has been sustainable over the years. And I think this should be a leading light or a torchbearer for those who are interested in entrepreneurship.
Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Sterling House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004, was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is Chief Executive and President of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum's share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced a move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
By selling some of his assets and turn them into liquidity that helped him to pay off his outstanding debt, particularly with the banks. I think this is very remarkable in the sense that to a very large extent is driven by core personal values, where he could have made a decision to file for bankruptcy, which is not really popular in Nigeria. But that decision he made to be able to pay his debt off shows a man that is disciplined, a man that is driven by value, and to that extent, these lessons can be taken by other entrepreneurs who want to venture into some uncertainty when they make business decisions.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Kirigu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year-on-year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercurial Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Kirigu Power PLC.
Otedola has always been a fascinating businessman in the Nigerian business ecosystem, particularly based on his ability to navigate from one business ecosystem to another business. He's known particularly in oil and gas, and he's been able to move from that and is making inroads into the power and energy sector.
Kirigu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Kirigu Power, sold down a Kirigu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Ekpe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each.
Femi Otedola is unique in many regards. Number one, he has continued to be a torchbearer to the young generation, that entrepreneurship is sustainable once you are disciplined. On the other hand, he has also proven that those who, to a very large extent, were born with some silver spoon can equally carve a niche for themselves in entrepreneurship. So in terms of discipline, in terms of focus, Otedola remained one of the very fascinating Nigerians that we need to find a way to study. Then those who are equally in business and facing challenging times can equally take some understanding from how Femi Otedola has carried on in the business horizon. Finally, youths, whether you are from a humble background, whether you are born with some silver spoon, once you stay focused and you're determined to make good use of your talent, your skill set, and the knowledge, what Otedola has done is to provide a pathway for us in terms of personal development, in terms of personal discipline, in terms of the spirit of entrepreneurship. That once you're focused, once you can make some right business decision, then the business place can sustain people once you remain focused and determined.
Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Wise men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of 3 men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta. The three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the eco-greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Well, to your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best a way to be creative.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating. Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Well, to your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best a way to be creative.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating.
Got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. in the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
To your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best a way to be creative.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating. Hello, sports enthusiasts, fans, and pundits. Welcome to SOUQ Sports. It is the weekend, and yes, it gets better. There are loads of exciting stories making the rounds in the world of sports, and yours truly, the top cat, TC Barra, will be bringing you up to speed with all of those stories, the juicy details, alongside Charlie Montero.
Yeah, man, it's good to be here. It's a Friday. We are all preparing for the weekend, and the weekend is just about around the corner. And we are
Weekend starts today, though.
It does, but for we, Premier League fans, we start tomorrow. Other people that started their weekend today, some people will go club and all that, but we are still here, we're working, and the weekend is going. It's promising. It's promising. I always want to take my time, relax, enjoy the games, and blow the steam off.
I swear, blow the steam off. I like that sound of that. Been a while I heard that cliche. But then let's move on and let you know that Super Eagles are unchanged in the recent ranking released by the Federation International Football Association, FIFA. It's a global rankings released by the World Football Body, and the Super Eagles, who had recorded 1 win and 1 draw during the 2025 African Cup of Nations qualifiers earlier this month, maintained the 39th position. You know, they had defeated the Cheetahs, former Squirrels, Benin, and played a goalless draw against the Amavubi of Rwanda. But with this recent performance, the three-time African champions are currently sixth in Africa. The top 5 teams on the continent, based on the latest rankings, are Morocco, Senegal, Egypt, Cote d'Ivoire, and Tunisia. Reigning FIFA World Cup champions Argentina remain the best-rated national team according to FIFA. Other countries in the top 5 globally are France, Spain, England, and Brazil. Do you feel some type of way about this?
Yeah, of course. And that's why I was particular about this news story, because we have done well. Okay, our previous performances have been woeful. I'll say have not been up to par, or have not been up to our expectations. But when I see the names that are ahead of us in the ranking, especially for the African countries, Tunisia, what's Tunisia doing there? What business is Tunisia doing ahead of Nigeria? Without being disrespectful to the team or to Tunisia as a country, I just feel like Nigeria has more heritage in when you call, or let's say, effect in world football. We look at the recent qualifiers being played. It was an outstanding performance by the team, even though we did not get the desired result as to the second game. But then when they go on the field and you see the play, you are excited to watch Nigeria play. You know, there's a certain flair about Nigeria, and that speaks to how much they have come or how far we are going. And I think, yeah, we should be higher up in the rankings, stay in the same position
in Africa or in the world.
In the world as well. I mean, I could name a few countries that we could have got. I mean, we don't know the criteria that FIFA has used to judge this. But I feel like we should go up in the rankings as well.
Well, let's see. We've got a lot of games coming up, qualifiers and all that. I'm hoping that gets to improve the rankings. But climbing on the rankings without getting how do I describe it? Getting into the World Cup or qualifying for the African Cup of Nations might not be. I mean, it's not correlating for me. I feel what the focus here should be how to qualify. And we've not gotten our hearts together. There are issues with Nigeria's national teams, and it's endemic. Reasons I would say that it's because we're still struggling. Just last week, the same Labadier coach from Germany, who we heard did not agree to, was also in the news. Reports making the round is that the NFF were going back for him, and they had to put up a memo or a release to dispute that. So we're not even collected in our efforts to ensure that the Super Eagles and our national teams have got the right persons at the helm of affairs. So the shilly-shally approach to the national team just leaves us in some situation where you say, I mean, we're not even doing badly with the rankings. Yeah. We had a technical director in the NFF talking about the former international Austin Eguavon leading the team to those double qualifiers, right? And then if you continue, the news about him, saying he just had an arrangement. Yes, he said it was misquoted, but was it even necessary to say my arrangement was with the NFF or agreement was
to qualify for the,
and then you come back and say, oh, it was misquoted. I mean, it was just for the time being, but I'm still with the Super Eagles.
So you're saying that there's
a lot within the glass house, and those who live inside do not know they are not even supposed to be throwing stones.
They're causing the whole turmoil.
Yes. So it's when it gets to erupt, causing a debacle of some sort, you realize that
it does affect
even the players eventually, the outcome of the games, because once you don't have the right coach, nobody to psych the players up, you're not having these players get the right guidance in terms of what do you call it now, match tactics, formation and all that. And then you need to look at it's not the coach that is going to call up the players. So was it Austin Eguavon that had that team drawn up? I mean, do you understand where I'm going to with it?
The bad press that we get, the controversies in press,
would also take a toll.
Yeah, it affects the mentality of not only the players but the coach, and everybody that is around it, because nobody knows the truth. Nobody knows what is real. Because I don't think the backroom staffs are always aware of what is going on in the glass house, because the executives are, an arm that is separated from those that perform down. But I feel like, yeah, you're correct. You're very right, because a lot of these things play a toll or play its part in mentality and in just in grooming or the togetherness of the player.
Well, I hope we get it right. And the NFF, in a bid to try to get it right, started off a talent development program. And they've successfully completed a 2-week training program for national under 15 boys. Now, these boys will be called, or otherwise known as, Future Eagles. And that happened in Abuja. Now, it's also in line with the FIFA's talent development scheme. The initiative is aimed at creating a sustainable legacy for long-term talent development in the country. Now, the head of the delegation, Mr. Nasiru Jibril, who is a former Nigeria international, said the program is a welcome development and will serve as a pathway for every child who is aged between 12 and 15 to showcase themselves and be discovered. So the main objective of the project is to raise the standards of the national team football around the world for both men and women. And the idea is to catch them young. Jibril is confident that the program will form the major plank for supplies to the national teams in no distant time. So a total of 120 players divided into 2 batches were invited to camp for the first phase. 40 players to be selected for another schedule, which would be before the end of the year. So, I mean, this is what we've been talking about. Yeah. What we want is the sustainability of this project, and probably because of FIFA's involvement, we might have it, beautiful when it comes to football development. If it's
sustained. Like I feel the ability to get these things, the structure, just get the structure right, then sustain it. But yes, just like you rightly mentioned, as long as FIFA is involved, you find it like there's more or less like an external force or a watch party that is, keeping them in check. But we have been clamoring for this. The grassroots football is more or less important in the development of football in general. So how you want to see the Super Eagles perform is testament to how much work that has been done on the ground, scouting, development, showing these guys how the game works, because it changes. I would say the way football was when I was young is different now. The way it's played, the tactics have changed. We used to seeing right wingers or left-footed players play on the right, and all those changes have come into the game. So you need to boost their morale, educational wise. They need to be they need to have top knowledge on what is going on, where I should play, when the situation is like this, what should I do?
Just be in tandem with the dynamism that comes with football. So
I completely agree. Those are steps that we should take, and I'm glad to see them taking the steps now and making progress. We just hope that the Nigerian factor does not play its part in this in the long run. But I think
Nigerian factor. No, come on, bro.
I think it should go as far as the project, and in time to come, rather, we'll see the development and we'll see the results.
So it felt like you would have loved to play football at some point.
Yeah. Well, we know how our parents were, growing up. I would have loved to play football. I would say I wanted to play football. I saw it like a career path, but then it didn't work out. So we had to stick with the vision that was created for us.
All right, let's move on. Team Delta has emerged champions of the 8th National Youth Games, and this is for the 2nd consecutive time. 46 gold, 31 silver, 34 bronze, coming to a total of 111 medals. The host state of the Youth Games were declared winners at the closing ceremony. It was held at the Stephen Keshi Stadium. Stephen Keshi Stadium coming through, every other time for youth festivals and all that. So that game culminated yesterday in Asaba. They were closely followed, talking about Team Delta, by Team Lagos. Team Lagos won 26 gold, 20 silver, and 19 bronze medals, while the 3rd position went to Team Edo, comprising of 18 gold, 13 silver, and 28 bronze. Now, you know, Delta hosted the 7th edition of the games and topped the medals table with 51 gold, 34 silver, and 11 bronze medals. They have won all editions of the National Youth Games from 2016 till this year. 35 states, including the FCT, won medals, excluding Ebonyi State. Unlike last year when it was about 27 states, while River State are the only state that failed to participate. So River State did not participate, right? A lot of persons in my space are talking about Abia State, who made a massive leap from 22nd, you know, in the 2023 edition with 7 medals to 10th position, finishing up with 31 medals in this year's edition. Congratulations to my home state.
Yeah.
What's your home state?
Imo State.
Should we check your home state?
We can.
Should we check what your home state? Let's check what your home state finished with. Would you like to hear that?
I'm proud regardless.
Oh.
Regardless of the result. I mean, it's not like it's a bad thing. It's a competition, and whoever comes first comes first.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So your home state finished 18th. No gold medal, by the way.
But we picked up something. Still proud of you guys regardless. We are getting there.
Okay, let's let you know that the MPFL has announced a new date for the rescheduled March Day 3 fixture between Enyimba and Aqua United. And that information or communication is from the Chief Operating Officer, Davidson Owumi. He said the new date, which is was originally scheduled for the 22nd of September, will now take place on the 2nd of October. And that will be at the Enyimba International Stadium in Aba. Now, the decision to reschedule the match was made due to the CAF Confederations fixture, which is the second preliminary round reverse leg tie against Etoile Filante, happening tomorrow. And Enyimba's head coach, Olarinwaju Yemi, says he's focused on guiding the team to a victory in that match against the team from Burkina Faso. The Aba Giants managed a barren draw in the first leg of their CAF Confederations Cup second preliminary round contest, as they host their opponents at the Nest of Champions Godswill Akpabio International Stadium tomorrow. Tomorrow or Sunday, still very sure it's tomorrow.
Sunday.
Well, Olarinwaju is emphasizing the importance of the need to work hard and stay focused ahead of that game, which is a crucial test for the team. I wonder what you make out of that.
Well,
Enyimba, Filante. I think the team that used to pose a lot of problem, Etoile du Sahel. Esperance of Tunisia.
I know them.
SOUQ Mimosa.
I feel they got a result, a draw.
Yeah.
It's important that you come into
consolidate on that.
Come to the home side, with morale boost, and I think they can consolidate on the draw and get the win. Home advantage plays its role.
Yeah.
Plays its part, I guess. But I feel they should get the result. It's theirs to lose at the moment. Theirs to lose because everything is significantly weighing on their side, and they have all the advantage to win. So yeah, I'm confidently behind the Enyimba to take this one.
Well, Fidelis Ilechukwu of Rangers International saying that the clash with Sagrada Esperanca in the CAF Champions League is a cup final for them. Well, Nigeria's reigning league champions commenced their journey for the second leg, the preliminary round of the CAF Champions League encounter against Sagrada Esperanca of Angola. A delegation led by the GM CEO of the club, Amubi Ezako, who sometimes plays, he's a goalkeeper, so he wears his goals. He's registered. Yeah, so he sometimes he gets on the pitch. Yes, player GM, not even coach, player GM. So he wears his gloves, he gets into the pitch. So he led the team. They departed Enugu on Wednesday for the capital of Angola, which is Luanda, and they spent one night in Lagos before jetting out to Angola. Elechukwu's two-third side would want to pick the ticket for a group stage passage, and he said that they're going to Luanda to play as if it's a final. But then the important thing is their sport, their fired, but they are going to be without their star forward Onikacho Okafor. You know, he was available in the first leg, but he has been ruled out of the second leg. The Nigerian will not be available for his team when they play. So,
well, we all know the importance of having your star players in the fold, but we see how they plan out or how they pan out towards the aim in the game. But I think it's just one player. They can do without one player. We know the effect of having your star player missing, but I think they can manage. So they should get the desired result, put their weight behind it, and see it through the line.
We'll take a moment, and when we return, we'll take you out of the continent of Africa, across the ocean, to bring up to speed what went down in the UEFA Champions League. So games were played yesterday and day before yesterday, and of course we've got the long weekend. When I mean long, not badly long, but a weekend of fixtures ahead of us. We'll take a look at that in a bit. Don't move anywhere. Stay tuned.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Yes, yes, yes. I mean, 3 yeses. Sometimes you go for an audition and you get 3 yeses, and that means you're overly good. How would you describe the Champions League format, the newest format? Would you give it 3 yeses? Do you like the idea that it's called, the format has changed to a league system? Let me start off by getting in my compadre, Mr. Montero, into the picture. So, what do you make out of this new style, this new format of the UEFA Champions League? Yes, the team song still remains, we are the champions. But then, the format has played. Longer games, more, before now, we'll describe Thursday fixtures as as
I was going to
Europa games.
Europa games, and one Europa contender is still there.
Who's that?
Playing Thursday night
Who's
football. Arsenal, of course.
No, you didn't do that.
Well, they ran away from the Europa League to avoid Thursday night football, and they are still there playing Thursday night. It's so funny when I read that, but then it's cool. I think it now makes teams more particular about winning, because if you do not pick up points, you don't you don't qualify for the next round. As in contrast to what we used to have, where you could just decide the games are okay. I'll win this one, draw this one, win this one. Then I know I'm over there. I'll see it over the line, and I'm in the knockout phase. But this one, I think, is more or less technical. Every player now has to give it all. Be it reserve, you know, just call you up out of injury, you have to give your all. You have to make sure that you play the game to win. If you don't win, you'll be stuck in the bottom without points. And it's technical at the moment, because now the coaches have a lot to do with keeping their players motivated.
Fit and ready to go.
I think it's more or less a mentality thing than fitness now, because I think they are more or less fit. You can say, hey, I'm fit, because you can feel this player and say technically he's fit, but then mentally is he ready? Because look at Lookman against Arsenal. I would say he performed, but under par. They were able to checkmate his movement. They were able to keep him, you know, under the water, and that's not the Lookman we're used to seeing. Saka as well.
He described the game as a game of chess, and said he was now going to be focused on playing the next game for Atlanta. I don't think he was able to live up to his fullest. The guy who also missed the goal, what's his name?
Trezeguet.
Who missed for Atlanta, who missed the penalty rather. He had to be pulled out at some point. Lookman had to be substituted. Arsenal started with a party, and in the middle of the park there, Declan Rice to the right, and so we saw a compact Arsenal team, but at some point, Mikel Arteta realized that his team burnt out. Atlanta possessed the game. They had more possession, in as much as at the end of the game, it felt like Arsenal had a little more possession than Atlanta. But during the game, you'd see that the ball dominated the entirety of the game. But having said that, what next for Mikel Arteta? I mean, there's just something that distinguishes extraordinary from the ordinary, and that's a little extra. Arsenal didn't have a little extra, even with the introduction of Raheem Sterling. You know, late hours of the game.
I think what they were lacking in that game was their creative player, of which they only have one. Sorry to say, they only have Odegaard doing the creativity, because he's the connection between the midfield and the attack. So he's more or less like the creative mind. He's the one that comes up with all the bright ideas for Arsenal. I just feel like they should go away from the ordinary and try and step into the extraordinary. I mean, players. That's why
I'll give it to the goalkeeper.
Yeah, Raya. You know, astonishing.
Save the penalty, save the rebound.
Absolute beautiful reflexes from Raya. I mean,
he saw the penalty from his right, and he went the rebound on his left. It was 2 saves in quick successions.
Raya is an outstanding goalkeeper, without any doubt.
Would you describe him as the man of the match for you?
Yes. A penalty is more or less like the highlight of the game, and he was able to fit to manage that,
maintain pressure and composure.
You know, putting into consideration the length of the VAR check. I mean, a lot of pressure would have mounted, but he saw through it, and
I'm certain that when he woke up in the morning, Arsenal's goalkeeper would have screamed, "Up and grateful, up and grateful," right? And when that penalty was coming, he would have said, "I am chosen, I am chosen, I am chosen."
It's a HIM.
Crazy. Anyway, let's move on and let you know that 19th of September saw accumulation of Champions League match day for the week. Some unexpected results, you know, were recorded, and so we saw a clash between FC Barcelona and French League One side Monaco. That ended with Barcelona at the receiving end of the sword. Coach Hansi Flick, who recently said he and his team are set to win the UCL, was stunned by the French side. That game ended 2-1 at the Stade Louis Barcelona looked like a team that would have beaten Monaco if they didn't play with a man down from the 10th minute of the counter after Eddie Garcia was recorded. Now, the biggest win on the night was recorded at the Quip, where German Bundesliga champions Bayer Leverkusen defeated Feyenoord 4-0. Victor Boniface, who made his Champions League debut in the counter for Leverkusen, wasn't on the score sheet. At Gewiss Stadium in Italy, the Premier League side Arsenal, like we said, couldn't do much against Atlanta as they failed to produce any goal. So, of course, let me give you a rundown of some of the other results that came in. Zvezda versus Benfica ended 1-2, favor of Benfica. Brest beat SK Stormgrass 2-1. Atletico Madrid were winners over RB Leipzig 2-1, the same scoreline. And of course, I told you Barcelona lost to Monaco, it ended 2-1. So it seemed like a night of 2-1s. But just to go back to Wednesday, where Bologna and Shakhtar Donetsk ended goalless, Sparta Praha beat RB Salzburg 3-0. PSG just needed one goal to surmount Girona. Club Brugge lost to Borussia Dortmund by 3 goals. Celtic beat Slovan Bratislava 5-1. Then, one of the biggest fixtures, Man City and Inter Milan, ended goalless. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw the game, and there was no surprise there. It was just more or less like a repeat of 2023 final because they were cancelling each other out, I see, you would appreciate the art of defending when the Italians do it. Because I saw Inter Milan just sit back, maintain their shape. You know, every player was not really packed the bus because at some point they came out to play. And you see them keeping their formation, keeping the compactness, keeping every player behind the ball, and they defend in mass and attacked in mass, and they just kept City quiet. City felt like a toothless dog, I would say, because they were just barking and there was no end result. And that just tells you how good the Italians are in defending, and Inter Milan, you know, especially. And they had a magnificent season last year. And again, they've proved that they are really the giants of Italy, and they have shown that Man City is just one nip that they can put in the board.
How about the game between Barcelona and Monaco? Barcelona,
Well, I told someone that Barcelona would not stand out as, you know, a unique or an outstanding team if they
don't you think that the one-man
regardless of the one-man down, you know, yes, it red card does play its part, but once they equalized
from the 10th minute, it was early.
It was, but I felt like once they equalized, they had more or less like the momentum. Monaco were scared and they sat back. Well, they couldn't take their chances.
Advantage.
They had they had quite a couple of chances and they couldn't take it. I mean, Lewandowski was right there, or he was not as effective as we would hope or would have hoped. And you see, Barcelona just asking the questions but not getting answers. Asking the questions and not getting answers. I just feel like they have not lived up to expectation. A lot of people expect a lot from Barcelona, me, myself included, but I was of the opinion that if they cannot show their prowess in the Champions League, then they are not a team that we should say is up there when you talk about the likes of Real Madrid, Man City.
Really?
Yeah, because they can.
I feel hard luck took its toll on them. You wouldn't just wish Barcelona away.
In pre-season, they played this same Monaco and lost 3-0. And I don't see a difference in the lineup because it's still the same young stars they play. And these young stars,
they're not at their peak at the moment.
They're not at their peak at the moment. And they can easily breeze through La Liga because these are opponents they are used to. These are clubs they are used to playing season and out of season. But this is the Champions League where champions represent and where champions are made. And if they cannot do it, regardless of being away, having the disadvantage, if they could not do it in Champions League against a team like Monaco, then I would say they're not ready, really.
Well, let's find our way into the English Premier League, which will resume on Saturday with mouth-watering games across England as the season heats up. Now, the first game will go down in the English Premier League match day 5, a London derby between West Ham United and Chelsea. Well, it's Chelsea in form, actually.
They are, but West Ham is playing under par, but Chelsea is in form, and we should expect them to easily I will not say walk over West Ham, but then this is a fixture they should be licking their lips and
finding it easy, even with the Hammers being at home.
Yeah, it's a London derby, and Chelsea are owners of London.
Really?
Yeah, you want to dispute that?
The Arsenal is in where again?
North London.
So it's still not same.
It's not the same, but then they can.
Tottenham is where?
North London.
Okay.
They can rule North London, but Chelsea owns it.
Owns the entirety of London.
Both of them don't have a Champions League to prove. They don't have a Champions League to back up their claim.
Crazy. So 6 games will go down simultaneously from 3 p.m., including the fixture between North London club Tottenham Hotspur and West London club Brentford. Liverpool versus Bournemouth clash will also kick off at the same time. The last Premier League game on Saturday is between Crystal Palace and Manchester United. The remaining games will take place on Sunday. All right. So let me give it to you now. Aston Villa is up on the screen against Wolverhampton Wanderers. Fulham against Newcastle United. Everton away to Leicester City at the King Power Stadium. Liverpool play host to AFC Bournemouth. Southampton against the newly promoted side Ipswich Town, Brentford, Tottenham, Crystal Palace, Manchester United. On Sunday, Brighton and Hove Albion play host to Nottingham Forest. Arsenal will travel to face Manchester City.
Contenders versus champions.
So what do you make out of that?
Well,
the biggest fixture for the weekend?
Yeah, biggest. I mean, the two managers are well acquainted with each other, so I think they know how to cancel each other out. We saw it the entirety of last season, going toe to toe, and trading blows. I think Arsenal up for the challenge, but we can always say without Odegaard, they're also like a toothless dog. So I feel they can go there and do something, but it's the Etihad, and if they can keep Haaland quiet, if they can checkmate Haaland, then they can come out of that encounter with a positive result. But City is a team that you cannot undermine, you cannot overlook, because they are good. On their day, they are good. So yeah, Arsenal has all the job to do. I'm scared for Arsenal, actually.
Why would you say that?
Because they don't have the cutting edge that they require. I mean, you see Martinelli, somebody that has not proved himself yet, and for some reason, Mikel Arteta still keeps holding on to him. For some reason, Mikel Arteta is still putting his trust. I mean, put someone else. There's Trossard. You have a seasoned player in Trossard that has proved himself in the Premier League. One time with Brighton Hove Albion, and he knows how to play from that. But you keep using him from the bench. I mean, try something different. Martinelli is just a runner. I won't say with no brains, but there's no creativity there on that right wing, on that left wing, and he's just running. They need more creativity to cancel out. So you get me. So I just feel like there and the middle of the park, Havertz is doing a very fantastic job. I think he has 3 goals already in this season, and Gabriel Jesus is also battling with fitness and mental issues. I don't know what his problem is, because you see him perform for 10 minutes and disappears for another 10 minutes. So they need to just fix that. Like I said, it's a mentality thing, because there's a whole lot of fixtures this season. There's a whole lot of games to be played. So they just need to put themselves and take it a game at a time. City is one of the biggest teams across in Europe or in world football right now. So I think they just look for a format that works for them and kill the Giants.
So we do have live games today, Friday. In the La Liga, Deportivo Alaves will play host to Sevilla. From the Bundesliga, it's Augsburg against Mainz 05. Serie A has Cagliari against Empoli, and then Hellas Verona against Torino, Nice against Saint-Étienne in the Ligue 1. So across some of the major leagues, those are some of the fixtures to be looking for today. But then, if you had to use the local parlance, it's going to open up from tomorrow, and so it's just going to be a lot of it from the Premier League, which we've listed out to you, to the La Liga, where you see Osasuna in action against Las Palmas, Valencia playing host to Girona, Espanyol traveling to the Bernabeu to take on Real Madrid. Real Valladolid against Real Sociedad will complete the fixtures in the La Liga. In the Bundesliga, is Bochum against Holstein Kiel, FC Heidenheim against Freiburg, Hoffenheim play away at Union Berlin, Werder Bremen play host to Bayern Munich, Eintracht Frankfurt against Borussia Gladbach. Serie A, Venezia against Genoa, Juventus against Napoli, Leeds against Parma. In the Ligue 1 is Lille, Strasbourg, René Lens, Reims, playing host to Paris Saint-Germain, which feels like it's done and dusted for them. Might not be a problem for PSG.
Might not be a problem.
All right, Sunday, we continue as we listed some of the fixtures in the EPL. The Premier League would have Brighton against Nottingham Forest, Manchester City against Arsenal, and then in the La Liga is Getafe against Leganés, Atletico Club against Celta Vigo, Villarreal against Barcelona, Rayo Vallecano playing host to Atletico Madrid. In the Bundesliga is Bayer Leverkusen, Wolfsburg, VfB Stuttgart against Borussia Dortmund, St. Pauli playing host to RB Leipzig. In the Serie A, Fiorentina, Lazio, Monza, Bologna, Roma, Udinese, AC Milan away to Inter. And in the Ligue 1, Monaco, Le Havre, Angers, Nantes, Brest, Toulouse, Montpellier against Auxerre, and Marseille away at Lyon. Now, let's get back to the continent of Africa, narrowing it down to Nigeria, where we do have games that most of the MPFL games played on Sunday. We'll start off today, that the Oga Boys of Lagos, Ikorodu City, will be taking on Kwara United, but that game will be away. It's not going to be at the Mobula Johnson Arena. So the first time they played, it was whitewashing. They're still finding a way to get their feet. They should have played the second game, but because of continental engagements of the clubs that are involved, those games have been put on hold. And so they're away to Kwara, and they're hoping to get something out of that one. Sunshine Stars play host to Abia Warriors. Remo Stars, Dano Ogumodere side, will face the same Sugida Kano Pillars in Kano. Heartland of Owerri at the Danayam Stadium will lie in wait for Katsina United in hope that Emmanuel Amuneke will record his first win of the ongoing 2024-2025 MPFL season, while Plateau United will take on Niger Tornadoes. Former league leaders, Plateau United, Niger Tornadoes might just be tornading, coming with some wind power. But those are some of the fixtures to look forward to, this weekend. While, at the Continental, we have Rangers and Eimba in action. And so, the teams they're supposed to face would also have to wait for them. So we'll move away from football now and put our feet on the throttle as we go full speed. Ferrari's Charles Leclerc set the pace ahead of McLaren's Lando Norris, and in his first practice at the Singapore Grand Prix. One of the favorite of my friend JB. He loves the Grand Prix, the Formula One, and says the Singapore Grand Prix is the most interesting because you have to drive through cities. Leclerc was 0.076 seconds quicker than the Briton Ferrari's Carlos Sainz, coming in third ahead of Red Bull's Max Verstappen. Norris head into the weekend with 59 points, and that's behind Verstappen in the championship. He also needs to keep eating into the Dutchman's lead to keep his title hopes on track. Singapore was the only race last year where Red Bull failed to win, and the team have come into this event expecting somewhat of a difficult weekend. Now, Verstappen complained of understeer during the session and ended in 0.334 seconds off the pace. Now, after the session, he was ordered to report to the stewards for an alleged breach of sporting code, and that is following his swearing at officials at the news conference yesterday. His swearing came after FIA President Mohammed Ben Sulayem said in an interview that he wanted Formula One not to broadcast swearing from drivers during on-track sessions. Team radio transmissions are always vetted before broadcast and are transmitted on delay, so swearing can be bleeped. What do you think about that? It's like radio, no swear words, no curse words.
Because you do have a lot of young kids, watching,
listening and following,
following this game. So you cannot afford to put curse words out there on the internet or up for their content, and we have to also protect the next generation. I mean, you cannot swear, and it's not morally right or ethically right. So I think they have a point there.
Well, you cannot blame them. Just a lot of swearing going on in the world today, and we're hopeful that people can, keep it low. Anyway, still talking about swearing and anger management issues. Daniel Dubois slammed the table. Mild frustration ensued, and he refused to engage with Anthony Joshua as the two met in an understated news conference in London. Now, they're supposed to clash in front of a reported post-war British record crowd of 96,000 at Wembley Stadium tomorrow. Dubois won the interim IBF title in June and was elevated to world champion status when Alexander Usyk vacated. And he said he needs to retain the world title too and legitimize himself by winning the fight. He appeared eager for the news conference to end, while, Joshua, who is usually very conversational, remained focused and respectful towards the opponent. How do you see this fight panning? Has Anthony Joshua lost?
No, I think he's already hitting up. It gives it more. It gives the fans
a lot to be desired.
Yeah.
All right.
So I think they are doing their job, or they are both playing their parts. Anthony Joshua is more or less always calm and reserved, but he likes to keep a conversation. But I think it's one that we should see. It's a
you and I together. You buying beer?
Nah, I don't drink beer.
You buying wine?
I could buy you one.
One bottle of wine.
Yeah, one bottle of whatever you drink.
Okay. All right. We're going to see the game and get back to you with how it panned out. But then if you had to put your money on...
I will still go with my Nigerian blood.
No, he's been described as British for a long time.
He's still Nigerian blood in him regardless. So I'll still stick with Anthony Joshua because I personally want to see him
get back up there.
I want to see him get back. I remember the days where Joshua was a name.
AJ.
He was a name.
You scared of getting in the ring with him.
So yeah, I think Joshua should put the boy in his place. Yeah.
Let's see how that plays out this weekend. We will tell. Well, Coco Gauff, who is another name to reckon with in the sports field, sports sector, sports world, however you want to describe it, especially if you're a lover and follower of tennis. The American world number 6 ended her partnership with coach Brad Gilbert just 2 weeks after what she described as a disappointing US Open title defense. 20 years. It's understandable that she might just be quick-tempered. She won the first major of her career in New York last year under his guidance, but she lost in the 4th round to fellow American Neymar Navarro. She hired Gilbert to work alongside Spanish coach Pere Riba after a chastening first-round exit at Wimbledon last year. That led to a turnaround in fortune. She won 18 of her next 19 matches in her home hard court swing, leading to title victories in Washington, Cincinnati, and then New York. But then she says, that they have to move on. What a way to fire. It's called hire and fire. Great Britain's Emma Raducanu moved through to the quarterfinals at the Korea Open. She beat China's Yue Yuan in straight sets. She seized control of the match, winning 6 successive games to wrap up the opening set and then take charge of the second. The 21 years of age US Open champion, who's ranked 70th in the world, took a 7th match point to win 6-4, 6-3, and then went on to reach the last 8 in Seoul. She will play Daria Kasatkina tomorrow, with the semifinals also taking place later that day because rain postponed play for today. Russian top seed Kasatkina will be the person who might stop Raducanu. Or you think she'll go all the way?
I think Raducanu goes all the way. I mean, she has showed more desire, she has showed more fighting spirit, and she really wants it.
But then having 2 fights, 2 matches. Well, it's like a fight for their lives, a fight to remain in the tournament.
Fight for the money.
Fight for the money. Well, rumor has it that Manchester United is set to offer England midfielder Kobe Mino, who is 19, a bumper new contract to reflect his status as a fixture in the first team. Manchester United, we hear, could move from Bayern Munich's German midfielder Leon Goretzka, with the futures of Denmark midfielder Christian Eriksen and Brazil's Casemiro are currently hanging in the balance. Tottenham, Newcastle United, Manchester, we hear, are all chasing Lille and England midfielder Angel Gomez. And that's the 24-year-old coming to an end of a contract he already had. Tottenham, Chelsea, and Paris Saint-Germain are leading the race to sign Sweden forward Victor Gyökeres from Portuguese club Sporting. And then Juventus and Brazil centre-back Gleison Bremer. We hear is the ideal replacement for Liverpool. Netherlands captain Virgil van Dijk, Newcastle are also monitoring 18-year-old Norgesland and Norway forwards in the world. All of these are what we're hearing at the moment, and so there's no confirmation as to any of the stories, right? That's why we call it rumors making the round. You can call us the rumor mongers. We would, be taking that. From there, real quick, let's get to sports business real quick as we wrap it up. A lot of money moving across the world of sports, from media, branding, sponsorship, and all that. Well, just to take it back a little bit, let's start off with Sports TV has challenged Portuguese public broadcaster RTP over its use of highlight clips from the Primeira Liga and Serie A matches in complaints made to Portuguese media watchdogs. As it stands now, it is really sad to think that local channels do not have access to highlights and all that, and that's because of how do I describe it? Payment of these contents, by the rights holders who want it exclusively for themselves.
I think it is a source of revenue for them. And this is content that they create, content that they manage and what they should manage. So I think having exclusive right as to who sees or who gets the content is within their control. So I think, everybody will do what it is to protect where their, money is coming from. I think if the right contract is signed, then they should have full or exclusive.
But you see, when we talked about the South African League, we talked about the fact that SABC would be showing some games from Super Sport, especially local leagues. You would have expected such a collaboration. Yes, there's a huge market, but not everybody can afford, and so you could actually break down these packages. If you're unable to show, like in the EPL or whatever, you have like 8 or 7 matches in a day, and you're able to show just 1 or 2 games, you select some of the games that would show on your platform, and people get to have a feel. I mean, that's what it is.
I think when you put it in comparison to the English, they try to encourage fans to go and see these games live. So they select a few games that they want to. But I think what when you talk about South Africa, they are trying to encourage people to watch
the local league,
and encourage people to watch the local league by making it available. But I think when you make this thing available and you see that the interest has grown and participation,
you can monetize.
You can monetize. I think that's the
right
they're trying to use.
So Serie A's right fee with TNT Sports in the UK has been reduced by roughly half, but Italy's top-tier league is looking to bridge a revenue gap as much as it can with a pay-per-view arrangement with OneFootball. And that's how much, these things are trying, media houses are trying to improve pay-per-view. I mean, it's way to go. Everyone's talked about cable service providers providing these services on pay-as-you-go format, because you pay for these things. Sometimes you have erratic power supply, you have a disruption, because of signal loss and all that, and nobody compensates you for all of that. Sometimes you travel for a whole month and you don't even get to enjoy the service, and yet you pay for it. So it's things that should be considered, especially for people who love to follow football and sports, and that's probably the reason why they pay for certain cable subscriptions. BeIN Sports secured UEFA club competition rights in all its active Asian markets at a slight decrease on its previous deal, despite the addition of Indonesia and the new agreement. And I can understand why that is so. The current economic situation feels to be a global issue and is having some sort of impact on all sectors. And, if the persons who you're in business with do not understand the implications of that to give some sort of concession, I mean, why would you be doing business with that kind of person? It feels like you're doing business with, what's the person? Is it Macbeth? Macbeth now, who likes to take a pound of flesh.
Yeah.
The Royal Belgian Football Association has ended its search for a new chief executive, appointing Peter Williams, a one-time UEFA sponsorship executive, into the role. And on that note, we'll be ending our journey here on the show. You don't feel like going?
I don't, but then
you want to go.
we have to. The weekend is knocking, and we have to answer.
Yeah.
But then it's been an amazing time, where really, bringing you up to speed with all that you need to know, results, fixtures, and money-making moves around the world. So yeah, I still remain Charlie Montero. and I'm signing out. See you next week. Same time, same place. Peace out.
All right. Charlie is done. He signed out. I think it's time for me to put my signature into. But this time around, I'm hoping if I'm signing some money. I'm the top cat, TC Barra. Many thanks to you for being on the other end, watching. And of course, you can go over this clip over and over again, just in case you missed any part. And please share. Come on, don't shy away from sharing. Like, engage, share. And look out for our social media pages. We might just be putting up a prediction. Maybe. I'm thinking of one game. You know the game? Okay. So we might just be picking out a game and asking you to predict for urgent 2K. You know how we do it right here. And many thanks to everyone behind the scene, ensuring you can receive us crisp, loud, and clear. Do have yourself a wonderful Friday, great weekend, and see you Monday, 1 p.m. West African time. Until then, bye for now.
Looking back, my village is nice. I mean, urban, or it's an urban area now. My village was Ekpoma. The village was known as Emaundo. The best reference in terms of personality is Professor Ambrose Ali. That's where it comes from. My father was a farmer. My grandfather, really, Akaine. We all grew up under the shadow of the man. A very disciplined man and a big farmer. Had large landed properties, in the community. And so my immediate father, my biological father, was also under the shadow of the patriarch, Akaine, in the family. So usually you learn in the traditional African setting by just following what you see. You go to the farm, you learn how to take care of the crops, and all of that. So that's the way you learn. You don't have an institutionalized form of learning the way we do now, where you go to the classroom and all of that. That never existed. So whatever skills or profession your parents were in, you of course imbibe them and you learn them and they become part of you, So that was it. And that discipline comes with courage. You can wake up at 5, and head to the bush. That is courage. You've conquered the fear of the night, or whatever is on the way, and the rest of them. That was it. And when we close in the primary school, we also go and join them at the farm. We go join them in the farm and come back. So that was, a great deal of discipline. And also, we had our mini farms. So you work with your parents in the big farms during the normal, weekdays. On Sunday, which is like the resting period, we also go to our mini farm, which is closer to the home, and all of that. So you can see you imbibe almost everything that the family does, and you also replicate it in your own way. So for me, I know the value of farms. When I at the Lagos State University, where I am now, when I walk out, you have this, what they call these gardeners, planting vegetables and the rest of them. When I look at the vegetables, there's a certain, feeling I get because I know what it is to watch crops grow and the rest of them. So the substance of all of this background is productivity. The question about being idle wasn't there. Indolence wasn't there at all. You know, you have to be productive, and that's what you call labor emulation. You know your role, and you don't wait to be told what to do, and the rest of them. So for me, we are missing all of that in contemporary times. You know, for the young ones that are growing up. So from there, primary school, Upugele Primary School. That's it used to be called St. John's. You know, but by the time we were leaving, 1977, it was called Upugele Primary School. You know, and from there, my time coincided with a time there was a great competition for education. You know, in the then Bender State, you know, there were these great schools. You want to go to any of them. An association, Catholic College in Irua. You have Bishop Kelly in Benin, Edo College, Benin, Ugeli Government College, UGR, in in Delta now. So those big schools, St. John Bosco in Ubiaja, Esan Grammar School in Uromi, and all of those ones. You know, we were competing to be there. In fact, there is this joke I normally make. Those of us who didn't enter secondary school on time, when your mates come back during holidays wearing their school vest, we become jealous. So there was something to spoil us, you know, all of the time, and all of that. From there, so getting into secondary school was highly competitive. You know, today you see, I don't know how they do it now. Somebody will come out with 8 credits, not just 8 credits, 8 A's. I don't know how they do it now. In my time, we were not, you know, poor academically, but it was difficult to make those grades. And your result might even be seized. You know, you have to go and receipt for another round of WAEC examinations. So we did all of that, all with the hope of getting to the university. And I remember I wrote my JAM. Must have written JAM about 3 times. You know, you write your JAM with the hope that you are going to make all the combinations that you require to enter into the university, and you don't get it. So I kept, in terms of choice of university, I wanted to go to University of Benin, which was, of course, the closest to me in the then Bender. I tried, it didn't quite work out. I tried to go to, I would have been the second set in Bender State University when it was created, you know, Ambrosali, you know. I tried, it didn't work out. But so something happened. There was one Osasona, who was, I think he was a lecturer in Ambrosali, and he happened to be a friend, he was friends with my uncle. And so he was aware that I was having this difficulty in gaining admission into the university. He just told my uncle, why not let him go to Lagos and do this course at the Nigerian Institute of Journalism. It was called Certificate in Advanced Writing and Specialized Reporting. It was not meant for a greenhorn like me. It was meant for practicing, media practitioners. My colleagues were Untia Ukukena, who is late now. He was the PRO of FEDECO. What they call it, the NECON, not before FEDECO, after the one associated with FEDECO. You know, he was the PRO. Then I remember Abubakar Hassan, who was the PRO of Ajakuta Steel Mill. You know, there was one Kazauri. I think there was this paper in the north, not the New Nigeria. Was it not Herald? Triumph, something like that, yeah. Then you had, there was this other guy who was I think he was deputy manager in NTA Sokoto. These were my classmates. You know, I think this sports writer who was in the Guardian joined us. I remember very well. So, but you know, that program turned out to be very exciting for me. You know, because I had interest in writing, and as far back as when I left secondary school, my first attempt at writing was I wrote a book on Awolowo. You know, it was titled The Oasis, and that took me to Ikene to meet Papa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, and he recommended that book to Spectrum. Shortly after he did, he died, so nobody could to pursue it. And I don't forget that when I was leaving, it gave me 20 naira. 20 naira was very big, 1985, you know. Went back to Lagos, but it was not even the money. The fact that I could shake the hand of the sage was exciting for me. And looking back, I said to myself, look, I could have kept that 20 naira as a souvenir. But at that time, it was, you know, it was something that it was, you know, some money that I could use. So that was in terms of measuring my ambition, you know. And my earliest heroes were, you know, Obafemi Awolowo, Ole Soyinka, then, of course, Kaduna Ozeogo, the man who led the first military coup d'etat. You know, in terms of his commitment, patriotism, you know, and disinterestedness in himself. You know, a man who could tell you that if I don't come out in 15 minutes, take care of me and the target. You know, so those were my earliest heroes. And I remember I read The Man Died even before I left secondary school, and I was to reread that work again when I was writing my master's, you know, thesis. You know, so the other part of me, which was innate, was to detest anything oppressive. I remember in the secondary school that I started with, where I was one of the pioneers, Opoji Grammar School. You know, we led a protest against being shortchanged with this food they cook for you know, Children's Day. I remember now, the key cow and the rest of them. So they did this, and they brought the rice, and we didn't see the cow. You know, so I led a boycott of it. You know, it got to, I had a relative who was a teacher in that secondary school. So they were looking for the ringleaders, you know, and they called a general assembly. And they said, those who are not part of it should leave. You know, everybody was leaving. So we had about 4 of us or so. So they took 4 of us to the staff room to find out who was the ringleader. You know, we still insisted that we were not eating. And they said, well, if you don't eat, that we know that there's going to be trouble. So they went to the extent, you know, those days, traditionally you could go to Ifa to know who is the ringleader. But they used this key with the Bible, you know, calling our name to know who the ringleader was. You know, so eventually they prevailed on us, used all kinds of pressure to beg us and the rest of them, because if we don't eat the rice, probably there will be an indictment. It's already an indictment, and you know, those days in the inspectorate, they ask questions. So after much persuasion, well, we calmed down and you know, allowed the process to go on. So that was one earliest example of, you know, my attitude towards resistance. And so by the time I left secondary school, I got inducted into radical literature. There was a relative of mine, Mr. Isi Mamadou. He's now a German resident. You know, he graduated from Ife, Obafemi Awolowo University, then the University of Ife, and he was privileged to be taught by Professor Toyo Olorode and the so-called Ife collectives at that time. And when he graduated, he started what we call a study group in the village. So a few of us went there, and he gave us some radical literature. He gave me one like I recall very well, The Dialectics of Nature by Friedrich Engels. If you read the Dialectics of Nature, you virtually understand everything about science. You know, science and its relation to social life. So that literature, Communist Manifesto, the other one was Anti-Durin, also by Friedrich Engels. Anti-Durin will teach you polemics, everything about polemics. So by the time I entered the university, I was already radicalized in terms of what that look, you know, and all of that. So when I left ECPOMA for Lagos, you know, to start the NIJ program, so there were other comrades who were, you know, belonged to those radical movements. There was one Femi Ahmed, you know, those days we call him Sandinista. And so he was in charge of the cell that I belonged to, the Patriotic Labor Movement. So when I came into Lagos, we normally try to establish what we call front organizations. Front organizations. And Femi, we established what we call Nigerian Tenants Association. It might interest you to know that I became the first general secretary, you know, even though I was squatting, you know, at that time. And what we did by, you know, putting you in those organizations is to learn leadership, writing minutes, you know, and articulating proceedings. So I learned it through that, you know, period until I entered the University of Lagos, you know. Then when I got to the University of Lagos, we then established what we call Marxist-Leninist Study Group. There were these radical boys who came from Kwaratech, Bengal, Awekbo, who ran for the presidency, people under People's Trust. Olaiton Yoride, who was private secretary to Adam Soshomole, but he died in Benin. You had Bala Muhammad, who was a lecturer in Unimed, but he was doing his master's at the University of Lagos. You had Ukem Onyekpe, you know, there was Anti Kanabe, and a host of others. So we formed what we call the Marxist-Leninist Study Group. The UNILAG Student Union was banned, you know, during that period. So we resuscitated the union and brought the union back by, you know, launching a protest against the management at the Senate building in UNILAG. So we got the union back, and so we got involved in the student union politics. And you know, there's always contestation. The management will want somebody who will be amenable to them, and we wanted independent student unionism. So we did that. The first year, management managed to get one of theirs, Madoju Timi Phillips. At Atlantic died, God bless his soul, you know, to become the union president. I ran, after Madoju Timi, I think I ran for the presidency, you know, and again, I lost to Papa Chris. Chris Anyanze is also late now, you know. That led to crisis at the university because I won the whole of Akoka campus. They rigged it at the Diaraba. You can see some of these things you see today at the Diaraba campus. And we said no. Nobody can be sworn in unless I was sworn in. So that led to my rustication, you know, in the university. And we didn't give up. We went to court. I think we were about, I can't remember the number, by 11 or so. Our counsel was Femi Falana. You know, so, and we were out of campus for almost a year. And at the end of the day, we won the case. It was Justice Onalaja who ruled in our favor by asking the question, what is indiscipline under the law? Because we follow all the procedure in our communication with the management. So it became a landmark judgment, you know. That was it. So I went back to write my degree, my final year exam as a single candidate. You know, the previous year I lost a year because the previous year I would have served in Calabar. So then my results was when it was eventually released. You know, I was deployed to Sokoto, and I redeployed back to Lagos because the period coincided with the June 12, you know, crisis. And we read the atmosphere and said, if the crisis burst open, we were going to be consumed in the north, you know. And so we redeployed back to Lagos. Myself, GT Ogunye, Niyi, and so many others, I can't remember their names now. We redeployed back, you know, to Lagos. And of course, you know what that crisis led to. Snowballed into so many crises, renewed authoritarianism with Abacha coming in and the rest of them. So when we finished our service, because of my stint in journalism, so even while I was on campus, I was reporting for The Guardian, the art desk, because the guy who mentored me was Ben Tomoloju, the doyen of Nigerian cultural journalism. So I was reporting for The Guardian while at the University of Lagos. So because of that, my journalistic background, the Committee for the Defense of Human Rights was formed, and Bekora Sokuti was the chairman. So I was brought in to edit the newsletter, which we call The Victims. I was editing that for a time, and in the course of the crisis, the struggle against the military and all of that, I was again elevated to become the General Secretary of the Campaign for Democracy in Nigeria. And you know the implication of that. I succeeded Chima Ubani. I was elected at the Ibadan Convention of the organization. So few months after I was elected, I was arrested by the military and taken away to Brinikabi prisons for 1 year. I was released when the Commonwealth delegation came to Nigeria. I had a meeting with Abacha. Abacha wanted to please them, so he released a few of us, myself, Adeniji Adele, who is late now, one Eno, who was Abiola's whether personal secretary or personal assistant also at that time. So that was it. And when I came out, of course, the crisis, when I was released, the crisis hadn't ended at all, and my chairman was taken away, Becker was taken to Katsina prison also. We were all dispersed. Shehu Sani was taken to Kirikiri, later to Aba prison. So it was my task again to reorganize the organization. We did that, and we then transited to the United Action for Democracy. All the forces reaggregated under that umbrella. We then made Olisa Agbakoba as the convener. Myself and Chima Ubani became the joint secretary of the United Action for Democracy. So we were on that when General Abacha dropped dead. And I then, reflected on my career. At that level, I decided that I should go back to school. So I did my master's quietly at the Lagos State University, and went to the University of London to pick up my doctorate in politics. So that marked my journey into the academia. But then I became active in the civil society, and involved in research. I formed the Center for Constitutionalism and Demilitarization that publishes the Constitution, a journal for constitutional development. And under that platform, I carried out governance training across 3 of the 6 geopolitical zones in the country. Some of the alumni of SENCOD, many prominent people, Lalong, the former minister, was an alumnus of SENCOD, of that center. Orelokpe, who is in the Center for Sustainable Development in Abuja. In fact, she was sent by the president. Then he was governor of Lagos State. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu sent almost about 6 commissioners to me, to train in the SENCOD Summer School of Governance and the rest of them. So from there, I then decided to move into full research by entering into the academia at the Lagos State University. Because of my strength in research, I've written enough to be a professor even before I joined the system. So I entered Lagos State University as a senior lecturer, and rose through the ranks to become a professor in 2017, in political science. So, and in terms of the content of my scholarship, it's liberating. It's about, how to transform the society. And it's about, underscoring the problems that the continent faces, you know. And I've written so many books. My essays are over 100, so including books. You know, one of them, which I think is very seminal, is Patrons of Poverty. You know, IMF, World Bank, and Africa's Problem. And I also wrote, of course, detailed a volume on globalization and the fringe players. You know, the way it affects the global South. I did that, and just like so many articles in terms of trying to understand Nigeria's problem and transform them. I think the first stage is the power of conviction. You know, you must at each point in time define, you know, your role, because one of the greatest problems is that we are born into this world. Sometimes, as one French philosopher, I guess, said, we don't know the cause of death, you know, and we also know the cause of departure. So we just find ourselves in this space. So when you find yourself in this space, you define it. And if you do a summing up, you discover that the only thing relevant is to live your life for humanity. And so you have to, how do you create that space? You know, it means that all those strictures, structural constraints on people actualizing themselves, you have to, you know, help to fight them. You know, you have to subvert them so that people can, you know, fully realize their lives. And so I believe that I have that power of conviction. One, and it's, when conviction comes with commitment. Commitment is very, very important in whatever you do. You define your aim, then you are committed to it, and you pursue it. But what I also learned, I'm not sure whether I was influenced by Chief Obafemi Awolowo's biography. You discover that nobody really helps anybody. So it is always good to carve a path of independence so that you don't go begging to feed yourself. It's very important. I mean, if I say this, I'm not saying that you have to be materialistic. That's not the point I'm making. But independence in ways that you become self-sufficient. Because that's the only way, you know, you can also live your life meaningfully. If you are not, if you are not well, if you are unhealthy, you can't pursue goals and the rest of them. So independence is very, very important. As you will find out, I'm sure many of us here have experienced that. Nobody helps anybody. You know, it doesn't mean there are exceptional cases, you know, that people can come to your rescue and say, let me help you. Always, we're on our own, you know, and the social measures, which of course are embedded in the African system, traditional society, have been eroded now. The reason why you don't have a high suicide rate in Africa is because of that extended family system. If you see your cousin, even if 10th cousin, and you towards being self-reliant and be creative, you know, and do things that are productive. Our country is a very great country, potentially great country. And if you've traveled to other parts of the world, you will understand why we need to build this country and create sanity zones. That again tells you why I'm in politics. Because I believe that even if I were to, you know, amass huge resources, I will not be able to transform beyond my immediate family. But if you want to transform society and community, you need state power, which is why the quest for leadership becomes very important for me. Well, incidentally, I was one of the first persons in the country to organize a national conference on the 1999 Constitution in 2000, just a year after the transition, you know, program. In that conference, I recall very well, Issa Sage was there. The late Bala Jubri Mohammed was there. I think Odi Alfemu was there. So many prominent Nigerians were in that conference. And at that time, if you don't understand the constitution making, you have what we call, that's what we call people's, you know, people's-led kind of process of making constitution. You know, that means that the people must partake in the articulation of the provisions of the constitution. It's actually called process-led. That was the word I was looking for. You know, so that people can own that process. You know, the spirit of that discourse, of that debate, you know, will be of course embedded in that constitutional, you know, provisions. The place it was well, you know, demonstrated is Ethiopia, after the civil war in Ethiopia. You know, the Ethiopia constitution was a process-led one. They even dramatized the provisions of that constitution to the ordinary people to understand what was being, you know, talked about. That was why I was shocked that Abiye could go to war in Tigray, because the Ethiopia constitution has a clause that says whoever want to go out of the union, if you want to go out of the union, there's an article you can activate in the constitution and you leave. So if Tigrayans wanted to go, why was Abiye trying to stop them? Why is it that the government there refused to follow the lay down a constitutional path to resolve such crisis instead of, you know, bloodletting that happened in Ethiopia? So in the case of Nigeria, we talked about the fact that Nigeria entered into post-colonial life on the basis of a federal constitution. You know, largely issues of derivation were taken care of in the constitution. If you look at the 1966 Republican Constitution, even 1960, derivation was there, which I thought it was almost about 50%, you know, resources from the regions and the rest of them. So after the Civil War, centralism, you know, become military ruled by edit and decrease, and it's a central command. That collapsed essentially the federal structure and undermined it completely. Even civil service within the regions were now united on a national basis. You know, so that is the problem. You have a military head of state who dictates, you know, everything that happens in the regions. That was the problem. Now, the 79 Constitution was an attempt, you know, to strengthen the federal system so that what they call separatist tendency of the early 60s will not be there. But again, in a way, it atomized the federal essence of the Nigerian, you know, constitution. So the 1999 Constitution, one of the things we found out is that as at the time it was compacted or put together, there were 68 items under the exclusive list, the exclusive legislative list. And compare that to the residual list, where the state has legislative competence. You know, it was infinitesimal. So we felt that there are items on the 68 exclusive items on this exclusive list that ought to be either concurrent or residual, you know, to the states. So that is the problem. So the states are largely de-empowered with the 1999 Constitution. The states are largely de-empowered. And there are aspects of the Constitution that are not enforceable. I think the directive principles of state policy, you know, I think chapter 2 or so, are not enforceable, you know, and all of that. So what you then have is that what Ekweremadu call Fidiboto federalism. Everybody run to Abuja. You know, creativity is dead, and the rest of them. And it has, of course, feared what you call a consumerist orientation of the governing elite and the larger society. So these are the problems. And so refederalizing, as we have argued, will mean that, you know, more powers should be devolved, you know, to the states and the rest of them. The last assembly tried to do it haphazardly. You know, electricity, as you know now, is now under concurrent. You know, and which other one, railway, is now concurrent. You know, so for me, that's some, you know, some gains of the long-time agitation for devolution of power. But we still need to do more. Well, I think that there is a conflation of meaning when you talk about restructuring. You talk about devolution of power. You talk about refederalizing the polity. You know, largely they converge. We are saying that there are contradictions within the Nigerian, you know, system, the polity. You know, therefore, we need to deal with those polity problems, by restructuring. Restructuring means that the component nationalities of this country, should exercise some measure of autonomy, in their area of jurisdiction. You want to, for example, now we have NUC that determines almost everything for universities. Universities is on the concurrent, education is on the concurrent list. State government can establish their own standards for universities, So when you have all of those things, those are the contradictions in the Nigerian federal system. When things that are supposed to belong to the units, are being concentrated in the center. That's the problem. So you are talking about rearranging that relationship between the center and the units. That's what restructuring is all about, because right now it is skewed. Let me give you an example. The local government structures in the country, they were arbitrarily created by the military, from OBJ to, the last administration. And those arbitrarily created local governments are constitutionalized. I think they are the third or second schedule of the constitution. They are there. I'm not quite sure which of the schedule, that we have today, which was why the Lagos attempt to create more didn't quite go through constitutionally, Now, we are trying here in Nigeria to make local government as a unit of the Nigerian Federation. For me, it is wrong-headed. That's one of the contradictions. If federalism is usually an agreement between the unit and the center. In fact, we should not even, when we use unit, we are not substantial. You talk about people. Federalism is a product of people saying we want to live together as one country based on the following terms. So you cannot create a local government structure and make it a unit, of a federal arrangement, of a federal agreement. Rather, local government should be mere administrative, structures of the units of the federation. That is to say, Lagos can decide to create as many as 100 local governments if they like. They can reduce it to 10 if they like. The question about reifying the local government structure as if it's a unit of the Nigerian federal arrangement, is a major contradiction. Because what they have done, when you do that, those local governments that were arbitrarily created in the first place, you then reify them because they draw resources directly from the center, from the federation account. So Kano has 44, is it 44 or 40 local government, areas. Lagos has, 20. Lagos has 20. And they all draw resources from the federation account. So you can see, obviously, there's an obvious disempowerment or cheating within that system. So that is why we must resist. When they talk about local government financial autonomy, so when you talk about local government financial autonomy, it's nothing other than aggrandizing those arbitrarily created local governments. If you move around this country, local government exists in name in some parts of the country. Just in name, nothing happens. Nothing, in terms of functionality, you don't see any activity to show that this is a local government, structure in action. It's not there. So these are the contradictions. When people are talking about the structuring, it will also mean that the existing local government structure can be dissolved or expurgated from the constitution. Allow states to create local government that they want to create to govern their own sphere of activities. So when you do that, this argument about local government autonomy will fizzle out. The state's assembly will now make law for the smooth running of local government. As subsidiarity structures, we already know what their roles are. But the state government will then provide enabling laws. Whether the state also need to create some grants for them, how much they can raise from the activities that they normally do or carry out, all of that will be spelled out. So the question about reifying the LG as a unit of the Nigerian Federation will be eliminated. That's one contradiction. Now, you will recall that states had their constitution. Regions in Nigeria had their own constitution before. They even had what they call them, consular services in other countries of the world. Just something like ambassadorial or diplomatic missions. They had. State had. Western Nigeria had, their own missions. Though not of the status of, what you have today. They had that. That was much of the autonomy that the units of the Nigerian Federation, the regions enjoyed. And there was a great deal of competition. Go to ABU's area. You see that structure, was not just any structure. You can't find those structures again. Go to Ife. The Museum of Natural History in Ife is an architectural piece that can raise money for that university if you turn them into postcards. You can't have that structure anywhere. You can't have two of that structure anywhere in the world. So the regions knew what they wanted. They knew what they wanted. There was strict competition, and development was being driven. But today, development is not on the agenda. If you go to the National Assembly, legislative business is maybe perhaps 10%. People are looking for LPO contracts, and the rest of them. And even in the First Republic, when the regions were truly autonomous, legislative business was part-time. Councillors were part-time, councillors. That was what we had. And yet they were committed. They were men who were respected in the community with character and all that. Today, it's the only game in town. People believe you can make money by going into politics. If you look at the academic staff union of universities, the crisis has always been about underfunding of the universities, the tertiary institutions in the country. Or not just even tertiary institutions, the educational sector. If you look at budgetary allocation vis-a-vis other sectors of the national economy, you discover that education is not prioritized. So that has created problems between academic staff union and the Nigerian government. Autonomy happens in different ways. The way we are in Nigeria today, in which every institution and agency of government go to the center to collect money from the federation account, will not allow university to have full autonomy, because you still rely on subvention, from the federal government, to run, or the state government, as the case may be, But creating your own resource base, financial autonomy, is still problematic, because you can't charge higher, tuition fees. Private institutions are doing that, and you know what it is. Your children can't go, my children can't go there. But even at that, they rely on, the faculty members in the federal institutions to teach in those institutions, because we resource for them. So, SOUQ has always made a patriotic case for funding of education. And SOUQ doesn't just make a case, they provide solutions. There was a document SOUQ produced in the 80s titled How to Save Nigeria. The third fund that you see today was a product of that articulation. It was SOUQ that articulated this third fund, which comes from the money in third fund is education tax. SOUQ provided anything they asked for, they provide a solution. Even the last element of the crisis, EPs, these integrated personnel, payment services. SOUQ said, look, the nature of the federal, the educational institutions are such that you can't lump us with EPs. SOUQ then provided what they call UTAS, University Transparency and Accountability System, that will take care of the peculiarities within the system. So SOUQ will make a case. When they protest, they review and justify. That's what SOUQ does, And I would say that SOUQ is one of the most patriotic organizations in this country. In fact, the last organization standing in terms of providing, solutions and critical engagement with the state actors. So it is made to look like a problem because of irresponsibility of the minders of the Nigerian state. Elsewhere in the world, education is always prioritized. Some places education takes a larger chunk of the national budget because if you have an educated population, it is easy to govern. It's easy to govern and the rest of it. So I don't look at it as age-long crisis. If we have a productive national economy, federal government may not need to even fund the university because product of research, companies will buy into them, and therefore university can survive on royalty. For instance, University of Michigan, survives on royalty, particularly from the automobile industry in Detroit, in the United States of America. Now, but even at that, the state has not shirked its responsibility of giving subvention to a university that is super rich. That's the United States. But here, and you know the trend, all of us in government take our children to universities abroad. And Nigeria's universities in the 70s and 80s and the 60s were stronger than those universities. If you bring a degree from America, Nigerian university system here, they don't regard it those days. If you bring from Canada, they don't even look at it at all. Except maybe Britain, because our system was modeled after Britain. But today, we bring all kinds of degrees now. We are proud to label it University of Hull, University of Birmingham, State University, Florida. Whereas Nigerian, the faculty in Nigeria, in Nigerian universities, we're very solid and strong, attracting international, academics to come into Nigeria. If I had so many international academics, UI, the same thing, and the rest of them. UI, where you have people like BJ Dudley, strong intellectuals that if you enter, you are afraid, you are not sure of yourself if you enter UI. Because the academics were thick, they were real scholars, and the rest of them. And it's still easy to do this. All you just need to do is to invest, fund educational system. The money that is voted for newspapers for a senator is, it's just equivalent of what a lecturer earns in a month, a professor earns in a month. Less than $500. It is a shame. I think I made a reference to it, somehow. You can, if you want to transform society, you need state power to do so. Without state power, you can't transform society. But beyond that, the political atmosphere, is highly polluted. You have state actors who are not there to build, who are not there to transform society, but who are there to self-aggrandize, accumulate resources for themselves and their cronies. That's what you have. Maladministration. That's what you have. So, if you have that structure, unless there's a contention with that structure will be reified, that it becomes extremely difficult to change society. Look at the consequence of the way we have misgoverned our country. Every Nigerian wants to go abroad. Professionals are living in droves. So if they leave, who is going to build the country? So I believe that it is possible to create sanity zones. By experimenting with what I call enclave paradigm. People will say, yes, every other thing is bad in Nigeria, but there's a state that is getting it right. So that is the, overriding rationale for my intervention in politics, especially in Edo State. The process is still on to get our candidates out, and one is optimistic that one may have the opportunity to serve our people and to, create a sanity zone, an exemplary, sphere of governance for Nigerians to see. Maybe 2 points, really, from your question. Governance, governance, then electoral, deficits in the system. If you talk about governance, governance is usually about the people. As a political scientist, I've read Western philosophers, from Plato, Aristotle, to J.S. Mill, David Bertrand, all of these people, Jeremy Bertrand, sorry. What they are all concerned in their philosophical articulation is how to achieve happiness for society. And so society is created in order to create a basis for happiness for humanity. Because individuals cannot surmount, the burden of nature. And therefore, you create a community for that, for our social life. We have negated that largely in Nigeria. And so we need to re-engineer governance. Re-engineer governance in ways that it can become meaningful and create a basis, for happiness of our people. So it means that government must reprioritize and focus on, those vitals, existential vitals. People must have a roof over their head. People must be able to feed, clothe themselves. If you can't do this, you are not governing. Well, I will just talk about John Keats. It's an English poet. He said that much of life is miserable. He said happiness is an interlude. It's an interlude. So if you understand this, so define a purpose for your life such that you can maximize the interludes of happiness. And that is one, you must acquire a skill. You must acquire so that you can be relevant in the productive process in the country. Acquire a skill. Get education. Education, is elevating. Education is elevating. Be self-reliant. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. These things are very important.
The National Union of Food, Beverages and Tobacco Employees Senior Staff Association has made a passionate appeal for urgent presidential intervention by President Bola Tinubu to resolve the crisis created by the refusal of the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration (NAFDAC) to comply with the resolution of the House of Representatives directing it to lift the ban on the production of alcoholic drinks in sachets and small PET bottles. The association made the appeal in an open letter sent to President Bola Tinubu and made available to our newsroom on the 16th floor of Necom House, 15 Marina, Lagos. In the petition, signed by National President of National Union of Food, Beverages and Tobacco Employees, Comrade Garba Ibrahim, and the National President of the Food, Beverages and Tobacco Senior Staff Association, Comrade Jimo Uyibo, The union requested for the fatherly intervention of the president in what is called this lingering, unnecessary, intransigent refusal of the Director General of NAFDAC to comply with the resolution of the House of Representatives which directed it to lift the ban on alcoholic drinks in sachets and small PET bottles in its resolution on the whole House dated on the 14th of March 2024. The union expressed its profound gratitude to the President for his fatherly concern and exemplary leadership in the resolution of the minimum wage crisis, and expressed the hope that this groundbreaking achievement will go a long way in calming tensions in the unions and the organized private sector in the quest for the improvement of the economic well-being of the struggling but ever-enduring Nigerian working masses. It explained that it had resorted to the last-ditch attempt to resolve once and for all the avoidable impending crisis in the industries, which, if not quickly tackled, could appear to jeopardize the industrial peace that the resolution of the minimum wage negotiations are expected to lead to. The union noted that there have been copious presentations by the various stakeholders in the industry in response to what is called the sudden, ill-advised and ill-motivated draconian imposition of the ban of NAFDAC at the beginning of the year on the production of alcoholic drinks in sachets and small PET bottles, pointing out that the proposed ban will kill industries and investments. The union was of the view that the ban will invite economic disaster in Nigeria, which will affect hundreds of thousands of businesses, homes, and families in the country. The petition stated that as members of the unions dealing with food and beverages, they were of the opinion that the actions of NAFDAC was injurious to the economy at this difficult time, stressing that it was no surprise that the patriotic, honorable members of the People's House of Representatives unanimously passed the resolution due to stave off the looming danger to the economy. It observed that the position of the Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, after the resolution was that she was waiting for ministerial directive before compliance. It wondered how long it will take the DG of NAFDAC to get the so-called ministerial directive months after the resolution of the House of Representatives. The union said that it did not want to allege or suggest that it appeared that the DG of NAFDAC was acting against national or public interest, as even the Distillers and Blenders Association of Nigeria, the ban, have appealed to NAFDAC to suspend the ban. In its resolution, the House of Representatives stated that government regulatory bodies should place more emphasis on regulation, monitoring, and enlightenment campaign to educate stakeholders and the general public on the dangers of underage consumption of alcoholic drinks and its sale in motor parks. It also resolved that the enlightenment campaign should be carried out in secondary schools across the country as practiced by the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency (NDLEA) to educate students on the dangers and vices associated with the abuse of alcohol. It tasked parents, religious bodies and non-governmental organizations (NGOs) should be tasked to counsel their children or ward, especially the underage, on the dangers of alcohol consumption, and that regulatory mechanisms should be strengthened to ensure enforcement and compliance. We call on Professor Muji Adeyeye, the DG of NAFDAC, to conform to and comply with the resolution of the House of Representatives in the interest of the public and adhering to the rule of law. There is no individual in Nigeria that is above the law. She should do the needful by lifting this ban on the production of alcoholic drinks in sachet and small PET bottles. I am Bayo Olaoye. The Anambra State government has announced plans to rebuild and reclaim the master plan of the famous Onitsha market in Onitsha. This is good news to businessmen, traders, and entrepreneurs across the country. Governor Chukwuma Soludo, who made the announcement in Onitsha, said that the Onitsha market was reputed to be the largest market in West Africa, adding that it will be rebuilt by the state government to international standards. The governor stated that with the existence of a master plan for the market will be rebuilt soon into multi-story complexes and 21st century compliant. In this news talk, I will be examining this bold and inspiring message, an issue on the minds of many businessmen and entrepreneurs from the eastern parts of the country. I am Bayo Olaoye. Governor Chukwuma Soludo expressed the deliberate intention of his administration to transform the Onitsha metropolis while commissioning the Trans-Nkisi Recreation Center in Onitsha. The governor, who described Onitsha as the commercial capital of the southeast, said that if Onitsha did not progress, the entire region will not progress, adding that attention must be paid to the town. The governor stated that with the population surge, a master plan for a greater Onitsha will be essential, at least for the next generation, pointing out that Anambra had the smallest landmass after Lagos. He also disclosed that all trunk A roads in Onitsha will be dualized and provided with street lights. Governor Soludo stressed that his administration was literally breathing life into towns in Anambra State, as everywhere was witnessing development and the whole place was turned into a large construction site. The governor noted that due to inadequate resources, the public-private community partnership PPCP model will be used to develop the state as it was prioritizing needs. He expressed his gratitude to the people in Anambra State who have responded to the call to assist government and enumerated several roads built by wealthy individuals from Anambra State, which he had already commissioned since the call was made. Evaluating the resources available to the state government, the governor stated that it was nothing to write home about, as it was meager, but urged citizens in the state to pay their taxes. He criticized and spoke strongly against wealthy and influential people in the society who evaded the payment of tax for one reason or the other. The governor expressed his readiness to partner with private individuals in the prosecution of projects that will have impact on the lives of the people. The president of the Traders Association in Trans-Nkisi Layout, Mr. Uche Okeke, appreciated Governor Soludo for being the first governor to visit the layout after 44 years of its creation. Mr. Okeke commended the governor for what he called his uncommon wisdom dealing the state, particularly on group projects within the layout, which will open it to the world. He pleaded with the government to address the issue of land grabbers, especially in parts 2 of the layout, noting that they were receiving support from neighboring communities. Mr. Okweke pledged the loyalty and cooperation of his members in supporting the administration of Governor Chukwuma Soludo in Anambra State. He called on the state government to continue to provide amenities for the people in the areas of education, roads, health, infrastructure, security, water resources, and agriculture. I am Bayo Olaoye. His Royal Majesty Ogiame Atuwashi II rules by mobilizing to their villages and commence development. In a statement issued from his palace in Warri Delta State shortly after his 3rd coronation anniversary, the Olu of Warri pointed out that the statement was a symbolic directive to his people to start returning to their villages, adding that there should be no fears or excuses. In today's news talk, I'll be going through highlights of the monarch's statements as it reflects the Shekris in the country and the diaspora. I am Bayo Olaoye. Ogiame Atunwashi II, CFR, stressed that there will be perfect conditions for Shekris to return back in their original numbers, adding that their ancestors did not wait for anyone, even their neighbors, to solve their problems. He urged his people not to hide behind laziness or stress or the feeling of being too civilized to participate in the movement to return back to their villages, stating that there was imperative to face the situation squarely, and that if men came together in unity of purpose and determination, they would succeed. The Olu of Warri encouraged the people to return to the practice of burying at night in their various villages and not to settle for easiest and convenient ways that kept the people in the state of underdevelopment. Ogiame Atunwashi was of the view that the suggestion was open, a provision for those of the Christian faith to be buried accordingly. The Olu of Warri said that those who prefer to bury during daytime will not be compelled.
Hello and welcome to the News Hour on SOUQ News Television. I am Sade Uwe. First, the major headlines. Now to the news in full. In Q2 2024, Nigeria's rail system generated 1.69 billion naira in passenger revenue, marking a 53.14% increase from the 1.10 billion naira earned in the same period in 2023. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, passenger traffic also grew by 45.38%, with 263,000 passengers transported by rail compared to 474,117 in Q2 2023. Additionally, goods transport saw a sharp rise with 143,759 tons of goods moved by rail, up from 56,936 tons in Q2 2023. Revenue from goods transported by rail reached 537.36 million naira, a remarkable 206.68% increase compared to 175.22 million naira in Q2 2023. Goods moved via pipelines contributed 42.08 million naira to revenue, while other receipts totaled 994.68 million naira, reflecting a massive 5,206% increase from the 18.74 million naira collected in Q2 2023. The Nigerian government has received a liquefied natural gas retrofitted locomotive for the Nigerian Railway Corporation under a public-private partnership with the SOUQ Consortium. The locomotive operates on a dual fuel system using 70% LNG and 30% diesel, significantly reducing fuel cost. The Minister of Transportation, Saidu Alkali, announced the development during the final test run at the Idu train terminal, in line with a broader push to transition from diesel to more economical and sustainable fuels. The retrofitting forms part of the government's strategy to unbundle the NRC and boost private sector involvement. The SOUQ Consortium CEO, Samuel Uka, emphasized that the partnership includes a 20-year agreement to retrofit all NRC locomotives with LNG CNG systems, aiming to cut transportation costs by 50%. The partnership also proposes upgrading railway security with real-time monitoring systems to prevent vandalism and enhance operational efficiency. The Nigerian government plans to reduce the corporate income tax rate within the next 1 to 2 years, according to Taiwo Oyedele, chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. Speaking at the Access Corporate Forum in Lagos, Oyedele emphasized that the move is part of efforts to ease the tax burden on businesses and increase revenue collection efficiency. Currently, companies in Nigeria pay a CIT rate based on turnover, 30% for large companies, 20% for medium-sized companies, and 0% for small companies. Additionally, the government aims to eliminate taxes on essential items like food, education, transport to reduce inflation and stimulate production. The new value-added tax regime will allow businesses to recover input credits on assets and services, reducing inflationary pressures. These reforms come as Nigeria's CIT collection saw a dramatic rise of 150.83% in Q2 2024, driven largely by foreign CIT payments following the foreign exchange unification policy. Nigeria's 64th independence anniversary is around the corner, and leadership since 1960 till date is being x-rayed from different perspectives. Today, being September 20th, remains the posthumous birthday of General Sani Abacha. Our correspondent, Grace Komalafe, shed more light on his legacy.
Posthumously, September 20 marks what would have been the 81st birthday of Nigeria's former head of state, General Sani Abacha, a figure whose legacy continues to provoke deep reflection and controversy. Born in Kano in 1943, Abacha rose through the military ranks to become one of the most powerful and controversial leaders in Nigeria's history. His regime, which lasted from 1993 to 1998 was characterized by authoritarian rule, repression of political dissents, and widespread corruption. Abacha's rise to power was swift after playing a key role in the coup that ousted President Shehu Shagari in 1983. Abacha was instrumental in the successive military regimes that followed by 1993, when General Ibrahim Babangida annulled Nigeria's presidential elections. Abacha took control of the government, promising to return the country to democracy. However, instead of fulfilling this promise, he established a military dictatorship, one marked by human rights abuses, the suppression of free speech, and the imprisonment of political opponents. One of the most infamous incidents of Abacha's rule was the execution of Ken Saro-Wiwa, an environmental activist and writer, alongside other Ogoni leaders in 1995. Their trial and subsequent execution were widely condemned internationally, drawing attention to the harshness of Abacha's regime. Beyond political repression, Abacha's rule was also defined by the massive embezzlement of public funds. According to the information available to the public, the looting of Nigeria's treasury under Abacha remains one of the largest corruption scandals in the nation's history. During his regime, vast sums of public funds, estimated between $3 billion and $6 billion, were siphoned off and hidden in foreign banks' accounts across Switzerland, Jersey Island, and other nations. Since Abacha's sudden death in 1998, Nigerian governments have worked tirelessly to recover these stolen assets. By 2023, around $4 billion in cash and $2 billion in assets had been repatriated. Significant recoveries were made under several administrations. In 1999, $750 million was recovered during the Abdul Salam Abubakar administration. Under President Olusegun Obasanjo, approximately $2.3 billion was recovered from various foreign accounts between 2002 and 2005. The Jonathan administration retrieved about $1.6 billion between 2012 and 2015, and the Buhari administration repatriated another $334 million. Despite these efforts, much of the looted funds remain unaccounted for, and the full extent of Abacha's financial plunder is still unknown. To some Nigerians, they are of the opinion that Abacha did not amass wealth or even loot for himself. They believe that he actually saved for Nigeria for the raining day. Yes, a lot of recovery has been done, and some are asking questions. These recoveries, what have the funds been used for? What have the current government channeled these funds into? I mean, for every government that have been able to recover a certain amount from this looted fund, what project has this fund gone into?
What we read tends to be what we are going to believe, except some other evidences come to the fore which will disprove what is already there. But what is out there already was that there was a lot of loot. And it wasn't only Abacha that we've read that looted. So, you know, even putting Abacha there, that did he loot, did he not loot, I don't know, it's neither here nor there. But what we have read was that he looted. Why should a leader even be, in quote, alleged to have been looting his own country? I think it's an indictment on leadership. Even if he did not loot, why should a leader, how can you point accusing fingers at the leader of a country that he looted? Someone said there's no smoke without fire. It's an indictment, and it has a lot to do with African leaders. We need to do better.
The day they killed Abacha, they rewind Nigeria back 25 years. Yeah, because Abacha died for Nigeria because he had his plan. Abacha was building, Abacha could have, if Abacha was alive till today, Nigeria, Dubai, you not compare Dubai to Nigeria. I tell you this. It's not like I'm listening to stories and doing all this. Yeah, because I fought for it. Yeah, many times they will get us arrested and all that. Because when Abacha died, I fought for it. Bamaye and all of them, even Mohammed Abacha and Mustafa, all of them. I fought for them. I go to Ikoyi prison to see them all the time to get statements from them. You understand? So, but the truth is, 99% of Nigerians don't even know where step to take.
The recovered funds is said to have been used to finance critical infrastructure projects as agreed upon with the countries that facilitated the repatriation. Abacha's looting remains a topic of public debate in Nigeria. Some claimed he may have hidden the money to protect it from other corrupt officials, but most believe his actions were driven by personal greed. The looting under his regime was emblematic of a broader culture of corruption that had taken root in Nigeria, particularly during the years of military rule. Other leaders, including Ibrahim Babangida, have also been implicated in large-scale theft, raising questions about accountability for Nigeria's lost wealth, such as the $12 billion oil windfall under Babangida's rule. The legacy of Sani Abacha is one of stark contrast. While his regime is remembered for his brutal suppression of opposition and rampant corruption, it also marked a period of regional stability as Nigeria played a role in peacekeeping missions in West Africa. Yet, internally, his government created an atmosphere of fear, distrust, and economic instability. Looking at the current situation of Nigeria, questions arise if citizens would prefer a comeback of such administration compared to what we have today.
I prefer military regime than a democracy, because why? I'm not saying that the military should take over. You understand? What I mean is that in those times, things are very, very cheap. Things are very, very cheap. We know that even under military itself, there are some corrupt, bad elements inside. But we did not feel it because that time, we have something to put on the table to give our family. Now many children, they are out of school because their parents could not afford their school fees. So it's a lot.
Military time, we have a discipline. All these politicians, they sit right, creating work, creating job without registrar. No work Nigerian. Now, they create many things under themselves.
The unresolved questions about the full extent of the nation's looted funds, both during Abacha's regime and others, linger as reminders of the complex history of governance in the country. Today could have been the 81st birthday of Sani Abacha, but again, it is a moment to consider the broader impact of his rule upon the nation. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ News Television.
The Independent National Electoral Commission on Thursday began preparations for Edo State gubernatorial elections. INEC deployed sensitive materials such as ballot papers and result sheets across the 18 local government areas of the state, with expectations for an organized election. The Edo gubernatorial election will take place on Saturday, September 21st, and voters hoping that a new chief executive officer that will improve the existing infrastructure and secure the people will emerge through this process. Residents want to elect a new governor capable of creating the right environment for the private sector to create jobs. Political conversations in the state is centered around the major three political parties: the People's Democratic Party, PDP, the All Progressives Party, APC, and the Labour Party, amongst others. Meanwhile, all party candidates have been promising Edo residents a better Edo state, although expectations are high, with the election driven by pressing issues such as the economy, security, and overall governance. The Borno state government has announced that over 12 billion naira in cash and material donations has been generated to support victims of the Alao Dam flood disaster in Maiduguri. This remarkable feat is the result of contributions from various corporate entities, state governments, individuals, and non-governmental organizations. Notable donors include the Northeast Development Commission, 3 billion naira, Aliko Dangote donated 2 billion naira, Aminu Dantata 1.5 billion naira, and Mohammed Indimi donated 1 billion naira. Other significant contributors are Borno local government areas, Oluremi, Tinubu, Bauchi, and Niger states, and the people of Southern Borno State, who contributed 200 million naira. The outpouring of support continues, with multiple individuals and organizations donating between 1 million naira and 30 million naira. This collective effort brings hope to the affected communities. President Bola Tinubu has also pledged federal support for the flood victims. The Maiduguri Relief Fund is a testament to the power of unity and generosity in the face of adversity. Meanwhile, the federal government is saying through the Minister of State for Youth Development, Ayodele Olawande, that they have pledged to enhance youth engagement by partnering with the NYSC Foundation. This collaboration aims to provide meaningful opportunities and support to deter young people from negative behaviors. During a recent meeting with NYSC Foundation Management, Olawande emphasized the importance of establishing foundations in all 774 local government areas to effectively engage youth in various sectors like agriculture, arts, crafts, and ICT. Olawande expressed his commitment to improving the lives of Nigerian youth, acknowledging their potential to shape the country's future. He also highlighted the recent passage of the NYSC Trust Fund Bill, which is set for second reading in National Assembly, signaling further support for youth development initiatives. In response, the NYSC Foundation Executive Secretary Ventim Bako expressed enthusiasm for the partnership, emphasizing the foundation's role in unifying its core members and encouraging youth entrepreneurship. Both leaders committed to collaborating for the betterment of Nigeria's youth, reinforcing the government's dedication to national development. As artificial intelligence is evolving and shaping the workplace by automating routine tasks and enhancing decision-making processes, this digital transformation promises not only increased efficiency, but also a reimagining of roles and collaboration in a dynamic, interconnected environment. At the King's Week Future Career Day held on Thursday, September 19, 2024, the students of King's College Lagos were encouraged to learn skills that will make them relevant in days to come. Chike Okolo has this report.
It was a gathering of old students of King's College Lagos and the present final year students of the same school. The meeting was organized by the old boys to give back to their alma mater, as the program, which had the theme Artificial Intelligence and the Future of Work in a Digital Age, commenced. Participants were told that AI is the way to go for efficiency, result, and effectiveness. The speaker, Shola Shonuga, explained to the boys why they need to know how to navigate around AI and how to channel their skills properly.
Now, when you have these things that can use computing power to be able to analyze solutions that customers have and present those solutions, they're disruptive, okay, but they're beneficial to customers.
Some of the King's College old boys on the ground had this to say.
Distinguished gentlemen have been in this institution for more than 40 years since they came and passed through this institution, and they've come back to where they left, to the institution that gave them the upbringing and the training that they have, and they've come to give back to that institution and to also see how they can add to uplift it for the next generation. So coming here is to commemorate that and to just thank God for the time they spent here and to inspire the young ones who are coming, those who are already in the school, I believe, and those who will also become, kingsmen, as they call them, in the years to come.
Well, I think the impact on the world basically is that, the world has become a global place, a global village. That's one. And two, talking to these kids today about AI will ignite their interest in the whole process, and we are moving forward the school and their future for tomorrow.
You cannot joke with mentorship, and what we have tried to do is to speak to the students, especially with the realities of the present time. Artificial intelligence, for example, was a topic of the mentoring class that we did today, and it's something that every child needs now going forward. And we believe that we coming back, as I said, to talk to them will try and at least ginger them and encourage them to become whatever it is that they've set themselves to do in life, and to ensure that they know that there is hope and there is a future ahead that lies ahead of them.
Explaining further on the importance of the mentorship program, the president of KCOBA had this to say.
There is a mystique about King's College.
And this mystique is passed from generation to generation. One of the reasons why our presence is so strong at activities like this is to impress upon the boys that they too can get to where we are and exceed where we are. We have a school song, and some of the words of the school songs says, one part of the school song says, others went before you and attained the light, where they wait to cheer you, victors in the fight.
The mentorship program ended with a vote of thanks. Chike Okolo reporting for SOUQ News.
Still on the news, the International Bar Association and the Center for AI and Digital Policy have released a pivotal report on the impact of artificial intelligence in the legal profession. Launched during the 2024 IBA Annual Conference in Mexico City, the report highlights AI's transformative potential in reshaping law firms' operations and strategies. Key insights emphasize the need for ethical AI deployment and governance to protect fundamental rights and ensure fairness. According to the report, 48% of legal professionals support AI regulation, while many firms lack comprehensive policies on AI usage. Larger firms are already using AI in legal research and contract drafting, giving them a competitive edge. However, the rapid pace of AI innovation presents challenges around data security, privacy, and training. IBA President Almudena Arpan de Mendeville Aldama urged the legal community to stay at the forefront of AI governance, stressing that AI must be harnessed responsibly to benefit the profession and society as a whole. Now on to stories from around Africa. We'll do that after this break. Thanks for staying tuned. The South African rand has shown signs of cooling in early trade, trading at 17.50 against the US dollar, roughly 0.1% weaker than its previous close. This comes after a week of strong performance where the rand appreciated by about 1.4% due to interest rate cuts from both the US Federal Reserve and the South African Reserve Bank, along with a favorable local inflation report that revealed a decrease to 4.4%, the lowest since April 2021. Currency strategists anticipate the rand will fluctuate within a range of 17 rand and 42, 17 rand to 70 in the short term, with potential profit taking following its recent strength. Analysts, including Volkmar Barr from Commerce Bank, suggest that while further rate cuts from SARB may follow, they should not negatively impact the rand if accompanied by structural economic improvements. Meanwhile, South Africa's benchmark 2030 government bond yield rose slightly to 8.88%. The South Africa's central bank has reduced its main lending rate to 8% from 8.25%, marking the first rate cut in over 4 years. This decision comes as inflation dropped below 4.5%, the midpoint of the South African Reserve Bank's target range, indicating success in managing price pressures. SARB governor has stressed that caution asserting that adventurism is not part of a monetary policy toolkit. The cut is aimed at stimulating economic growth, expected to improve in the later half of the year. Contributing factors include Eskom suspending power blackouts, increased consumer spending due to pension reforms, and renewed confidence in the rand following the formation of a coalition government. Economists anticipate another 25 basis point cut in November, with inflation expected to remain below 4.5% through 2026, supporting long-term stability. In a significant development for Kenya's agricultural sector, a new bill mandates that horticulture dealers obtain licenses to grow, handle, and sell fruits, vegetables, and flowers. Sponsored by nominated MP Sabina Chege, the 2024 Horticultural Crops Authority Bill requires county governments to maintain a comprehensive list of marketing agents, nursery dealers, and other key players in the horticultural market. This move aims to enhance regulation and ensure quality in the industry. The bill stipulates that registration certificates will be valid from July 1 to June 30 of the following year, with penalties for non-compliance reaching up to SH1 million or 3 years in prison. Additionally, exporters and various horticultural operators must also be registered to ensure that all participants are licensed and regulated. Horticulture is a vital source of foreign currency for Kenya, with recent data showing a 15% growth in exports of vegetables, fruits, and flowers in early 2024. This initiative not only supports economic stability, but also enhances the overall quality and sustainability of Kenya's horticultural products. Singapore's state-backed investment firm Gen Zero has signed an agreement with the Rwanda Green Fund to collaborate on carbon offset projects under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. The partnership aims to generate carbon credits, allowing Singapore to offset emissions as the city-state lacks the space for large-scale renewable energy projects. The projects expected to focus on both nature-based and technology-based solutions will support Singapore's efforts to meet climate targets while aiding Rwanda's environmental initiatives. The deal was signed with carbon certification body Gold Standard to ensure integrity, marking Singapore's growing participation in Article 6 initiatives. Gen Zero CEO Frederick Thiel emphasized the collaboration's potential in enhancing carbon reduction efforts, with Rwanda reviewing eligible projects in the coming months. Singapore's reliance on carbon offsets contrasts with nations like Australia and Britain, which have excluded offsets from their climate plans. Mergers and acquisitions activity in the Middle East and Africa saw a notable decline of 10.4% in the first 8 months of 2024, according to data from Global Data. This decrease reflects the broader global trend, with North America experiencing an 18.9% drop and Europe seeing a decline of 16.2%. Overall, global deal activity fell by 15% year-on-year, driven by macroeconomic challenges and geopolitical tensions affecting decision-making. Despite the downturn, analysts suggest that this dip may present opportunities for savvy investors to acquire undervalued assets. The lead analyst at Global Data emphasized the need for dealmakers to navigate a complex economic landscape with strategic foresight, while private equity and venture financing transactions also experienced declines of 13.4% and 23.9% year-on-year. The market may rebound as conditions improve, allowing companies to strengthen their positions for future growth. The AD Ports Group has successfully refinanced a $2.25 billion syndicated loan, securing better terms with 2 UAE banks and expected savings of up to $12 million in finance costs over the next year. This refinancing aligns with the company's strategy to use bonds as its primary long-term funding tool while extending its debt maturity profile. The new agreements include a $2.5 billion medium-term facility with a 2.5-year maturity and a shorter $273 million facility with 1.5-year tenure. The move comes after the U.S. Federal Reserve's recent interest rate cut, allowing AD Ports to capitalize on lower borrowing costs. With a strong credit rating of A+ from S&P and AA- negative from Fitch, the company anticipates that this refinancing will enhance its capital structure and support long-term growth. Additionally, AD Ports Group has made significant strides in the industry, ranking 19th among global port operators according to a recent survey, highlighting its rapid expansion and strategic acquisitions. After this quick break, we'll take a look at the news from around the foreign scene. Stay with us.
Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
So we now bring you an update on a Nigerian story before moving on to the foreign scene. The news reaching us says that the Central Bank of Nigeria has temporarily withdrawn its monetary, credit, foreign trade, and exchange policy guidelines for 2024 to 2025 due to widespread misreporting in the media. The guidelines published on September 17 this year were meant to serve as a reference to past policies and directives issued up to December 31st, 2023, not as new regulations. However, some media outlets misrepresented the information, causing confusion among stakeholders. The CBN clarified that the cybersecurity levy initially mentioned in the guidelines had been suspended since May 2024 following public outcry and a decision by the Federal Executive Council. The bank emphasized that its biennial guidelines aim to provide stakeholders with a comprehensive reference for monetary, credit, foreign trade, and exchange policies. The guidelines serve three core purposes: acting as a single reference source, providing a basis for adjudicating policy conflicts, and offering clarification on CBN policies and directives. The CBN will re-release the guidelines once the necessary clarifications are made to prevent further misunderstandings. So back to the foreign scene. Brazilian energy authorities have announced plans to reinstate daylight saving time to help conserve energy during a severe drought that has impacted the country's power generation. Before the change can take effect, it requires the approval of President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. The drought has particularly affected major hydroelectric plants, which rely on water levels from rivers, including some fed by the Amazon. As a result, Brazil has been forced to import more energy, leading to rising electricity costs. Despite advancements in wind and solar energy, over half of Brazil's electricity still comes from hydroelectric sources, with reservoir levels in key regions projected to drop below 50% by the end of September. The government hopes that moving clocks forward by an hour from November to February will maximize daylight usage and reduce pressure on power consumption during peak hours. While Mines and Energy Minister Alexandra Silverias signaled support for the change, he also expressed the need to explore other alternatives, emphasizing the urgency of addressing the ongoing energy challenges. Meanwhile, the pound sterling has surged to a two-year high against the US dollar, breaking through the crucial resistance level of $1.33. And this rally is driven by the US dollar's decline, which faces selling pressure due to expectations of continued policy easing by the Federal Reserve in the last quarter of the year. The Fed's recent 50 basis point rate cut signals its focus on restoring labor market health and confidence in inflation returning to the 2% target. UK retail sales data for August also supported the pound sterling strength, rising 2.5% year-on-year and exceeding expectations. This growth was driven by increased spending on textile clothing, footwear, and food stores. The robust sales figures indicate strong consumer demand, which could potentially fuel price pressures. The Bank of England has maintained interest rates at 5%, citing concerns over persistent price growth. However, the bank plans to reduce its government bond holdings by £100 billion over the next 12 months. Looking ahead, preliminary S&P global PMI data for September will be a key driver for the pound sterling and US dollar. Markets anticipate further rate cuts with a 43% likelihood of 50 basis points caught in November. Meanwhile, China's ambassador to India, Zhu Feihong, announced on Thursday that China is eager to welcome more Indian investments and commodities into its market. His comments reflect a desire to strengthen economic relations with India, which have been tense since a deadly border clash in 2020. Despite increased scrutiny on Chinese investments by India, the Indian government is considering easing some restrictions to support local firms' growth. Ambassador has said that emphasizing the importance of creating a favorable business environment for Chinese companies in India and expressed hope for improved cooperation in science and technology. He also encouraged India to resume direct flights and ease visa processes for Chinese citizens. Currently, China remains India's largest supplier of goods with a significant trade imbalance as the trade gap reached $85 billion by March 2024. China and Japan have reached an agreement regarding the discharge of treated radioactive water from Fukushima nuclear power plant, and this is according to the statement from the Chinese Foreign Ministry. The two countries agreed in August that Japan would set up a long-term international monitoring system. This arrangement will enable independent stakeholders to conduct sampling and monitoring of the discharged water. China emphasized the importance of independent sampling before Japan can gradually resume imports of aquatic products from the country. This step is seen as crucial to ensure safety and transparency in the process, as concerns remain over the impact of the water discharge on the environment and food safety. The Asian Development Bank has approved a $500 million loan to Indonesia to support its transition to clean energy, as Indonesia aims for net zero carbon emissions by 2060. This funding will help reduce the country's reliance on coal. The loan focuses on creating strong policies for clean energy, improving governance in the energy sector, and ensuring financial sustainability. Jiro Tobinaga, ADB's country director for Indonesia, emphasized that this investment is crucial for accelerating the country's shift towards sustainable energy sources. The program will also develop an investment and policy plan backed by the G7's Just Energy Transition Partnership, which has pledged $20 billion to help Indonesia reduce carbon emissions in its power sector. However, disbursement of these funds has been slow. Britain's development minister noted that while progress may take time, Indonesia has the potential to become a carbon sink in the region, and the UK is committed to collaborating with JETP partners to enhance efforts in green growth and address issues like poverty and deforestation. The Japanese yen has weakened following comments from Bank of Japan Governor Kazuo Uda, who indicated a careful approach to further monetary policy tightening. After the BOJ maintained its overnight call rate target at 0.25%, the dollar rose 0.74% to 143.65 yen, nearing an overnight high. Uda's remarks emphasized that future decisions on interest rates will depend on evolving economic conditions, leading market analysts to speculate that he avoided directly addressing potential rate hikes. In contrast to Japan's cautious stance, global markets are experiencing a more aggressive monetary policy direction, particularly after the U.S. Federal Reserve's recent 50 basis point rate cut. As a result, the euro strengthened against the yen and the dollar, while the British pound rose significantly following stable retail sales data. Meanwhile, Japanese inflation data showed a rise to 2.8% in core inflation for August, prompting speculations about future economic adjustments. The UK's consumer confidence has taken a hit, dropping 7 points to -20 overall, according to JFK's Consumer Confidence Index. This decline is linked to officials' warnings of a painful budget, which has spooked people and raised concerns about the economy. The index had been recovering after years of crisis, higher interest rates and inflation, but the sudden drop has reversed this progress. The fall in consumer confidence is attributed to concerns over the general economic situation, big purchases, and personal finances. Former Prime Minister Rishi Sunak had previously hailed the index's positive turn as a sign of economic turnaround, but the current decline has sparked worries. Despite stable inflation and potential interest rate cuts, consumers are nervously awaiting the upcoming budget on October 30th. Business leaders have warned the government about doom-laden prophecies on the economy, while Chancellor Rachel Reeves and Bank of England Governor Andrew Bailey attempt to reassure the public with promises of stability and potential economic growth. And we'll take a break now, and when we come back, we go into the world of sports. To stay with us. And in sports, the former world heavyweight boxer Anthony Joshua is set to earn between a guaranteed $6 million and $25 million for participating in the fight to regain the world heavyweight title. Joshua holds a 60-40 split advantage as the A side, and AJ will be going head-to-head against Daniel Dubois, who is the current world heavyweight title holder. Dubois will earn a guaranteed purse of between $3.5 million and $10 billion, also depending on the pay-per-view sales. Dubois, being the champion, will be defending it against a determined Joshua, who looks to become the sixth fighter in boxing history to claim the world heavyweight title 3 times in his career. This fight, featuring 2 of England's great heavyweights, Anthony Joshua and Daniel Dubois, clash, is seen as a highly anticipated IBF World Heavyweight title fight that will take place on Saturday at Wembley Stadium in London. Gulf Saudi has partnered with Top Golf Callaway brands to establish 3 Top Golf venues in Saudi Arabia by 2028, with potential plans for 2 additional locations. This initiative aims to boost the country's sports infrastructure and promote golf as a popular recreational activity. As part of the deal, Top Golf will introduce various family brands, including Callaway and Travis Massieu, which will also become the official equipment and apparel sponsors for the Saudi national golf teams. This development aligns with Saudi Arabia's broader strategy to diversify its economy away from oil by investing in sports and entertainment. The country has already made headlines with its involvement in Live Golf and is preparing to host significant events, including the inaugural Olympic Esports Games in 2025. The Saudi Public Investment Fund is also exploring further opportunities in sports, indicating a strong commitment to positioning the kingdom as a global sports hub. And beIN Sports has successfully renewed its UEFA club competition rights across all its active Asian markets, including the newly added territory of Indonesia. However, the new agreement comes with a slight decrease in fees compared to its previous deal. This adjustment reflects ongoing challenges in the sports broadcasting landscape, particularly in the Asia-Pacific region, where rights values have fluctuated in recent years. The deal underscores beIN's commitment to expanding its footprint in Asia, despite the changing dynamics of sports media rights. As competition intensifies in the region, the reduced fees signal a cautious approach in a market where the valuation of football broadcasting rights has experienced downward trends, particularly following the earlier highs during the DAZN expansion era. And that's all we have for you today on News Hour. Do stay tuned for more programs coming up in a bit. My name is Sade Uwe. Many thanks for watching.
What makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
Hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethoughts. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come out with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical, therapy, and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
Nigeria occupies a 18th position on the World Coconut Production Index and produced about 225,526 metric tons of coconut in 2021, according to data from the Food and Agricultural Organization FAO. Lagos, which produces half of the output, has doubled production from 70,000 tons to 140,000 tons in 2 to 3 decades to meet the demand. The number of registered coconut processors in Lagos State jumped from 500 to 3,000 in 5 years, 2024, according to the farmers. The chairman and founder of First African Coconut Company Limited, Mr. John Bede Antonio, has said that lifestyle and healthy living are fueling a huge demand for coconut products locally and globally. Antonio noted that the huge demand has spurred investments across the value chain, as farmers were growing more coconuts to meet the rising demand. He added that Lagos State was also promoting support in the form of seedlings and training of new entrants of farmers. Coconut farmers were now replacing old trees with hybrid seedlings that brought fruits quicker. Coconut has numerous uses. It serves as a raw material for industries such as pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, food and beverage, with limitless domestic and export potential. The most sought-after component of the fruit is coconut water, which is very rich in potassium and other electrolytes. It is considered a health drink and recommended for diabetes patients, among others. It is grown in 22 of Nigeria's 36 states, with Lagos having the largest population. The use of coconut oil and other derivatives is growing daily, owing to benefits, according to Mr. Olakunlehin Oladapo, General Manager of Lagos State Coconut Development Authority. According to him, this is driving local production of coconut, with more people coming into the cultivation, processing, and marketing of the cash crop across the major growing states. Oladapo stated that despite the production increase, the state was still unable to meet the demand likely covered by imports from neighboring countries. Increasing demand is driving new investments into the production and processing of coconut in the country, so says Idowu Agbelekale, the National Financial Secretary of the National Cocoa Producers, Processors and Marketing Association of Nigeria. She explained that entrepreneurs were already exporting some of the byproducts of the crop on a small scale. Agbelekale called on the government to assist in boosting the production of the crop to enable it to earn foreign exchange for the country, saying that Nigeria was here to fully harness the economic benefits from growing the crop despite its huge potential. Also, the Lagos State government was helping farmers to get improved seedlings as it planned to stay ahead in growing the coconut, in growing the commodity in the country, while creating jobs and boosting supply for processors. Coir, the fiber from coconut husk, is used in making ropes, rugs, mats, brushes, caulking for boats, and stuffing for fiber mattresses. The fronds, the leaves, are used for brooms, cooking squares, woven into mats, or burnt to ash to yield lime. Husk and shells are a source of charcoal and can be used for fuel. Miss Chune Chukwu, an accountant with a manufacturing firm in Ikeja, told me that she started using coconut oil on her hair in 2022 owing to its health benefits and has not applied any other oil to her hair since then. The increased demand is being felt across industries that use it as raw materials, suggesting that the price will continue to surge according to experts. The prices of coconut has increased by over 100% from an average of 250 naira in January 2024 to an average of 500 naira for a small size currently, according to our survey. There is hope in the coconut. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and fear.
Investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you
250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Hello and welcome to SOUQ Pulse. It's a very beautiful Friday weekend here in Lagos, Nigeria, and I can't be proud of it enough. We love our country. I will also tell you the same thing. Hey, love where you come from. Love Africa. It's only when you speak from a place and live from a place of love that you can be very productive. That is when those problems that are around will look and seem like they are possible to get solutions, because those solutions will come from you and me. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ, and we are going to have a beautiful, beautiful program today. Where are we heading to? We are heading to things we like doing, things we like seeing. We are heading to a lifestyle we want to see on the screen. We are heading to stories we want to tell, or we have been told. That's where we are going to, and we are asking ourselves some good, beautiful questions. Who are those telling it for now? Remember, this is where we tell you, don't keep quiet, let us talk. So we could go bitter talking, we could go sweet talking, we could go angry talking, but no matter what it is, we talk, we don't keep quiet. So it doesn't matter what's happening in your neck of the wood, we will talk. So welcome to SOUQ Pulse. Call your neighbors, your friends. It's time to talk. We've got a very short break, and I will spell out the topic and tell you the beautiful person that will be with us today on SOUQ Pulse. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back. It's SOUQ Pulse. It's your program, it's my program, it's where we talk. Now, today we are heading to the film industry. Yes, at least I gave out some very, very short things that will make you know where we're going to. Well, yeah, that's where we're going to. We are going to the film industry. We are asking ourselves this same question. If we want to get productive, then every sector needs to play. Every hand needs to get involved. And now we go to entertainment. Majorly film, our stories, our narrative. What are we shaping? We are asking ourselves. Now we are looking at this for young people that make up well over 65% of Africans. For those in the film industry, those are the people we are bringing on the spotlight for today. Young people in film production. And we are showing up this particular question. It's this continent film industry secured for the future in the hands of these young people. The stories they are going to tell, how they are going to tell it, how they are going to collaborate in telling it, where they are right now, where they envisage to be in the future. Is it going to take Africa to that particular place where we want to hear ourselves, be proud of ourselves, and see our story told our own way with narrative that we will be proud of? That's what we're talking about today on SOUQ Pulse, and we want you to be part of this conversation. Now, to do justice to this is another very young person who is doing us proud in this sector, in this industry. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome to SOUQ Pulse for the first time, via Zoom though, Gloria Ugoli Ehierson. Gloria, good afternoon and welcome to SOUQ Pulse.
Hi, Chooks. Good afternoon and thank you for having me.
Very much. I'm tempted to look away and just stare at your face, but I passed that temptation. For those that are wondering, Gloria is a filmmaker. She's a director. She's a producer. She's also a scriptwriter. I've seen her work before. I'm not vouching for her, but yes, I am directly saying you and telling that to your face. I've seen her work before, and I've seen some of her productions. And she is a delight to see work. For every young person with this kind of passion, we celebrate you. And Gloria, today we celebrate you. I want to talk about film, young people, production, and where we want to be. This is SOUQ Pulse. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, now let's head straight into it. Now, young people are definitely making mark in this industry. Yeah. Be it in short content, be it in skits, be it in short movies, be it Music, we are not going there. Be it in local movies, be it in sectional local movies, now be it in full feature films. Now, can they be the difference the industry is looking for? Because as we speak right now, it's very individualistic. We still know a whole lot of things are missing. Are the young people the difference this industry is looking for?
Oh, yes, I believe strongly that they are definitely the link that has been missing because of their passion and because of the opportunities open to them right now and the technology they have. For example, we have the AI coming up. And as scary as that seems, people in the older generations are looking at it like, very soon we might not have jobs. But with the younger people, we know that they could use this and leverage and take the industry to a much higher level in terms of making films that are groundbreaking, films that are innovative, films of things that we never dreamt of doing before. The young ones are doing very well with the technology they have, and I can't wait to see how much they will do. They are also privileged to have lots of access to finance, as much as some of them might say no, but yes, they do have a bit of access to finance, much more than we had growing back in the days, definitely, because they have access to finance. Like, for example, the grants coming up from the central bank, from the Creative and Culture Ministry of Creative and Culture Arts for the Chocolate City also. That's coming up next year. I can't wait. So yes, the young ones do have technology and they have access to funds and grants, and their minds are amazing. I have the privilege of training young people in film industry, and I have seen what they can do, and I hear their ideas that blows my mind, and knowing that they have the tools to achieve this with minimal efforts and minimal funds, it's amazing. Definitely the future is much brighter than it has been.
Okay, the future is much more brighter than it has been. Yes, I think I see it right in front of me. Now let's go to some places most people don't know. Now, you happen to be the CEO of Glado Streamline Productions. And I know you've also done several works with several NGOs, be it the BBC, and some other places we might not want to step on. Now, this accounts for opportunities that are available for young people to acquire not just experience, but to also acquire connection. There is this particular trend that has been in the industry for a very long time, where the creative part is 100% divided or far away from the business side. With this generation, are we seeing that collaboration now? Because no matter how creative you are, if the business is not there, you are just another hungry fellow that's going to roam the street for a very long time. Are we seeing that collaboration or that hand-in-hand work between the creative and the business side of it?
I think it's growing. It's still not there. I mean, way back in my time in film schools, there was no cost telling you film as a business. You know, there was no financial literacy course that we would take as producers. But in my own academy, for example, in Gladio Master Classes, we make sure that the producers, in fact, everybody not only has access to a training on intellectual property rights, but also on royalties and film as a business. And I think people are beginning to think about it that way, because we need to see film as a product. And I think they are beginning to see that. And I think they are actually beginning to think of how to monetize their products, how to monetize their content, their skits, their short films. And social media has just, broken and shattered all the distributions that we can ever think about. They have brought them open and closer to the world and to their target audience, and broadened the spectrum in terms of how many people they can reach in a short period of time. So yes, they are thinking about the money. However, like I did mention, it's important to think about the film and the content they produce as a product. So once from the script you're writing, you're already thinking, where is this film going to? What distribution and what festivals can I take it to? Who and what medium am I going to use it as to pass through it? Where am I going to take it to first? And then where? And then where? And how much am I going to make? How am I going to make money from merchandising and royalties and the soundtrack? And how am I going to make money from the branding in the film? So until we start thinking about film as a product, I think it's still going to be lacking. It's still, everyone is still focused on the social media and monetizing their content, but there's so much more we can do right from the script and the filming that you can make a lot of money from, and also not just from the production itself. I think it's important to teach filmmakers and creatives, especially the young ones, financial literacy in terms of in savings and investment, so that you're not only rich when they pay for that production. You are investing. You are putting money that will bring back money. You are putting, how many costumers have a boutique where she sells shoes and clothes? How many sound guy has a shop where he's selling ring lights and products to people that want to do sell content? Or how many cinematographers have a barbing salon that's bringing in money daily? You understand? So we need to start thinking of expanding our production money and looking at production not just as a means of giving you money for just that product, but giving you money to help you invest in a product or a shop or in a business that can bring you daily pay. So that when the next film doesn't come, you still have money to eat. You're still looking good. You're still on point. So these are the kind of things I really believe we should start teaching the young generation and the filmmakers, so that we broaden our spectrum and see film not just as a one-off, but as a product we can use to make money. Because a typical filmmaker these days is thinking, okay, let me make money. I am a director. Give me money for this 1.5 or 700. And that's it, he has spent it. But
I heard this particular, I'll call it a phrase because it's more than one word, and it got me laughing. And most people will not understand this. As a businessman, that phrase daily pay is very important.
Very.
So tell me, how important is daily pay to the filmmaker?
Well, the filmmakers are always prone to, because we're creatives, so we are constantly need to be in an enabling environment to be able to create in the first place. But then when you do not have the daily pay, you get anxious, you get depressed, you get worried, and in that state, you cannot create. So in order to help you have a more stable mind and body and creative mind to be able to create, you need money in your pockets. And the only way you can get that is by investing in something that can bring a daily pay, apart from your creative work. I mean, the other day we were doing something with the Accountability Lab, and we saw some people that, and UNDP, and we saw some people that just saw the very first picture, his very first picture in the year. He's an artist. He painted a picture. And there are some artists too, some of my students that have so great ideas and they haven't gotten the money to shoot, and they are just frustrated with the training we have given them. And I'm telling them, just start something. Go online, look for a job online and write and get daily pay from that. And from that daily pay, you can still get money to make your movie or get money to eat, get money to not, because first of all, the creative industry, especially the film industry, is being looked down upon by lots of people. Family and friends will not give you support. My family and friends give me support, but lots of people don't have it that way. And then when you are already looked upon as a failure, then you are broke.
Majorly, when they see you as a dependent, you come to them for the daily pay instead of you generating the daily pay. Now, this is one side of it that we need to reach out to people and let it sink in their heads. Your ability to take care of yourself as a creative is your number one key to freedom. And whatever you have to do, wherever you need to start, they should start there. They shouldn't build dreams that they don't have pockets to fund. Start where you are. Now, let's bring this back. In the older generation, those before this generation, those in the middle, don't add me to that mix. Now, we've seen this divide where it's spelled more like them and us. That's when it comes to the this industry, the creative industry. So they look at, okay, it's this people, it's us. So we have Asaba, we have Lagos, we have Kannywood, we have different kind of sanctioning and different people. It will play better if we work together. That we didn't see. That divide was there. That wall was there, and it's been there for a very long time. Now with the younger people, are we seeing a break in those walls that have been created over time? Are we seeing that synergy and seeing people work together and make magic in the industry?
I would love to say yes, but unfortunately, not really. I personally have worked with a lot of places. I've been to Kano, Kaduna, Lagos, Abuja, Akwa Ibom, Calabar to shoot, and Kogi, Adamawa. And yes, there is that divide. Even within sectors, even within film schools, graduates, there's still a divide. There's still a clique. There's still, but not dwelling on those problems, I think it's very important to have synergy. Synergy is one word I use a lot, even on my sets. The moment anyone comes on my set, because, okay, we can talk about lack of synergy within the different Kannywood and Asaba Wood and Nollywood, but what about on your own set? When you're on set, there is still a divide. There's lack of synergy. There's gossip. There's shout. I mean, I just finished shooting for the BBC as a senior producer on the latest production in Benin. And every time I was also training some people from EBS, Bones TV, and the rest. And they kept staring at me. And I'm like, are you guys okay? They said they've never seen a director like me. I don't shout. When someone yells at you, do you feel comfortable enough to create? No. There was no gossip. I didn't let anything about gossip on my set. If someone hurts you or someone is doing something wrong, walk up to me and tell me, or walk up to the person. There was safeguarding talk before we started. So there was no tapping any girls' butt or doing anything wrong with anybody because we respected each other. Sorry about that on live TV. We respected each other and we were also very professional. And so there was synergy within us. And it tells at the final product, because if there's no synergy, your production shows. So there must be synergy in every set, first of all, before you can think about synergy in the larger spectrum in terms of different people coming together. And then again, there's this thought about, oh, if you come to my set, I am a competition with you. Someone literally said that to me. I can't call Gloria on my set. She's going to come and take over my set, or she's a competition to me. Sweetheart, what I know and what you know, they can't be the same thing. So once there's synergy and trust and bond and wanting to do things the right way, we can put down our egos and put down our fears and trust each other enough to collaborate. Collaboration is so important. Collaboration not only with each other, but collaboration with other industries. The tech industry, for example. I'm talking about AI in the beginning of this show. And if we collaborated with the tech industry, collaborated with green energy, imagine what we can do. And that's what I'm working on for a creative hub that comes together with tech and green energy and be able to produce a place where youths can come, learn, innovate, and work in. That's what we should need to be thinking about for the future.
That's what we should be thinking about. I hope that's what the youth are thinking about. Okay, now let me give you some few minutes to get some water down your throat, because we are taking this particular discussion a notch further. We'll go on a very short break. Don't go anywhere. SOUQ Pulse will be right back.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
Well, there's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you're quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse, and we are looking at the film industry, and we are asking ourselves, are the young ones ready to take over? They've been in the forefront, and we've been seeing them right in our faces. So is the future of Africa's film industry secure in their hands? We have Gloria, and she's been here and doing the do. So get your minds in the right places. Gloria, welcome back to SOUQ Pulse.
Thank you. Cheers.
In the history of movie making in Nigeria, now the ladies have been in the forefront when it comes to box office, and they've killed it over and over again. Now, this set of beautiful, awesome, award-winning producers, directors who happen to be our blessed females, do you see them passing the torch to these younger ones? Or do you see the younger ones following their footsteps? Ladies.
Yeah. Yes, I do see them passing the torch. I am so proud of what they have achieved. I definitely am proud of it because back then when I used to work with the Silverbird in terms of premiering their movies, most of the movies on the box office were always made by men. And so seeing the ladies coming, but once the woman did do something, it shattered the box office, and I was always so proud. So seeing that still repeating itself, I mean, you have Jennifer, you have Jumbo, lots of them coming out, and I'm so proud of them. And passing it on, I think they are. I personally love to pass on my own knowledge to females. Females on my set really run away from me. That's the truth. They do run away from me because I would definitely focus on them and try to make them bring their best out. You know, I have been to 4 different film schools, both in Nigeria and outside the country. And what I have learned to do was fight fight to be on the camera, fight to direct the production. Why? Because naturally everyone would say, I mean, a guy literally said to me in class, Gloria, go do makeup or welfare for Christ's sake. Why are you struggling with me to shoot the camera? I'm like, sweetheart, we pay the same school fees. And as a producer, I need to learn what everything about camera is so I can know better as a director if I don't know the camera. So when I have girls on my set, when I have girls in my academy, my Guardian master classes, when I'm working for an organization and I am to train youths, I look for the females and I hold on to them very much because I tell them, go do sound. I tell them, go and do camera. And they're like, no, okay, we're doing makeup. I said, leave that makeup. Assistant, I want to be assistant cameraman. I want to be, no, hold the camera and try it out. It won't bite. You know, so building such confidence and resilience in females, I'm not a girl power woman. No. I just want girls to believe in themselves and what they can do, because once they have that passion and they tie that in with the consistency and persistence, they can do wonderful things, and they're very good storytellers. So why not? It's important to pass it down. It's important to pay it forward, and that's what I am trying to do. And I do see some females doing that, and I'm very proud of them.
Okay, thank you very much for paying it forward. Also remember that we are part of this conversation. The guys, we are part of this conversation. Now, let's now look at every other young person out there. Now, generally, do you see the younger people changing the African narrative?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I do remember going for the Zuma Film Festival, and the US mission did sponsor Coca. He was an animator that did some stories for Disney World, and it was amazing to see him do stories about Moremi, Princess Moremi, and telling the African story in a way that you can never ever imagine. It's important that the youths focus on research. There's so many stories of the African stories that we could tell beyond those ones that are trending now. That fair, beautiful ladies like me can poison you if you hurt us. No, please. There are greater stories to be told, and I would love to encourage the youth to research on these stories, be creative, stories that can impact. Because for me, I'm thinking not only about entertainment, but also impact. Subconsciously, until youths understand the powerful tool that they have in terms of film production, they can actually change the world, change the way the world views us, change the way the white person next to your sister in London would view her because she has watched one or two Nigerian movies and she's thinking she's going to poison her food. Change the way people view us in terms of, oh, he has a car and a house, he must have done sacrifices, not just work hard. So our stories can be used to change the narrative, change the brand, and change the way people view us internationally, and the way the younger generation would view themselves, and also the hallmark. Oh yes, the hallmark for youths today is just cars and houses and parties. I mean, if we told stories about resilient people that are growing up to be something spectacular, that are innovating things, but it's still entertaining, not just impact, I believe we can really change the narrative about who we are to the society, and also influence and inspire other youths to become something better, even people outside our industry.
Okay, now let's look at this other side. Now, for those before this generation, the very elderly ones, and those that have been in this industry for a very long time, what worked for them was majorly collaboration. They had their group, yes, they were divided, yes, but within those divides, there was a lot of collaboration. Sound person, camera person, script director, location, everybody was helping one person for a production, knowing fully well that when it's my turn, they will also come and help. Even with the divide, do we see the younger generation, the younger filmmakers now going beyond that to collaborate better and more, because that saves a lot of cost. Your budget gets down by well over 70% with this kind of collaborations. Do we see the younger ones doing much better than that?
They unfortunately are not doing so well. However, I would say, because there's a lot of competition, there's a lot of wanting to win, wanting to get their awards, wanting to be famous. And that just inhibits their thoughts of, if you collaborate with me, then how do we share the awards? I can't stand alone on the award stage. I can't, So yeah, I really don't see that. But like you said, there is a lot that could be achieved with collaboration. I always teach my students in film schools to look within, look around you. You have enough to start shooting your own film. You have your own costumes, you have your friends' costumes, you have your mom's dresses. For makeup, you have your sister or that fine girl down the street that is doing makeup. You have the hair person you go to do your hair. She should come do hair for you or borrow you some wigs. You have the guy down the road that has the shoes. You can staple, what do they call this, plaster underneath the shoe and use it for a scene. And by the time the scene is over, you peel off that plaster and the shoe is still brand new. And you tell him thank you. And you mention him in your credits. You can collaborate with so many people. You can call me. Call me. I would do scheduling for you. I would I would go through your script and tell you if it's product worthy and where to go to. So collaboration is very important, and it's something the young ones really need to think about. They really need to think about, because thinking of just the glory and the fame and the attention to yourself, it really fades off in the next few minutes and the next few days, and another person's film is better than yours. So why not focus on making great films by collaborating together and having a lasting bond where things can really be better, because at the end of the day, it's about the final product and not just your name.
It's about the final product and not just you. Now, we have tried touching on some issues that pertain to getting things done and doing them well. Now, let's go to this particular side where most people dwell on and forget that solutions make the world go round. Challenges. In your experience over time and interacting with other young filmmakers, what are the major challenges you will see are there stopping the young filmmaker from getting that script to screen?
Like I said, I train youths, not only young filmmakers that want to make movies. Currently, I'm training people in Liberia, Ghana, the UK. They log into our academy. Even I'm collaborating with Untold Stories to teach so many people. And one thing I see them lacking is, excuse me, funds and the willpower to carry on. And I think another thing that they lack is they have great stories, but the motivation to start. That is the biggest challenge they have. The motivation to start something. I keep saying, just start. In fact, carry your phone and shoot. Yes, that's a new training I'm giving right now, making documentaries using your phone. Carry your phone and start shooting. Just start something. Because when you're waiting for that big, huge funds, you're waiting for that company to sign you up, there's none. For now, there's none accessible to you, and those companies will not believe in you until you've done something. So start doing something. Start shooting. Do it. 1 minute shoot. It's 1 minute short film that has a great content, that has a good storyline, that has great acting, not just the celebrities acting in the film, but an actress with a very good talent to interpret your script and you're using lighting of your normal 100 watts, and your LEDs from even your touch light from your phone can do a spotlight on your head, and you're shooting something because you're doing angles that are professional. You're doing edits that are so great, even with CapCut, as little as as great as CapCut is on your phone, you can edit great things. So start. I think that is one of the most important, one of the biggest challenge, the motivation. I could tell you money, but if you give some people, some youths money right now, they might still lack the motivation to start expecting much more, or expecting something bigger, or expecting this celebrity to be on my set, or expecting to travel abroad to shoot that scene. Start. The motivation is the greatest challenge they have.
Motivation before money. Okay, now we've heard and read this narrative for a very long time that the creative industry can stand side by side with oil and gas and do well. At times, I feel like knocking whoever is writing those things. But now let's ask, is it possible? Is it true? If we have the kind of environment, when I talk about the environment, I'm talking about structure and investment. Is it possible that the creative industry in Africa can generate that much?
Everything is possible, especially in the creative industry. Creative industry is much wider. When you come to oil, you're looking at what? Diesel, kerosene, gas. But when it comes to creative industry, you're looking at music, sound score, soundtrack. You're looking at lighting. You're looking at the garbs, the dresses, the costuming. You're looking at makeup. You're looking at skits, documentaries, advertisement. You're looking at shows. You're looking at music. You're looking at documentaries, short films. Social media is a huge business. It's a huge platform to make money from. You're looking at film festivals. So do I go on? I used to compare it with just the gas, kerosene, and diesel. So until we see film as a product, we cannot see it as a business where we can make money from. And it's a huge business if we are professional about it, if we do things the right way, and if we collaborate together. Definitely, every part of the industry, and only just the film industry itself, can produce a lot of money. And there's an interest in it. There's an interest in the terms of the target audience that wants to view your production. There's an interest in the youths that want to make the skits and shoot. So why not train them to be professionals? Why not train them to take the right pictures, to take the right shots, to make their skits more meaningful and shorter? Some skits just drag on, sorry, but more meaningful. And yeah, if we just do it right, shucks, it is a huge business. Talking about tours.
For those that are wondering, SOUQ Pulse will say we get productive. That is the goal. The goal is to get Africa moving, is to get us grinding, is to get us looking at every other continent or countries out there and tell ourselves we can't keep sitting on our butt. We stand up and we walk. You're shocked to hear that from me. Don't worry. This is SOUQ Pulse, where we talk. This is where we tell ourselves directly to our faces, wash your hands, get them dirty, and get working. I want to say thank you very much for coming in. We went to the entertainment industry. It's a good, beautiful Friday, and we tell ourselves it doesn't matter the sector. As long as we can play, then let us play. Thank you very much for coming to SOUQ Pulse, Gloria. It's been my pleasure.
Thank you.
And our pleasure, the entire crew having you. Thank you.
Thank you. To the youth, just start and believe in yourself and just do it right. Keep learning. Thank you very much for having me.
You're welcome. Keep learning, she said. Now, remember this. We have no excuse. We have no excuse at all. So get up and work. And for every creative out there, collaborate. If it's script you have, if it's difficult, sell it. Don't hold too tight to it. The longer you hold to an idea, it disappears to another herd. That is the way it works. But if you have an idea you can't bring to life, look for collaboration. If it's difficult, sell it. Another will come. But don't stay stagnant. We have to work. Don't wait for the perfect time. There will never, ever be one. And remember, the person you're looking at and think help can't come, that might be where the help is. I'm talking to creatives right now. And to every young person out there, killing it, well done. Remember, you came from somewhere. So assist those that are behind you. To everyone that has been part of this production today, I say thank you very much to every crew, to Black, to Shola, to Godson, Patrick, Chike, yes, you heard your name, to Gladys, thank you very much, to Austin, thank you. Remember, this is the weekend. Be your brother's keeper. Get Africa moving. Get your hands dirty and get it to work. We love you here on SOUQ News, and this is SOUQ Pulse, telling you we'll do this again on Monday. Be nice. Bye.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk, and when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing the connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain. Him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company.
He's a man who became a billionaire at an early age, and that has been sustainable over the years. And I think this should be a leading light or a torchbearer for those who are interested in entrepreneurship.
Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Starling House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004, was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is Chief Executive and President of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum's share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced a move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
By selling some of his assets and turn them into liquidity that helped him to pay off his outstanding debt, particularly with the banks. I think this is very remarkable in the sense that to a very large extent is driven by core personal values, where he could have made a decision to file for bankruptcy, which is not really popular in Nigeria. But that decision he made to be able to pay his debt off shows a man that is disciplined, a man that is driven by value, and to that extent, these lessons can be taken by other entrepreneurs who want to venture into some uncertainty when they make business decisions.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 MW Geregu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in the share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year-on-year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercurial Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil plc and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power plc.
Otedola has always been a fascinating businessman in the Nigerian business ecosystem, particularly based on his ability to navigate from one business ecosystem to another business. He's known particularly in oil and gas, and he's been able to move from that and is making inroads into the power and energy sector.
Geregu Power plc became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank plc. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among a number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola's philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. He donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Egbe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each.
Femi Otedola is unique in many regards. Number one, he has continued to be a torchbearer to the young generation, that entrepreneurship is sustainable once you are disciplined. On the other hand, he has also proven that those who, to a very large extent, were born with some silver spoon can equally carve a niche for themselves in entrepreneurship. So in terms of discipline, in terms of focus, Otedola remained one of the very fascinating Nigerians that we need to find a way to study. Then those who are equally in business and facing challenging times can equally take some understanding from how Femi Otedola has carried on in the business horizon. Finally, youths, whether you are from a humble background, whether you are born with some silver spoon, once you stay focused and you're determined to make good use of your talent, your skill set, and the knowledge. What Otedola has done is to provide a pathway for us in terms of personal development, in terms of personal discipline, in terms of the spirit of entrepreneurship. That once you're focused, once you can make some right business decision, then the business place can sustain people once you remain focused and determined.
Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes Billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.